In the end, I will become a god through hard work. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 150 God 005. Entering the border, he can't come back. Endless wilderness. The red dry earth, with only a few withered grasses still struggling tenaciously, and the air was filled with visible black ash. The scorching temperature caused the void to be visibly distorted. In the dark night, the volcano in the distance spewed out a burning red stream, reflecting a turbid flame-colored light. In the cabin, Xue Jing looked at the scenery outside the porthole and said, although I have heard that the environment of the Badland outside the urban circle is very bad, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Xue Ren stood next to him, also looking out the window, and said calmly, not entirely. She pointed to the volcano in the distance that kept spewing out burning red streams. That volcano is a remnant of the overlap phenomenon. When the two cars in this world and another world collided with each other, the volcano was thrown from the other car to our world. The movement rules inside it are completely different from those in this world. The frequency of eruptions is ridiculously high, which has caused the environment in the nearby area to deteriorate to such an extent. The mandrill interrupted and said, the environment in this area is a bit harsh, but it's not all bad. It makes those creatures from the borderland not like to come here, so at least you don't have to worry too much about being suddenly attacked by something dangerous in this area. Just prepare cooling measures and gas masks. Voidblade shook his head and said, it's not necessarily that we won't be attacked by creatures from the borderland. Some special flame-dwelling species like this environment very much, so we still have to be careful. The mandrill opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of Zincha soda, unscrewed the pull ring, and took a sip, and chuckled. The temperature here is not yet high enough for high-level flame-dwelling species to like, so don't worry. Speaking of fire-dwelling species, I haven't eaten flame crabs for a long time. Slurp, my saliva is flowing just thinking about it. We must go to the inner ring to have a meal after this mission. Xue Jing asked curiously, what is a flame crab? The mandrill smacked his lips, as if savoring the taste. It is a fire-dwelling creature. It looks like a crab with flames burning on its body. The meat on its body is naturally cooked through. You can eat it directly after peeling off the shell. It is so delicious. But the breeding environment requirements for this thing are very strict. Only a few breeding companies are capable of raising it, so it is very expensive, especially the flame crabs produced by United Breeding. They are the largest and have the best meat, but they are also the most expensive. The kind of king crab that only appears once in 100,000 can sell for more than 10,000 per pound of meat. Last time, a king crab that broke the record was sold at a sky-high price of nearly 10 million at an auction. It's simply outrageous. Xue Jing nodded and said, it sounds good. I must try it when I have a chance in the future. As they chatted, the plane gradually approached the destination. In the wilderness at night, several bonfires were burning quietly. Around the bonfire, there were more than a dozen tents of different sizes, and various instruments were placed on the ground. Dozens of people wearing bulky grey protective suits and gas masks were busy with their own work. Swoosh, there was a hissing sound of air in the sky, and a black painted plane, which was almost invisible at night, came over the camp, then stopped and landed slowly. Captain Xue Ren is back. Those people over there, get out of the way quickly and make room. A man in protective clothing shouted to several agency personnel who were chatting together nearby. The personnel quickly dispersed, and the plane landed on the empty ground. Swoosh, the cabin door opened, and Xue Ren, Mandrill and Xue Jing walked out. As soon as Xue Jing got off the plane, he felt a wave of heat covering his whole body. It was like being in a steamer, which had gone beyond the range of hot, and reached the feeling of scalding. After taking a few breaths, he immediately felt a sticky and burning sensation in his nostrils. He glanced at the black ash particles in the air and frowned. The mandrill beside him had already put on a gas mask on his face and held another one in his hand, which he handed to Xue Jing. Put this on. Xue Jing reached out to take it and put on the mask. Because of the mask, the air he inhaled was less than usual, and it was more difficult to inhale, which made him a little uncomfortable, but it was much better than directly inhaling the volcanic black ash. Another person walked out of the cabin behind him. It was Xue Jing, who was also a member of the Void Blade team. The petite girl had also put on a mask. Captain Void Blade, welcome back to the team. The man in protective clothing and a gas mask walked up and shook hands with Void Blade. After Xue Ren exchanged a few words with him, he stretched out his hand to Xue Jing and introduced him. He is Xue Jing, the explorer of the new border area this time. Xue Jing nodded, stretched out his hand, and said with a smile, hello. The man's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his hand to shake hands with Xue Jing, saying, hello, brother Xue, you are finally here. My name is Shenda, and I'm the leader of the Roaring Waterfall Temporary Research Group this time. Xue Ren said from the side, Drive Shen is in full charge of this border area exploration mission. He will provide you with logistical support. You just need to listen to Dr. Shen as to what to do in the border area. Shenda, let's go to the tent to talk. The air outside is not very good. This is a large tent covering an area of more than 20 square meters. As soon as Xue Jing entered the door, he felt a chill all over his body. He looked around the environment inside and found that apart from a small bed and a few chairs, it was basically filled with various instruments, which kept making beeping and clicking sounds. The space for people to move around was only about 5 or 6 square meters, which was quite crowded. After several people entered the tent, Shenda zipped up the tent and closed it, then took off the gas mask on his face and the bulky protective suit on his body. I'm alive. This damn place, the environment is really terrible. He exhaled lightly and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Xue Jing only saw his face at this time. He was a man about 25 or 26 years old, with a high hairline, thick eyebrows, and a somewhat plump face. Void Blade Mandrill and Xue Jing also took off their masks, and Xue Jing did the same when he saw this. This time, the nose felt as smooth as usual. This tent is equipped with a simple air conditioner and a simple air purifier. Mandrill introduced beside him. It can be considered as a small black technology specially supplied to the 6th agency. Don't look down on it. In fact, it is a military product with excellent effect. It can't be bought in the inner ring. Xue Jing nodded. I can feel it. The inside and outside of the tent are almost two different worlds. To exaggerate, it is a paradise and a hell. With only 2 portable machines, you can enjoy the comfort of a normal environment in such a harsh place. It is really awesome. Shenda walked to the corner of the tent and lifted a canvas covering something. There was a big box inside. He opened the box and took out a black cylinder the size of a mineral water bottle. The material of the cylinder looks quite high-end and very technological. There are very regular lines and dents on it. It looks like it can transform into a robot at any time. Shenda walked up to Xue Jing with the cylinder in his hand, showing it to him while saying, Brother Xue, this is a real-time monitoring scanner for borders. Its scanning radius is 6 kilometers, which is about 110 square kilometers. It can monitor changes in the borders in real time. Your first task is to find a secluded location within the Roaring Waterfall, about every 6 kilometers in radius, and install this thing until it can roughly cover the entire border. Shenda said, pressing a certain place on the monitor, and it suddenly changed. 8 small square plates on one end of the cylinder were lifted up, and 8 alloy mechanical legs stretched out from them, looking like a mechanical spider. Once you find a suitable place, place it on the ground, and it will automatically dig a hole to bury itself. I will give you a tablet, which will display a real-time map, based on the GPS installed on the monitor. The map will mark the scanning range of the monitor. As long as you follow the range shown on the map, you can easily grasp the placement distance of the next monitor. Shenda added many more precautions. Xue Jing listened carefully and nodded from time to show that he understood. The most difficult step is to place the monitor around the large waterfall in the habitat of the pure-blooded dragon species. Shenda solemnly warned. The body functions of pure-blooded dragons are incredibly strong, and their perception abilities are also extremely good. With a sniff and a listen, they can detect movements within a dozen kilometers around them. It is impossible not to be detected if you place a monitor in its territory. Therefore, this is a matter of luck. If you are lucky, it will not bother to pay attention to you. If you are unlucky, then you have to run as fast as you can and never think of fighting it head on. Brother Xue, I have read your information and know that you are an extremely outstanding martial arts genius, but believe me, you are absolutely impossible to be an enemy of this monster now. There is not even a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning. Don't have any strange ideas. Xue Jing nodded and said sincerely, don't worry, my motto is stability. I will definitely keep my tail between my legs throughout the border area and do nothing extra except for the mission. Shenda heard the sincerity in Xue Jing's words and nodded immediately, quite satisfied. The 3 members of the virtual blade team next to him scratched their heads, feeling that something was a little strange. Shenda took out a black bracelet from his coat pocket and handed it to Xue Jing. This is a recording bracelet. It will record what you see and hear in the border area in real time. There are human natives in this border area. Your second task is to try to contact and communicate with the natives. Of course, this task is secondary, and it doesn't matter if you don't complete it. Xue Jing took the black bracelet and put it on his hand. I will try my best. He nodded and said. Beiya had already given him the reward for this mission in advance. Beikai Gantao helped him upgrade his visualization to visualization truer, which was a great help to him. Although the purpose of giving Beikai Gantao as a reward was not pure, Xue Jing still appreciated it. He would do his best for this mission no matter what. This can also be regarded as a kind of investment. If he does a good job, Beiya may think of asking him for help next time. With Beikai Gantao as a precedent, the reward given next time will not be too bad. It would be best if he could enter the place where the 6th agency collects the divine relics and have a good enjoyment of them. The next morning. Boom! Exclamation mark. The volcano in the distance suddenly erupted, and the earth trembled faintly. In a separate small tent, Xue Jing opened his eyes and sat up from his sleeping bag. After he arrived at the camp by plane last night, he had a conversation with Dr. Shen. After getting the necessary equipment for the mission, he planned to enter the roaring waterfall immediately. But Dr. Shen said there was no rush, it was too late, and many staff members who controlled the instruments had to sleep, so he would go in tomorrow morning. So Xue Jing slept in the camp for a night. In the small tent, the air conditioner and air purifier made almost inaudible operating sounds. Xue Jing, who had a good sleep, stretched and stood up from his sleeping bag. He picked up the black tactical suit that Beiya specially customized for him and put it on. The tight tactical suit outlined his perfect figure like a sculpture of a god, with clear muscles, which was quite attractive. Putting on a gas mask and holding a pewter knife, Xue Jing walked out of the tent. Half an hour later, Xue Jing stared at the land in front of him, which was covered by a faint light curtain, with curiosity in his eyes. Behind him, dozens of agency personnel were running back and forth, operating various instruments. The recording bracelet test is complete. The cross-border vital sign sensing device test is complete. The indigenous language simultaneous interpretation headset test is complete. The agency personnel kept reporting the test results of Xue Jing's equipment to ensure that there was no mistake. The virtual blade next to him stared at Xue Jing a little nervously, fearing that he would be bounced away instantly when he stepped into the border. The Son of God is not troubled by pollution and alienation, but it is really hard to say whether he is a natural person. If so much effort is wasted, but Xue Jing can't even get in, then things will be interesting. All tests are completed, no abnormalities. With the last words of the agency personnel, everyone's eyes were on Xue Jing. If you run out of rations and can't get any more inside, you can come out at any time. There's a GPS at the exit, so you won't get lost. Remember, never confront that pure-blooded dragon head-on. Dr. Shen kept pressing a tablet while giving Xue Jing a few more words. Okay, you can go in, be careful. Xue Jing, who was wearing a black tactical suit, a Bluetooth headset on his left ear, and a large backpack on his back, smiled and nodded. Then I'll go. Go ahead, be careful, and we'll eat the flame crab together when you come out. The mandrill waved his hand. Be careful. Void Blade nodded. Xue Jing stepped into the light curtain in front of him and walked in without any hindrance. Seeing this, Void Blade breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, before she could feel at ease, something strange happened. But a ring of light suddenly fell from the sky, just covering the entire boundary of the roaring waterfall. The next moment, the entire junction was ablaze with light. Everyone at the scene involuntarily stretched out their arms to shield their eyes. After the light gradually disappeared, Dr. Shen looked at the junction in front of him, where the light curtain had been completely distorted, and his face changed. God 005 Mirror World. Reflection and fusion phenomenon. Why? How could it happen so suddenly? Void Blade frowned and said, "Drive Shen, what happened?" Dr. Shen's face was grim. This is bad. He didn't enter a pure junction, but a junction reflected and fused by the mirror world. He can't get out. Chapter 151. The natives of the border area kill the special creatures with divinity. Reflection and fusion? Void Blade asked doubtfully. Dr. Shen said with an unpleasant expression, that is a strange phenomenon caused by the contact between the two special products of the top 10 divine relics, God 005 Mirror World, and the Borderland. God 005 Mirror World is a thing that reflects reality and extends infinite possibilities. If the real world itself is likened to a mirror, then Mirror World is another mirror opposite to this world. When two mirrors are facing each other, infinite mirror images will be produced. In other words, in the process of mutual reflection, infinite virtual worlds will be born, and each virtual world symbolizes a certain possibility of the real world. Mirror World occasionally pulls people from the real world into the virtual world. Only by finding the flaws of the unreality in the virtual world can we escape from it and return to the real world. He quickly explained the general ability of God 005 and then said, "You also know that the Borderland is the final product of the overlap of the real world and the other world. It is something that is born after parts of the two worlds merge with each other. And reflection and fusion is a mirror world intervening in it. It first uses its own ability to reflect the virtual image of the boundary and then integrates this virtual image into the boundary. The boundary is originally a subworld that was born out of thin air. Its essence contains an illusory side. It is highly compatible with the virtual world and is very simple to integrate. After this phenomenon occurs, the boundary will undergo completely unpredictable changes. The most important point is that the boundary after reflection and fusion will inherit the characteristics of the virtual world, and it cannot be separated from it unless a flaw is found. And the flaw of the boundary is the core. A boundary without a core is equivalent to death and will not change. Therefore, only a boundary with a core that is still there will be reflected and integrated by the mirror world. And the core of the roaring waterfall is basically confirmed to be that pure-blooded dragon species. The mandrill scratched his head and said, "Can you just tell me the conclusion? I don't understand." Dr. Shen glanced at him and said slowly, "In short, this junction is no longer what we observed before. What changes will happen is unknown at present. And if Xue Jing wants to get out, he must find the flaw. The flaw is the core. If the core is a pure-blooded dragon species, he must kill the dragon species and destroy its core organs. The most serious problem is that he doesn't know this information yet, and we can't contact him now." In a fertile grassland, Xue Jing, wearing a black tactical suit and carrying a large backpack, stood in it. He was holding a palm-sized tablet in his hand, and a map was displayed on the screen. Huh? Didn't they say that there is GPS positioning at the exit? Why can't I see it? Xue Jing was a little confused. It is said that the two monitors that have been placed have no display on them. What the hell is going on? He was a little confused. Forget it. Maybe the signal is not very good here. Xue Jing put the tablet in his backpack and then looked around. This is the border. It's incredible. It's clearly the end of the world, but once you step in, you can hear the birds singing and the flowers blooming. It's like you've come to another world. He looked at the endless fertile grassland around him, the clean stream not far away, and the clear sky without clouds, and felt a little dazed. Xue Jing took off the gas mask on his face and breathed in the fresh air. He couldn't help but feel happy. After thinking for a while, he took out a cylindrical monitor from his backpack and pressed a hidden button on it. 8 mechanical claws immediately extended from the lower end of the cylinder. Xue Jing pointed the mechanical claws downward and placed the monitor on the grass. Immediately, the monitor began to click, like a spider with quick hands and feet, digging up the soil on the ground, digging out a small hole that just accommodated itself, and then drilled its entire body into it, leaving only a small head cover. Xue Jing took out the tablet from his backpack again, and opened the map to take a look. Compared to the nothingness just now, there is now a white dot on the map. With the dot as the center, a long bar extends out, rotating in a circle, like a sonar radar. Strange. The GPS system should be fine, and the signal is normal. Why can't I find the exit and the other two monitors? Xue Jing was a little confused. Forget it, I'll talk about it later. Xue Jing stretched, and was not very worried about the situation. Strong strength can make up for the inner fragility. With his strength at this moment, even if such an unexpected emergency occurs, there is almost no psychological fluctuation. Let's do it first. He untied the backpack on his body and snapped his fingers. The shadow under his feet suddenly had black airflow drawn out, condensed into black flames, and activated into a large crow. After handing the backpack to the crow, to hold it with its claws, Xue Jing randomly chose a direction and walked forward. Half an hour later, Xue Jing walked into a forest. The color of this tree is a bit strange. Do you want to try a contract? He was chewing on the compressed biscuits in his hand, while looking at the big tree in front of him, that was pale blue with fiery red leaves. He felt a little curious. Suddenly, from the depths of the forest came a roar of an animal he had never heard of, and a scream that was obviously human. Xue Jing's eyes moved, and after thinking for a while, he walked towards the direction where the sound came from. After passing a few bushes, there was an open space in front of him. In the open space, there was a strange monster with strange bumps all over its body, a very thick head, and a body that was twice as small as its head. The monster was the same size as an adult buffalo, and on its thick head was a big mouth that could almost open to its waist, covered with jagged fangs, like a lamprey. The beast's mouth was drooling, and in front of it was a girl with a terrified face, a little dark skin, and very cool clothes. Human natives? Xue Jing saw this, and was about to help and communicate with the natives. But at this moment, Alindaruka, Tomogu. The girl pointed at the monster. Xue Jing's headphones also interpreted the meaning of the girl's words. My dear Ruka, come on. As soon as the voice fell, a skinny yellow monkey came out from behind the girl, screaming and rushing towards the monster. Then it was slapped to the ground and beaten into a meat paste. Xue Jing. Hearing the girl's unbelievable scream, Xue Jing was a little speechless. I thought you could do something, but it turned out to be this little Karami. Xue Jing shook his head and pointed at the monster. In the large shadows in the forest, a thick black airflow was drawn out and condensed into countless sharp black spears, piercing the monster. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Countless sharp shadow flame spears immediately pierced the monster into a hedgehog, causing it to scream in pain. Xue Jing clenched his palm towards it and whispered, bloom. The shadow flame spears that had pierced into its body suddenly blossomed like a lotus, with countless black spikes piercing out of its body, and dark red blood splattered all over the ground. The monster's roar stopped abruptly. The girl stared at the scene in front of her in a daze, her beautiful eyes sluggish. Xue Jing walked towards her slowly, and at the same time, he instinctively opened the panel to take a look. Kill special creatures with divinity. Divinity plus 12 HMM. HMM. Chapter 152. Boring. I want to see rivers of blood. The divinity contained in the dragon seed. This thing, can it explode divinity? Xue Jing blinked, his heart beating uncontrollably. Although he had exploded divinity when he killed the CB Queen before, he was somewhat prepared, knowing that killing creatures at the border would most likely explode divinity. But when the facts were really in front of him, he was still shocked. 12 points of divinity? Then I'll kill 1,000,000 of them and clean up this border, and I'll ascend to immortality on the spot? Boring. I want to see a river of blood. JPG. No, wait a minute. Maybe it's just because this monster is special. Maybe there are not many of them. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Don't think too much for now. Slurp. Xue Jing wiped the non-existent saliva from the corner of his mouth, and his strong mind control made him barely regain his sanity. He touched his chin, First ask the natives if this monster has any family members, go to its home, and kill its entire family. It would be best if there was a large ethnic group. Just play the 9 clans elimination game on it. After thinking for a while, Xue Jing waved to the shadow flame crow that was holding the backpack with its claws next to him. The crow fluttered its wings and approached. Xue Jing took out a pair of ordinary frameless glasses from the backpack and put them on his face. Then he walked towards the young native girl who was still confused. When he got closer, he found that the native girl looked pretty good. She had short brown hair that reached her shoulders, and her clothes were very cool. She showed a healthy skin that was a little dark but very delicate. She was petite and slender, and her face had the characteristics of both East Asians and some Westerners. It was very delicate, like a mixed-race child. Hey. Xue Jing stretched out his hand and waved it twice in front of her, attracting the girl's attention. The native girl turned her head and looked at Xue Jing. She blinked, put her hands on her chest, and seemed to be relieved. She began to speak in a clear voice. After the simultaneous interpretation headset, Xue Jing also understood what she was saying. It was really too dangerous just now. I brought my Daruka to this forest for training, but I didn't expect to encounter the vomit beast. Did you save me? Thank you. As she said that, she turned her eyes to the shadow flame crow holding the backpack next to Xue Jing, and her eyes lit up. Is this your Daruka? It's so beautiful. Was it that got rid of the vomit beast just now? Xue Jing pushed his glasses and reached out to take out a Bluetooth headset from the small pocket on the side of the backpack. Then he reached out and lifted the right side of the girl's hair to put the headset on her. This move surprised the girl a little, but for some reason, she did not resist, but her body was a little stiff and let Xue Jing put on the headset for her. Well, that's good. Xue Jing nodded with satisfaction. Now, do you understand what I say? He said. The native girl listened to the simultaneous translation from the headphones in a daze, with shock in her eyes. What is this? So magical. It's talking in my ear. Xue Jing, this is a small prop from my hometown. It can be synchronized. After thinking about it, he gave up explaining. Anyway, if you wear this thing, we can communicate with each other. The native girl put a finger to her lips and asked curiously, I have never heard of the language you speak, and this dress is also a style I have never seen. Are you a foreigner from somewhere else? Xue Jing nodded. That's right. The native girl wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Xue Jing. Okay, it's my turn to ask you next. The girl looked at the shadow flame crow next to her with fondness, and then nodded obediently. Xue Jing glanced at her, pondered for a moment, and said, My name is Xue Jing. What's your name? The girl said in a clear voice, My name is Renia. Then she whispered, Xue Jing. What a difficult name to pronounce. Because of language habits, the pronunciation of these two words seemed quite difficult for her, and she pronounced them very non-standardly. Xue Jing, this is how we outsiders are called. You'll get used to it. After a pause, he continued, Renia, I just came here. Please introduce this land to me, a foreigner. Renia's eyes lit up. No problem. She stood up and patted the mud on her perky buttocks. After some communication, Xue Jing had a certain understanding of this border area. First of all, according to the native girl named Renia, there are 2 countries on this land. They are Magudorama and Migudorama. The literal translation is, this country here, and that country over there. The names are strange, but this is how it is translated in the simultaneous interpretation headset. According to Dr. Shen, since the interpretation headset was rushed, and still relatively rough, sometimes this kind of machine translation will occur. So Xue Jing manually adjusted and polished it, turning it into, this country, and, that country, which are faithful, accurate, and elegant. Renia is a citizen of this country. Although it is a country, it actually only has the territory of 1 city, and the total number of citizens does not even exceed 10,000. It is a very small country, and they call the border creatures such as vomit beasts Daruka. The people of this country will tame Daruka and turn them into their own pets, to help them work and fight. So that's it. It's a worldview similar to Pokemon. Xue Jing nodded and said suddenly, Pokemon? What is that? Renia was a little confused, but then shook her head and looked at the shadow flame crow flying next to Xue Jing with envy. Xue Jing, Your Daruka is so powerful, maybe even more powerful than a dragon. Xue Jing's eyes moved. Dragon? Is it that pure-blooded dragon? Have you seen a dragon? He asked. Renia nodded. Of course I have. Dragon is a sacred Daruka. Legend has it that all dragons are descendants of the dragon god. Among the people of this country, only the priestess of the dragon god is qualified to tame a dragon. Dragon god. Xue Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. Don't you even know the dragon god? He is the creator of this world, a true god. Renia pointed in a direction. Look, the dragon god lives there. Xue Jing looked in the direction of her finger. Boom. A thunderous explosion shook the earth, and a huge golden lightning bolt fell from the sky and landed in the distance, exactly where Renia pointed. The sacred roaring waterfall is where the dragon god lives, and the huge golden thunder is the roar of the dragon god. Renia put her hands in a prayer posture, with piety and a hint of sadness on her face. The dragon god is angry again. I hope this priestess can appease him and eliminate his anger. Xue Jing glanced at her, touched his chin, and suddenly said, "Why, are you the dragon god's priestess?" Renia was stunned. Huh? You? How do you know? She was shocked and stuttered a little. Obviously, she didn't seem to say anything yet, and she didn't intend to reveal her identity. How did she know this? Xue Jing looked strange. I just guessed. I feel it's a common routine. Renia scratched her cheek with her fingers. Although I don't know what you mean by routine, but you guessed it right. I'm indeed the dragon god's priestess. She put her hands on her hips and showed a proud expression. I didn't intend to reveal myself, but since you know about it, there's nothing I can do. In our country, my status is very honorable. Come on, outsider, come with me to this country. You saved this priestess' life, and I will treat you well. Xue Jing pushed his glasses and asked, didn't you say that the priestess of the dragon god can tame dragons? Why do you only have a monkey? Renia's expression froze, and she said weakly, that's because. Xue Jing touched her chin. You are not some kind of the most useless priestess of the dragon god in history, who can't tame a dragon at all. Renia stretched out her finger tremblingly, pointing at him in disbelief. Are you really a outsider? How do you know everything? Tell me quickly, are you a citizen of this country who is here to tease me, or a spy sent by that country? Xue Jing waved his hand. Just a random guess. Well, it's a very common routine. Renia dropped her hands in frustration and said numbly, yeah, I'm just a useless witch who can't even tame a dragon. Is that not okay? Xue Jing smiled and didn't respond to her, but asked, by the way, the monster that attacked you just now, what was it called? Renia patted her face, cheered herself up a little, and said, that's a vomit beast. It's a Daruka that uses spraying vomit as a means of attack. Its diet is very complicated. Eating different things will produce vomit with different effects. Xue Jing pondered for a moment and said, is this vomit beast very common? Renia, not very common, but there are quite a few, because the diet is very diverse, and the vomit beasts are distributed in a wide area, and you can see them almost everywhere. Oh, I see. Xue Jing nodded. Then we'll say goodbye here, and see each other again, if we are lucky enough. Renia was stunned. Ah. So sudden. Aren't you going to this country with me? Xue Jing, I wanted to go before, but now I have more important things to do. He also had a task, to interact more with the natives of the border area, but he didn't have time to take care of this task for the time being. After speaking, Xue Jing reached out to Renia's ear, parted her hair, took off the simultaneous interpretation headphones in her ears, and put them in his backpack. Then he turned and walked out of the forest, waving his hand with his back to Renia. Goodbye, Renia. Renia looked at his back, and the shadow flamed crow following him, and said blankly, oh. After Xue Jing walked away, she sighed with a complicated expression. Goodbye. Squeak. With one knife, the monster with a head like a mouse in front of him was cut into 2 pieces. Xue Jing's silver white pupils gradually faded. He opened the panel, looked at the interface without any prompts, and shook his head. It seems that not all creatures in the borderland contain divinity. Then how can we identify them? He was a little disappointed. More than 3 hours had passed since he separated from Renia. During these 3 hours, he rushed to place the monitors and killed all the non-human creatures he met on the road, at least killing dozens of creatures in the borderland. but he never saw the prompt of kill special creatures with divinity. Could it be that only the vomiting beast at the beginning had it? Then wouldn't his plan of killing them all, blood flowing into a river and ascending in broad daylight be ruined? Don't do that. Xue Jing took out a monitor from his backpack, turned it on, placed it on the grass, and let it dig a hole and drill into it. If we talk about divinity, that one must have it. His eyes turned to the distance in one direction. Boom boom. In the sky of a very far area, dark clouds rolled, and countless golden thunder and lightning were constantly flowing in the middle. Xue Jing touched his chin, his eyes thoughtful. I wonder how much divinity I can get by killing it. But, it's difficult. He shook his head. According to the Void Blade, even if this pure-blooded dragon is in its infancy, the minimum danger level will be above level 6. Level 6. The Sky Pirate leader with Icy met before, who used the original body to return to become the purple crystal giant wolf, was only about level 5. According to the exponential increase in danger level, the danger level of pure-blooded dragons is at least 32 times that of the Sky Pirate leader. This is just the minimum. If we have a head-on conflict, I will definitely not win now. But, there may be a chance. Xue Jing reached out and touched the 5 claws containing the power of the snake-killing vanguard that were kept close to his body in the pocket of his tactical uniform. This was given to him by Ning Fengwen before he left. The snake slayer has a restraining effect on dragon species. If we can find a way to drive these 5 things into the body of the pure-blooded dragon species, we may be able to kill it. Xue Jing was seriously thinking about the feasibility of this matter, when suddenly, roar, a dragon roar came from the sky. Xue Jing looked up at the source of the sound. A dark yellow flying dragon with wings on its back was roaring at him with a mouth full of sharp teeth. The wingspan of the flying dragon was about 5 or 6 meters, but its tail was ridiculously long, at least more than 15 meters, more than 4 times the length of its body, and the tip of its tail was inlaid with a double hammer-shaped cuticle. Dragon species? Xue Jing's eyes lit up. Roar. The flying dragon roared again, then flapped its wings, and dived towards Xue Jing at a high speed. Under the dynamic vision, enhanced by LV8 aiming, in Xue Jing's eyes, the speed of the flying dragon was not much faster than that of a turtle. He just slightly turned his body to avoid the flying dragon's move of riding on his face, then stretched out his right hand and grabbed its extremely long tail. With the force, spiral indentations appeared on his arm. Xue Jing's 5 fingers grasped the tail of the flying dragon, and the powerful force crushed the dragon scales on the tail, forming 5 deep finger marks. The flying dragon screamed and was about to struggle, but Xue Jing grabbed its tail and rushed forward, slashing it vertically towards the ground with great force. Swish, the flying dragon split the air like a spear, and a white wave spread to both sides. The weeds around were bent by the airflow. Bang! The flying dragon was smashed to the ground, and its whole body was embedded in the ground more than 2 meters deep, forming a dragon-shaped pit. It lay upright in the pit, motionless. Killing a special creature with divinity. Divinity plus 32. Xue Jing opened the panel and blinked. Oh. Chapter 153. The abnormality gathered in Xue Jing. The locals are too rude. Does this dragon have divinity? Surprised, Xue Jing released his grip on the dragon's tail, his eyes thoughtful. His grip was so strong that the dragon's tail was torn apart, its scales torn, flesh and blood squeezed out from both sides, and the bones inside were broken. What do dragons and vomit beasts have in common? Xue Jing squatted down and pulled the dragon out of the pit. Xue Jing walked from its tail to its head and looked at it carefully. The dead dragon had its tongue sticking out of the left side of its mouth, and its 2 eyeballs had burst out of its eye sockets under the strong impact, revealing only 2 bloody holes. According to Renier, all the dragons in this border area are descendants of the dragon god. So, one possibility is that only creatures in the border area with the blood of the dragon god have divinity in their bodies. In that case, maybe the vomit beast also has the blood of the dragon god in its body? Xue Jing touched his chin and thought. Let's assume this for now. In that case, there is another question. According to Bayaz's speculation, this pure-blooded dragon species is the core creature of the roaring waterfall. So, the reason why it has divinity is because pure-blooded dragon species have divinity, or because it has divinity, because it is a core creature? This cannot be confirmed for now. Anyway, Xue Jing looked at the flying dragon on the ground. Let's kill all the dragon species in this border area first. Outside, in the camp, the 3 members of the Void Blade team and Dr. Shen were gathered in the tent. That's what happened. Void Blade whispered to the shining silver bracelet on his hand. I know. Wu Yaoking's ethereal voice came from the bracelet without any emotion. After a moment of silence, she continued, you, Beiyap, are a department that specializes in handling abnormal events at the junction, but you are too amateurish. You didn't even prepare the mirror film, and didn't think about the possibility of being reflected by God 005. Why do you have to hope for the best? It was obviously a rebuke, but Wu Yaoking's voice remained as ethereal and calm as ever, making everyone at the scene feel a little uneasy. Zhu Ren thought about it and didn't say, it's very troublesome and expensive to prepare a mirror film covering dozens of kilometers. They can't afford it. Usually only some junctions above grade A will be covered with mirror film for a long time to refute. She knew very well that this Miss Wu was not unaware of the difficulty of this matter, but she had some emotions about them putting Xue Jing in danger. These accusatory words were just a simple venting of emotions, and she should just bear it silently. After all, this matter was basically a pure accident. Who knew that the timing chosen by the mirror world would be so coincidental that it would reflect and blend this junction the moment Xue Jing just entered? With the intelligence and rationality of Miss Wu, she obviously understood this truth. As Void Blade expected, Wu Yaoking did not make more accusations, but was silent for a while, then said, Xue Jing is destined to be in trouble. Only those with true vision can see that he has extremely complex abnormalities, just like a huge light source, which will attract all kinds of bugs to him. This time, it seems to be the same. You can't be blamed for anything. Everyone present heard this, and breathed a sigh of relief. If this matter aroused the anger of Miss Wu, they dared not even think about the consequences. Void Blade whispered, what should we do now, Miss Wu? I don't think a pure-blooded dragon will stop Xue Jing here. Wu Yaoking said, but at least let him know the current situation first. A pure-blooded dragon. The mandrill next to him twitched his mouth when he heard this. Only Miss Wu could say such a thing. Even if it was just a pure-blooded dragon in its infancy, it would take at least 3 White Crow squadrons to deal with it with a certain degree of confidence after sufficient preparation. No matter how powerful Xue Jing was, he could not defeat such a monster. Miss Wu was too confident in him. What should we do? Void Blade asked. Wu Yaoking said calmly, since it is a divine relic, we should also use divine relics to deal with it. Come to Qingcheng immediately. In the forest of Roaring Waterfall, Xue Jing cleared a piece of open space, cut some wood, and piled them together, and used a lighter to make a bonfire. I heard that the materials on the dragon are very expensive. At this moment, Xue Jing was holding the unsheathed futa knife and scraping off a large piece of flying dragon meat. This was the tail meat of that flying dragon. Dragon meat can only be eaten in high-end restaurants in the inner ring. It's a rare opportunity, so you have to try it. Xue Jing scraped the scales. The fine dark yellow dragon scales were scraped cleanly by the sharp futa knife under his superb knife skills. Yo, my knife skills are great. Xue Jing looked at the whole piece of tail meat without scales, and with wrinkled skin, and nodded with satisfaction. He stretched out his finger, and touched the dragon bone on the cut surface of the tail meat, and black flames ignited on his fingertips. Using the shadow flame to annihilate the bones and blood inside into nothingness, Xue Jing waved to the crow next to him, found various seasonings from the big backpack it was holding, and began to marinate the dragon meat. On the other side, in the forest, several figures were moving towards where Xue Jing was. Each of them was followed by a different kind of daruka. Some had 6 legs and looked like large crocodiles. Some had scales all over their bodies and crawled on the ground sniffing like hounds, and so on. And Ra, slow down and be more hidden. One of the tall men frowned and said, this is the territory of this country. If we are discovered by their patrol team, we will not be able to escape. The man named Enrover shrugged and said nonchalantly, don't worry, Captain Apova, the patrol team of this country is just a few people. How could we run into them? This forest is still the territory of the long-tailed dragon. According to their respect for dragons, they will not enter the forest without permission to disturb it. This job is too easy. Let's walk faster and capture the long-tailed dragon, as soon as possible and go back to sell it for drinking. The others also echoed, "That's right, Captain Apova is too cautious. We have been in this business for a long time. It's just catching a dragon and sprinkling some water. There is no need to be so nervous." Apova frowned, shook his head, and whispered, "I'm a little uneasy. I feel something is wrong. This forest is too quiet. Under normal circumstances, even in the territory of a dragon, we should be able to see a lot of Daruka, but we haven't seen any from the time we entered the forest until now." Seeing that the captain was a little nervous, and Luau was about to say something comforting. At this moment, suddenly, the scaly hound Daruka in the team seemed to smell something, stopped, bared his teeth, and growled in a warning voice. Seeing this, everyone's eyes became serious. "There is something ahead, be careful." Several people took a few steps forward cautiously, quietly pushing aside the grass that blocked their sight. Then, they saw the dragon. To be precise, it was the body of the dragon. The huge body with a tail of nearly 20 meters long was lying quietly on the ground, and the tail was cut off from the middle, and it seemed that there was a piece missing. Next to the dragon's body, there was a man in strange clothes sitting. He was holding a stick with a piece of meat on it, roasting it on a bonfire, sizzling, and oil and water kept dripping out, looking quite tempting. "Isn't that a long-tailed dragon?" And Luau's eyes widened. Someone got there first. "Wait, that guy actually roasted it. Is he going to eat the dragon?" Everyone was shocked. Dragons have a very special status in this world. All dragons are descendants of the dragon god and have sacred blood. Although the country of that country is not as strict as this country where only priestesses are qualified to tame dragons, no one dares to do such a thing as eating a dragon. Is that man crazy? He will be cursed to death by the dragon god for doing such a thing. That will be condemned by God. What should we do now? The group looked at each other. The mission target was robbed, and it was a madman who dared to eat a dragon. Or let's retreat. I haven't seen his Daruka before, but it looks like it's not easy to mess with. Someone noticed the crow flapping its wings next to the madman and whispered. Captain Apova thought about it and was about to give an order. At this time, the madman seemed to inadvertently look in the direction where they were hiding. Not good. Apova's heart skipped a beat, and he was about to remind everyone to prepare. But before they could make any move, a dozen blackfins suddenly emerged from the shadows of the forest and swam towards them quickly. Then, sure, a dozen black sharks jumped out of the water and rushed towards them, opening their huge mouths and biting each person and each Daruka accurately. Ah. What is this? No, don't bite me. Captain Apova, save me. In panic, everyone found that these black sharks did not tear off their flesh and blood as imagined after biting them, but turned into black steel sills, like springs, wrapping around their whole bodies, tying all of them into caterpillars. Xue Jing stood up, holding the roasted dragon meat in his hand, and walked towards the group of natives he had captured. As he walked, he took a bite of the roasted dragon meat in his hand, tasted it carefully, and nodded. The taste is okay, the juice is quite rich, the meat is tough but not dry, the taste is not bad. Eating dragon meat, Xue Jing walked to the group of natives, swallowed the food in his mouth, and said in a flat tone, "You locals are too rude to hide beside and peek at others eating." The natives looked at each other. What is he saying? I haven't heard of the language. Is he a foreigner? What should I do? This lunatic who dares to eat dragon meat, will he eat us too? Xue Jing frowned, ate all the dragon meat in a few bites, and then threw away the stick in his hand. He took out the simultaneous interpretation headset from the backpack held by the crow, and put it on the person who seemed to be the leader of the group of natives. Now, can you understand? Xue Jing said lightly. Captain Apova listened to the voice coming from the headset and his eyes widened. I understand. I understand. So, what do you want to do by spying on me here? Xue Jing said with his arms crossed and looking down at him. Noticing that Xue Jing's tone seemed to have a hint of hostility, Captain Apova quickly said, "We are the dragon catching group from that country. We came here to capture the long-tailed dragon, the lord of this forest. We really didn't mean to peek at you, and we don't have any malicious intentions." Xue Jing touched his chin. Dragon catching group? Apova nodded quickly and said, "Yes, the dragon catching group. We make a living by catching dragons and selling them to the upper nobles of that country." Xue Jing's eyes lit up. So, you are very professional? Professional? Apova was stunned for a moment. Yes, professional. Xue Jing immediately showed a friendly smile, stretched out his hand, and lifted him up from the ground like a chicken, making him stand up straight. Then he helped him brush off the dust on his body, put his hand on his shoulder, and said with a smile, "Look at what happened. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. By the way, since you are professionals, do you have any way to find dragons?" Apova first sighed at the man's strong strength, and then was a little scared by Xue Jing's sudden change of attitude, and said nervously, "I have a distribution map of dragon territories. I have slowly investigated over the years, if you need it." Xue Jing heard this, patted his shoulder hard, and said sincerely, "Good brother. You locals are too polite. It's really a country of etiquette. It's hard to refuse such a kind invitation, so I won't be polite. In return, how about I treat you to dragon meat?" Apova immediately shook his head wildly, almost shaking out sparks. No, it's good to be able to help you, you see." He pointed his chin at the black steel fence tied to his body. Xue Jing smiled and snapped his fingers. The shadow flame steel threshold on everyone's body dissipated instantly. Seeing this, Apova breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly took out an old scroll map from his pocket, spread it out, and handed it to Xue Jing. Xue Jing looked up, and saw a very clear map with red dots everywhere on the map, some large and some small, and indigenous words were written next to each red dot. "Look, this is where we are now. This is the territory of the long-tailed dragon." Apova pointed to a red dot on the map and said, "The center is a roaring waterfall. The closer the dragon is to the waterfall, the stronger it is, like here, and here." He pointed to several thick red dots near the center of the map. "The dragons living in these places are very terrifying. It's best not to get close. We usually choose the periphery to capture dragons." After Apova's explanation for a while, Xue Jing basically understood how to read the information on this map. "That's roughly it." Xue Jing looked at the map and nodded with satisfaction. "Thank you so much. I'm glad I can help you," Apova said cautiously. "Then, can we leave?" Xue Jing waved his hand at him. "Let's go. Are you sure you don't want to have a bite of dragon meat? It's delicious." No. Apova shook his head quickly. "Then we'll leave first." He took off his headphones and handed them to Xue Jing. Then he said to everyone, "Retreat." After that, he walked out of the forest first. The others were silent, without saying a word, and followed Apova. The group walked slowly at first. When they were away from Xue Jing for a distance, and confirmed that he would not chase them, they immediately ran away, and rushed out of the forest. Apova ran the fastest among them. "Captain Apova, wait for us." In the forest, Xue Jing didn't care about the movements of the natives, but just spread out the map, and looked at it. "Well, start by clearing the outside, then slowly clearing the inside, starting with here." He looked at the small red dot closest to him. "The updates have been lagging again in the past 2 days. I will try to update more tomorrow." Chapter 154. Huge Harvest, Crazy Liver, Skyrocketing Experience Points and Divinity. In a valley, covered with yellow sand, Xue Jing placed an unfolded monitor on the ground and let it dig holes in the lowest with its 8 mechanical claws. He took out the tablet from the backpack held by Shadow Flame Crow and looked at the map displayed on it. At this moment, there were 3 white dots separated by a distance on the map, indicating that he had placed 3 monitors in the border area. Why does it feel like this border area is much larger than originally predicted? Xue Jing jumped up the cliff with a few leaps and stood on a large rock more than 3 meters high, looking into the distance. With his eyesight, that was enough to see tens of kilometers away. He couldn't see the boundary of this world. According to the information that White Crow had given him before, the total area of Roaring Waterfall should be between more than 500 and more than 1,300 square kilometers. If this border area is roughly a circle, the diameter of 1,300 square kilometers is only a few dozen kilometers. With his eyesight, as long as there is nothing blocking his sight, even if he stands at the edge of the border and looks at the farthest side, he should be able to see the border clearly. Something is wrong. According to the map of dragon species distribution, it is not right either. Xue Jing took out the map he got from the leader of the dragon catching group and spread it out to check. From the forest of the long-tailed dragon's territory to the nearest dragon species territory, I walked at least 7 kilometers. He stretched out his hand to measure the distance between the long-tailed dragon's territory and the valley where he was at the moment. It was about half a finger's length. On the entire map, the 2 red dots farthest from each other were separated by the length of an adult's arm. If the length of half a finger is 7 kilometers, the farthest dragon species territories are at least 100 kilometers apart. This is just the distribution map of dragon species territories, not the world map within this border. This area is obviously far beyond the area in Beiya's information. Xue Jing looked thoughtful. Either the surveyors of Beiya are too unprofessional and the data errors are too outrageous, or there is something unusual that I don't know about. He thought of the abnormality when he first entered the border area. The GPS at the exit and the 2 monitors that were originally placed are not displayed on the tablet. It seems that something I don't know about has happened. Xue Jing sat down cross-legged on the rock, burning a ball of black flame in his hand, throwing it up and down. He looked at the horizon. A long snake-like figure was flying towards the direction of the valley. Don't think about anything else for the time being. The boat will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridge. The first task now is to first destroy all the dragon species in this border area and explode the divinity. The long snake-like figure flew from the horizon to the front of the valley, revealing its full appearance. It was a dragon without claws, wings, a single horn on its head, covered with dark red smooth scales, and a snake-like body. Dragon species have very easy to identify characteristics. First of all, its body surface must be covered with scales. Its head must have a dragon horn. Its eyes must have vertical pupils. The last and most recognizable point is that dragon species can definitely fly. Their flight relies on their natural anti-gravity biological force field. Even if they have wings, they are only used to assist in flying, not to take off with wings. This is the dragon species marked on the map. Xue Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. At this time, the red-scaled dragon species that flew close also noticed that there was a little bug sitting on the rock on the cliff that dared to invade its territory without knowing the consequences. Roar. It immediately flew close to Xue Jing and let out a dragon roar that shook the entire valley. Visible airflow fluctuations spewed out from its mouth, and the strong wind blew Xue Jing's hair into a big bag. Xue Jing stroked his hair and frowned slightly. You are a bit arrogant. Countless black airflows were drawn out from the shadows and rushed to his shoulders, igniting large-scale black flames on them. Then, a giant hand, 7 or 8 meters long, and wearing exquisite hand armor, suddenly stretched out from the black flames and grabbed the red-scaled dragon flying in the sky. The red-scaled dragon's entire snake-like body was pinched by the huge palm, and it could not make a sound. It kept struggling and twisting its body, and opened its mouth towards Xue Jing. Crack. With a crisp sound, the body of the red-scaled dragon was flattened, and blood and flesh were squeezed out from the inside to the top and bottom. A cloud of blood mist suddenly burst out of its tail, and its head opened its mouth, vomiting blood and flesh fragments from its mouth. Killed a special creature with divinity. Divinity plus 29 done. Let's go find the next one. Xue Jing spread out the map in his hand and reached out to touch the red dot closest to the current position. Just go around in a circle like this. First clear all the outside, then gradually clear the inside. Solve it one circle at a time. 2 days later, Xue Jing, wearing a black tactical suit, walked on the water and rushed across a large lake. With every step he took, a thin plate of shadow flame would emerge under his feet, and the whole person was like a sharp arrow, shooting forward. As he moved forward, the violent airflow he stirred up directly split the lake's surface in 2 directions, and the white waves left a clear dent on the lake's surface behind him, which was filled by the lake water a few seconds later. But even though his speed has reached the extreme, there are still things faster than him. Under the lake, in the reflection of the sun, a huge black shadow is slowly approaching him, gradually coming to his feet. The black shadow looks like a giant fish that is more than 10 meters long, constantly swinging its tail. As it gradually approaches Xue Jing, its body becomes more and more obvious and larger, until a certain moment, bang, the lake surface exploded, and a huge fish with wings on its ribs, a hexagonal head, and golden scales all over its body shining in the scorching sun suddenly jumped out of the water. Roar. With the sound of a dragon roaring, the strange fish opened its mouth full of sharp teeth towards Xue Jing and pounced on him. Xue Jing's expression did not change. He lightly tapped his toes, stepped on the thin plate of shadow flame, and shot into the sky, just avoiding this pounce. Crack, the huge mouth closed in the air, and the lake water scattered, making a huge sound that made people's teeth ache. Xue Jing flipped his body in the air, head down, and stepped on the thin shadow flame plate condensed under his feet again, and the whole person went to the strange fish below. The black airflow gathered on his right arm, ignited black flames, and turned into a armored hand. Then he stretched out his palm, and made a hand-piercing gesture. Spiral indentations appeared on the whole arm. Tornado thunder piercing. The armored hand had extremely sharp black claws, combined with the spiral compression force of the tornado thunder, forming an extremely powerful penetrating force. Because the strange fish jumped out of the water, countless water droplets filled the air, were immediately sucked over by this spiral force, forming a water tornado. Squeak. The hand piercing contacted the scales on the head of the strange fish. After a stalemate of about half a second, it crushed the scales and penetrated into the head of the strange fish, penetrating nearly half a meter into its hard skull, but because the skull was too thick, it failed to penetrate completely. Roar. With a painful groan, the strange fish began to swing its body wildly in the air. Xue Jing grabbed the scales on the top of the fish's head with his left hand to hold it, so that his body would not be thrown away. The armor on his right hand, that had penetrated into the fish's body, was deactivated and burned into black flames again. Boom. The pure shadow flames kept annihilating the fish's skull, burning a hole as thick as an arm, that went straight to its brain. Sensing the danger of death, the fish groaned, and its scales were lifted up, like a cat with its fur standing on end. Under all the lifted scales, there was a small black hole. Combined with the raised fine scales, it looked dense and extremely terrifying. Xue Jing got goosebumps all over his body when he saw this scene, and he immediately developed symptoms of claustrophobia. Squeak. From the countless densely packed small holes, a stream of water shot out like a laser. Xue Jing saw that the situation was not good, and black flames ignited all over his body, turning into a gorgeous armor that covered his entire body. Even so, under this laser water cannon with a power comparable to that of an armor-piercing projectile, countless holes were directly punched into the armor, which were imprinted on the dragon scale skin that he had condensed with his running strength. Dang 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 dang. With the sound of metal colliding, the water cannon was blocked by the dragon scale skin, and Xue Jing felt a slight numbness and pain all over his body. He did not stop his movements, and immediately put his two hands into the hole that he had just dug with a wind and thunder hand. Then, with a burst of strength, the dragon-shaped energy came out of his body and wrapped around him, and the whole person rotated at high speed like a drill, turning golden scales. Roar. In the painful screams of the strange fish, its head was covered with blood and flesh, and the pieces of flesh were constantly squeezed out by the drill and scattered, causing a bloody rain around, dyeing the lake red. After a few seconds, Xue Jing's whole body went into the brain hole, and the strange fish stopped struggling and fell into the lake, splashing a huge ball of water. Everything calmed down. A few seconds later, the red lake exploded, and a figure jumped out of the lake, treading on the water and running towards the shore. After reaching the shore, Xue Jing circulated his strength and shook it. The blood all over his body suddenly exploded and turned into water mist and raindrops, soaking the surrounding ground. He shook his hair, and the water on his hair was also shaken off, and his whole body suddenly became dry and refreshed. Xue Jing exhaled lightly, feeling a little tired. He opened the panel and took a look. Kill special creatures with divinity. Divinity plus 91. Possessing divinity. 1029. The closer to the center, the higher the danger level of dragon species. Xue Jing's eyes showed thought. In the past 2 days, he has been hunting dragon species non-stop. Now among the dragon species distributed on the map, from the outside to the inside, he has cleared 2 circles and killed nearly 30 dragon species in total. From the casual killing of the outer dragons at the beginning to the strange fish-shaped dragon that took him a lot of effort to kill just now, Xue Jing obviously felt that it was getting harder and harder. From this point of view, I'm afraid that I may not be able to defeat the 3 around the roaring waterfall. Xue Jing spread out the map he took out from his backpack and touched the 3 thick red dots in the center with his fingers. However, I may not be able to defeat them now, but it may not be the case in 2 days, Xue Jing said softly. It was very hard to brush divinity in the past 2 days, but the gains were also great. Not only the gains in divinity, but the continuous actual combat and death battles also brought a wave of experience explosion to his regular skills. Fitness LV10, 1261 / Health LV8, 5402 / 6000, Cooking LV6, 2120 / 3000, Running LV8, 2169 / 6000, Charm LV10, 10,000 plus / Aiming LV8, 3596 / 6000, Fighting LV8, 3623 / 6000, Hidden Dragon Power LV7, 4521 / 9000, Visualization True LV6, 988 over 7000, Weaponry LV7, 4197 / 4500, Swimming LV5, 533 over 2000, Riding LV4, 499 over 1200, Acting LV5, 355 over 2000. Among them, Fitness gained the most, with nearly 6000 experience points, directly reaching LV10 and meeting one of the conditions for sublimation. After reaching LV10, the experience points that turned into question marks also solved the puzzle for Xue Jing. It seems that the upper limit of regular skills is LV10, and Charm is not an exception. Perhaps only after sublimating the skills can it continue to improve. Unfortunately, he has met the 3 conditions required for fitness sublimation, LV10 and 1000 divinity, but the last condition is unknown. It still shows conditions are insufficient. Otherwise, he could have sublimated fitness on the spot. In addition to fitness, the experience points gained from other skills are also huge. Running gained nearly 4000 experience points and was upgraded to LV8. Health Preservation gained more than 3000. Aiming gained more than 3000. Fighting gained more than 3000. And Hidden Dragon Strength gained nearly 4000. Visualization True was upgraded to LV6, and the 3 skills of Swimming, Riding, and Acting also gained a lot of experience points, each of which was upgraded by 1 level. He has worked so hard. From the time he got the panel until now, he has never grown so fast. His basic strength has improved a lot. After closing the panel, Xue Jing, who felt deeply satisfied, reached into the backpack held by the crow, rummaged around for a while, and took out a monitor. This is the last one. Xue Jing touched the inside of the backpack and found that it was empty. For 2 days, he placed a monitor at intervals according to Dr. Shen's request. Now all the nearly 30 monitors in the backpack are gone. Each monitor can cover an area of about 110 square kilometers. According to the original plan, 30 monitors are more than enough. Xue Jing turned on the monitor and let it take root in the soil. But now, the monitors are obviously far from enough. The primary task of entering this junction has failed. Xue Jing shook his head. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Let's kill all the dragon species first. At worst, we can find a way to kill the dragon god. Once the core creatures are dead, the border will no longer change. Then there will be no need for the monitors. I'm obsessed with watching MSI. I haven't watched a game for a long time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 155 God 1108, Shadow Flame LV6, Shadow Technique Killing Dragon. Outside, in the tent, Dr. Shenda looked at the small mirror held by Xu Ren, who had just returned to the camp, with curiosity in his eyes. Is this mirror God 1108? He subconsciously reached out to the mirror and couldn't help wanting to touch it and study it. As a scientific researcher, he has a desire to explore far beyond ordinary people. The existence of divine relics, which transcend the laws of the world, has an extraordinary attraction for any scientific researcher, especially for his professional exploration of the borderland. To be precise, it's not this mirror. Xue Ren said calmly. The mirror itself is just an ordinary mirror. There is nothing special about it. What's special is what is hidden in the mirror. God 1108 The man in the mirror. Taking the mirror from Xue Ren, Dr. Shen looked at the mirror surface, and his own appearance was reflected in the mirror. He reached out and knocked on the mirror, making a crisp sound, and said curiously, I have seen many strange divine relics, but this is the first time I have come into close contact with a biological divine relic. This type of divine relic is generally extremely dangerous, and it has its own consciousness. Before Dr. Shen finished speaking, the picture in the mirror suddenly changed. In the mirror, there was a little man on his shoulder. He looked about 11 or 12 years old, a little boy with a delicate face and tired eyes with impatience. The boy was about 10 centimeters tall, wearing a set of children's pajamas embroidered with cartoon bears, holding a small pillow, and looked like a little goblin in myths and legends. Hey, don't knock on the door when people are sleeping, it's so noisy. The little boy said dissatisfiedly, and his voice came out clearly from the mirror. Dr. Shen scratched his head. Sorry. He turned his head and looked at his shoulder in reality, and there was no little boy on it. The man in the mirror is the opposite of us. It can be said to be a strange life form living in a mirror. Void Blade said. It has the ability to move in all mirror surfaces, glass, crystal, water surface, anywhere, as long as it involves a mirror surface in concept, it can enter, which naturally includes the mirror world. Let it enter the roaring waterfall and inform Xue Jing of the current situation. The man in the mirror rubbed his eyes and said in a childish voice, entering the mirror world is also a dangerous thing for me. It is above me. Once I enter it, I cannot leave it on my own. Are you sure that the man named Xue Jing can break the mirror world? You didn't lie to me. The handsome face of the little boy in the mirror showed doubt. Xue Jing is the elite among the elites of our 6th organization. Void Blade replied without changing his face and tone. As long as he understands his situation, he will definitely be able to solve the problem. Don't worry. The man in the mirror crossed his arms and snorted. I don't know how many times I have been deceived by you humans, but I won't believe this easily. After a pause, it continued. It's just that I have no choice. Wu Yaoqing, that little girl, promised me that, as long as I help her this time, she will give me freedom. She is a rare human who keeps her word, so I will believe her for the time being. Similarly, I will also believe what she believes in Xue Jing for the time being. Let's go. There is no time to lose. Take me there. Dr. Shen thought for a while and said, don't you need to sleep for a while? He still wanted to study this divine relic for a while. The little boy standing on his shoulder in the mirror glared at him. I'm a light sleeper and I'm easily awakened. I can't fall asleep after waking up. Do you understand, insomniacs? You are still dressed like a human being, pretending to be an intellectual. Dr. Shen said awkwardly, I'm a doctor for the time being. In the border area, this country. On a rather rugged road, a group of more than a dozen people and various Darukas were walking forward. Mr. Miko, please don't walk so fast. If you stay away from me, I won't be able to protect you in time. A middle-aged man looked at Renia, who was walking in front with her head down, and said in a faint voice, with your current strength that has not even tamed a dragon, I'm afraid any random, thumb-level, Daruka can kill you. Please don't be willful, take your own noble life as the most important, and don't make things difficult for us servants. The fact that you sneaked out a few days ago made us scolded by the witch. Renia curled her lips when she heard this, but she just slowed down her pace and said honestly, oh. Her honest look made the middle-aged man look disappointed. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he just sighed. This is the last time our patrol will help you. If you still can't tame the dragon, you. Renia lowered her head, making it impossible to see her expression. I know this is the fate of a witch. I'm ready to devote myself to the dragon god at any time. Her voice was very calm, making it impossible to hear her emotions. The middle-aged man was silent. I think the witch is tired. There is a stream ahead. The Darukas also need water. Let's take a rest there. A middle-aged woman with a gentle appearance said. It's strange. We have been looking for so long, but we didn't see a single dragon. Long-tailed dragons, red-scaled dragons, and bearded dragons should all be in this area. Renya spread her hands innocently and said, maybe they were all called by the dragon god to the roaring waterfall for a family dinner? A group of more than a dozen people came to the stream to rest. Renia held a Daruka like a puppy and walked to the stream to wash her face. The clear stream kept flowing down, and a few small fish were hiding in the cracks between the rocks at the bottom of the stream. Renia put the puppy aside and let it drink water by itself while she squatted down. The water reflected her beautiful appearance, and she scooped up a handful of stream water and soaked her face. The cool and comfortable feeling made her feel a little refreshed, and the irritability in her heart also dissipated a lot. After wiping the water stains on her face, Renia opened her eyes. At this time, she suddenly found that there seemed to be something more in the reflection of the clear water. Above her head in the water, it seemed that there was a little person sitting on her head, shaking her little feet. Renia was stunned. What is it? On a certain mountain, Xue Jing was hiding behind a huge rock. At this moment, he looked a little embarrassed, and his black tactical uniform was tattered everywhere, and the rips were burnt and twisted. His half-long black hair curled slightly, as if it had been touched by fire. Most of the exposed skin was also red, and some places even had blisters. He pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, poked his head slightly from behind the big rock, and looked up at the sky. A dragon species that was red all over, with flames burning on its scales, more than 10 meters long, with wings on its back, and looked like a giant dragon in Western legends, was hovering in the sky. It's a bit difficult to deal with. The temperature of the fire spit out by this fire dragon is too high. It seems to have some strange magical properties. The armor formed by the shadow flame was melted in an instant. Xue Jing's eyes were thoughtful. Should I fight it in a long-range battle? Or? He opened the panel and took a look. Possessing divinity. 1249. After the strange fish dragon species in the lake, he killed 2 more dragon species, each one more difficult than the other. The fire dragon he encountered now was the 3rd one, and its position was closer to the center than the strange fish dragon species. The combat power is also proportional to the position, far exceeding the strange fish dragon species. After the fight started, Xue Jing was accidentally sprayed by its dragon breath flames, and the shadow flame armor was directly melted. If he hadn't activated the twin speed in time, ran fast enough, and escaped from the attack range of the dragon breath in time, he would not have had more than just these small burns on his body. The current divinity is enough to upgrade the shadow flame to LV6. Do you want to upgrade? Xue Jing hesitated. In fact, he wanted to use this divinity to sublimate fitness. It's just that the 3rd sublimation condition of fitness has not been met yet, so it can't be sublimated. This fire dragon, with my current strength, it's not impossible to deal with it, but it would be safer if the shadow flame is upgraded to another level. Let's upgrade the shadow flame first, and use the divinity when necessary, and then earn it later. Anyway, there are still many dragon species that haven't been killed. Xue Jing thought, and clicked on the upgrade on Shadow Flame. Shadow Flame LV6, divinity required for upgrade. 49/2000, above the sky. The fire dragon kept circling, its vertical pupils scanning the surroundings, eyes filled with anger, searching for the annoying little bug. It was not patient, and after searching for a while, it gave up this inefficient method. Then, its mouth began to emit a faint flame. Roar. Along with the sound of the dragon's roar, a thick column of flaming dragon breath spit out from its mouth and swept across the ground. Boom boom boom. Wherever the flaming dragon breath passed, the rocks melted and the trees evaporated, just like an eraser scratching a piece of paper full of words, plowing a huge gully on the mountain. The dragon's breath was spit out one after another, destroying the entire mountain into a mess, and everywhere was magma formed by the melting of rocks and soil. The big rock where Xue Jing was hiding was also melted when the dragon's breath accidentally passed by, but he himself disappeared without a trace. After the fire dragon plowed the entire surface of the mountain, it looked at the mountain in front of it, which was covered with magma, and turned into a big red cake, and was a little confused. Could it be that the little bug had been accidentally burned to death by it? Why couldn't it be found anywhere? The wings behind the fire dragon stopped flapping, and it controlled the biological force field and slowly floated down to the mountain. Its feet burning with flames grasped in the magma, and it sniffed and captured the smell with its keen nose. There was really nothing else except the pleasant smell of coke and sulfur. It seemed that the little bug had been melted into slag under its powerful flames. The fire dragon snorted proudly, and 2 flames shot out of its nostrils. It flapped its huge wings and was about to take off. But in the blind spot of its sight that it didn't notice, a shadow was moving quietly, following its right foot stepping on the ground, and slowly climbed onto its back. Just as the fire dragon flapped its wings and took off from the ground, in the shadow on its back, a figure was slowly rising from the shadow. He was wearing full coverage black armor, with sharp bone spurs growing on the joints and back. The only exposed part of his body was a pair of indifferent silver-white divine eyes. He looked ferocious and gorgeous. The quietly burning black flames dotted the armor, as if the whole body was releasing dark air currents, like a dark knight who walked out of the underworld and guarded the beautiful queen of the underworld. Living in the shadow, Xue Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. The moment the shadow flame rose to LV6, he instinctively learned a new way to use this shadow flame. He could hide in the shadow and move in the shadow. Unfortunately, it seems that, because the flesh has to be transformed into a shadow, this move consumes a lot of energy, and he glanced at the shadow flame gauntlet on his right hand that was being repaired. It can't be immune to damage, but the concealment is full. Xue Jing raised his hands above his head. The black flames quietly gathered and burned in his hands, turning into a pitch black spiral spear. After LV6, the weapon transformed by Shadow Flame is far superior to the previous one in terms of both the fineness of the appearance and the strength of the material. The silver-white pupils turned into vertical pupils. In the vision of the eyes, faint lines and dots appeared on the back of the fire dragon. The spiral dents spread on the arms, extending to the chest and neck. Today, his body strength is enough to withstand the threefold output of the tornado. Add the power of the twins, and it will be 6 times. Swish. The spiral spear rotated, reducing the influence of air resistance to the extreme, and pierced out like a meteor, piercing the back of the fire dragon below. The hard scales burning with flames were easily pierced, like piercing a piece of butter, penetrating deep into the body without any hindrance. Roar. Amid the shrill screams of pain and dragon roars, the fire dragon struggled madly, flying around in the air quickly. Xue Jing held the spiral spear that pierced into the fire dragon's body with both hands, grabbed the handle, and twisted it a circle. The sharp spear suddenly changed shape inside the fire dragon, blooming like a lotus, and countless black thorns kept extending from the spear, piercing the inside of the fire dragon's body. Roar. The people of this country who were resting by the stream suddenly heard a shrill dragon roar that was enough to shake the earth. All the Daruka accompanying them immediately trembled and lay on the ground, making a gesture of absolute submission. Is that the fire dragon? The middle-aged man looked at the fire dragon that was flying and struggling in the sky in surprise. This is one of the strongest offspring of Lord Dragon God. What happened? It seems to be screaming. The middle-aged woman next to him said with wide eyes and some disbelief. Renia, who was holding a bowl of water, noticed that there seemed to be a figure standing on the back of the fire dragon, who looked a little familiar. That is, she murmured in some confusion. Chapter 156 Dragon Knight, Full Moon Sword Key, Contact with Xue Jing's Mirror Man. The fire dragon struggled frantically in the sky, burning with raging flames, trying to burn Xue Jing on its back to death or throw him off. However, the shadow flame, which had already risen to the level of LV6, had activated materials with strength that was no longer comparable to before. At this time, Xue Jing covered his entire body with armor, and the flames that exploded on the fire dragon's body were not as powerful as the dragon breath that came out of its mouth. One was stronger than before, and the other was weaker. The result was naturally different from before. The shadow flame armor firmly blocked the burning of the flames, only melting at a slow speed, and could even be repaired at any time. Xue Jing endured the burning, and the armor on his body extended several black shadow tentacles, tied up the fire dragon, and fixed himself firmly on the back of the fire dragon to prevent him from being thrown off. Then he held the black spiral spear that had pierced into the fire dragon's body and twisted it again. The countless black thorns that bloomed in the fire dragon's body like lotus flowers returned to their original appearance under this twist, turning into black flames and bursting into flames in the fire dragon's body. Roar. The fire dragon let out a more tragic cry of pain, and its internal organs began to be annihilated continuously, as if a terrifying beast was constantly gnawing at its body. Even so, until the entire spiral spear was completely turned into black flames and consumed, the fire dragon was still alive and kicking, struggling more and more violently, with an amazing vitality. Xue Jing was a little surprised, but his hands did not stop moving. The black airflow was drawn out from the shadow under him, ignited black flames, turned into rains, and put on the fire dragon's mouth and neck. Although it had never been exposed to the concept of riding, the fire dragon instinctively understood the humiliation of Xue Jing's actions at this moment. It immediately roared angrily, and struggled to get rid of the shadow flame rains on its body. Evil beast, you were very happy spitting just now. Xue Jing wrapped the reins around the palms of both hands a few times, and then pulled hard. The veins in his arms were bulging. With his powerful martial arts, the physical strength of fitness level 10, the double strength of twin power, and the control over the creature under his crotch brought by riding, he was able to surpass the fire dragon in brute force, and pulled its head back. Roar. The angry dragon roar shook the sky. On the other side, the people of this country were watching the abnormality of the flame-crying dragon in the distant sky, and they were all shocked. It seems that there is someone on the flame-crying dragon. Wait, what is he doing? Rope. He put the rope on the flame-crying dragon's head. Is that a rein? How dare he use the offspring of the dragon god as a mount? Everyone kept exclaiming. Not to mention the disrespectful behavior of that person. How did he manage to sit on the flame-crying dragon? Is he from that country? Hiding in the shadow of a big tree, holding a bowl of water, Renia looked at the figure on the back of the flame-crying dragon in the sky, stunned. Oh. I didn't expect that the human natives in your border area are quite powerful. A magical thing happened. The bowl of water held by Renia actually spoke, with a childish voice and a hint of surprise in its tone. It has reached the level of a single person hunting high-risk dragon species. Renia looked down at the surface of the bowl of water in her hand. Her beautiful appearance was reflected in the water surface, and on her left shoulder, a little person less than 10 centimeters tall was sitting, shaking his little feet, and looking up at the sky. Just now, she met this magical creature living in the reflection in the water surface by the stream. This magical creature called himself Mirror Man. Renia regarded it as a very special, talking, and human-like Daruka native. For some reason, the Mirror Man spoke a language that Renia had never learned, but she could understand the meaning of his words. She thought about it, and said hesitantly with some uncertainty, that person should not be a native here, but a foreigner. The person in the mirror perked up. Foreigner? Huh. From what you said, you know him? The person in the mirror asked doubtfully. Renia scratched her head. I'm not sure if the one on the back of the flame-crying dragon is him, but I do know a stranger. Just 3 days ago. The person in the mirror and the reflection on the water surface immediately stood up on Renia's shoulder, grabbed her hair with her little hands, and hurriedly said, "What's his name? Is it Xue Jing?" Renia was stunned. Ah, it's Xue Jing. Yes, how did you know? The young face of the person in the mirror was happy, traveling through the iron. Oh, it hasn't been worn out yet. It's easy to get it. The one on the back of that dragon is Xue Jing, right? Take me to see him. Renia pointed at herself and wondered. Ah, me. She looked at the flame-crying dragon far away in the sky, roaring and shaking the earth. Even at such a distance, Renia still felt that all the bones in her body were trembling in the roar. The corner of her mouth twitched. How to get there? Xue Jing rode on the fire dragon's neck, holding the reins on the dragon's head, twisting it left and right like a dragon rider. The fire dragon began to rush around, sometimes falling to the ground, sometimes hitting the mountain, and sometimes breaking a tree. The ping pong sound continued, and Xue Jing had a lot of fun, thinking that he would gain a lot of experience in riding. However, he did not forget his original purpose, and was about to continue pouring shadow flames into the fire dragon's wound. At this time, he was stunned, and found that the wound he had just stabbed with the spiral spear had actually recovered. This vitality and recovery, what the hell? Xue Jing frowned. Roar. The fire dragon, which had not been able to get rid of Xue Jing for a long time, roared, and then flapped its wings, and its huge body soared into the sky, and began to fly straight up. In just a short while, it had already reached a height of several thousand meters. Then, it took a peregrine falcon-like posture to reduce air resistance, fully activated its natural dragon biological force field, and began to dive vertically towards the ground, at a terrifying speed, and a faint white airflow circle had already appeared on the tip of its head. That was the sound barrier. Good beast, you have a good idea, you want to play earth throwing with me, right? Xue Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. This fire dragon actually wanted to use the fastest speed to dive to the ground, which would hurt the enemy 800 times and hurt itself 1000 times to deal with him. But don't say it, this trick is really useful. At a diving speed close to the speed of sound, once it really touches the ground, the huge kinetic energy impact generated, the fire dragon may be able to withstand the physical strength and not die, but he will be dead. If you don't want to die, you can only leave the fire dragon's back, so that the fire dragon's goal will also be achieved. During the high-speed dive, Xue Jing endured huge air resistance and wind pressure, and it was only because the shadow flame tentacles tied him tightly to the fire dragon that he was not thrown out. At a height of several thousand meters, at a speed close to the speed of sound, it only took a dozen seconds to cross. The diving fire dragon was getting closer and closer to the ground. Xue Jing was helpless for a moment, and could only untie the tentacles of shadow flame, kick his feet, and jump off the back of the fire dragon in advance. When the annoying bug on its back left, the fire dragon also stopped immediately and used all its strength to activate the biological force field to stop the dive. But because the speed was too fast, it was difficult to stop, and it finally fell into the ground. Boom. There was a shocking explosion, and the sand and dust flew, forming a huge mushroom cloud that covered everything. Xue Jing, who was in the air, was also blown 100 meters away by the huge airflow generated by the fire dragon falling to the ground. He adjusted his posture and stopped his body, then stepped on the thin shadow flame board in the air all the way, approaching the place where the fire dragon fell. The dust in the air gradually dissipated, revealing the appearance of the scene. The huge fire dragon was lying in a huge pit, its scales shattered, blood gushing out, most of the skin on its head gone, revealing a skull covered in cracks, one eye missing, and its claws and feet tattered, hanging softly on the ground. TSK, I'd like to call you an old driver in the dragon world, the kind that drives a hearse, Xue Jing exclaimed. And the fire dragon, even in such a miserable state, was still alive. When it saw Xue Jing, its only remaining vertical pupil revealed extreme anger and hatred. Roar. With a roar, its wounds began to wriggle and healed at an extremely fast speed, and at the same time, its mouth opened and the fiery dragon breath began to condense. Xue Jing raised his eyebrows. Why don't you die obediently? Okay, let's have a head-on fight. In the shadows of the surrounding trees and mountains illuminated by the sun, a thick black airflow visible to the naked eye was drawn out and flowed towards Xue Jing. His whole body was burning with black flames, and the shadow flame armored giant, who was more than 10 meters tall and darker in color, appeared again. Then, the sound of ping pong continued for a long time. Nearly 3 hours later, killed a special creature with divinity plus 233. Xue Jing panted slightly and looked at the fire dragon corpse lying on the ground opposite him. His body was in tatters, and there was a wound on his waist that almost cut it in half. At this time, the surrounding ground was a mess, with deep pits and broken trees everywhere, and large areas of magma. The temperature was so high that the air was visibly distorted. The black giant covering Xue Jing slowly turned into black flames and dissipated. He reached out and wiped the black oil stains on his face, and the whole person looked a little embarrassed. What a shitty vitality, the blood bar is too thick. Xue Jing exhaled lightly. Fortunately, it was finally solved. The harvest was not bad, more than 200 points of divinity, equivalent to half a divine relic. How many are left? If the dragons behind are as hard to kill as this one, we have to think of some strategies. Xue Jing waved his hand and asked the shadow flame crow, which was staying far away and holding the backpack, to fly closer. Then he reached out from the backpack and took out the dragon distribution map and looked at it. Well, there are 2 more in the same circle as this fire dragon, and the remaining 3 are located around a roaring waterfall. Xue Jing stretched out his hand and brushed across the 3 thick red dots in the center of the map. The strength of these three should be even higher than that of the fire dragon. We have to think of a way. Xue Jing's eyes were thoughtful. Should I use the snake killer vanguard given by Teacher 1? He believed that this conceptual level of alien god power would definitely have a great effect, as long as it was used properly. Even he himself, who only practiced a martial arts school related to dragons, could feel the great threat of the snake killer vanguard to him. It was like an animal encountering its natural enemy, a warning engraved in the depths of the soul. If I really can't beat these three, I won't be able to do without them then. And the last pure-blooded dragon. While thinking about things, Xue Jing used his mental power to stimulate the burning of the fire of life and healed all the wounds on his body. The hair that was curled by the dragon's breath of flames was also restored to its original smooth appearance under the nourishment of life force. After visualization true, LV6, he used mental power to operate more delicately. He tidied up his appearance, burned all the dirt on his body with shadow flames, and took out a new black tactical uniform from his backpack and put it on. Xue Jing opened the panel and took a look. First, there was a row of experience points. He didn't look at it carefully and put his eyes on the end. Health improvement to LV9, 118 over 8000. Weapon attack improvement to LV8, 255 over 6000. Riding improvement to LV5, 569 over 2000. Another big gain. Fighting is cool. Xue Jing nodded with satisfaction. In the past few days at the border, he was either killing dragons or on the way to kill dragons. It was hard work, but the rewards were great. After killing the fire dragon this time, 3 more regular skills were upgraded. He closed his eyes and looked inward, feeling the changes in himself. First, the fire of life was burning very vigorously, about 1/3 more vigorously than when he was at LV8. The physical and mental fatigue caused by the fight with the fire dragon just now had almost dissipated, and he was full of energy, so that he felt he could kill 3 more. Then, Xue Jing reached out and touched the futon knife hanging on his backpack. Breathing, more obvious. The futon knife had a more obvious feeling of expansion and contraction than before, as if it was not a knife, but a living creature. In addition, when holding the knife, it was more handy than when it was at LV7. Clang, Xue Jing drew the knife out of the sheath and slashed at the side. This was a spur of the moment knife. Xue Jing didn't think about anything, just swung it out subconsciously. A full moon-like circular blade energy poured out from the blade, rotating and splitting the earth, extending dozens of meters away. This is... Xue Jing was stunned. Before, if he wanted to swing the blade energy, he had to open the heavenly sword realm and enter the state of heaven's will as like a sword and cannot be violated. But now, he did not use any martial arts, but simply swung the blade as if it was a casual move. I can swing the blade energy even in normal conditions. Xue Jing gripped the handle of the future blade. I see. In fact, it was not until now that I really entered the advanced realm of the art of fighting that can swing the blade energy. The reason why I could swing the blade energy before was because the heavenly sword realm was too strong, forcibly increasing the mental strength to the extent that it affected my own reality. Great. Roast some fire dragon meat. Xue Jing walked towards the fire dragon corpse lying on the ground. The other side. Are we really going over there? Renia held a bowl of water, her eyes hesitant. The middle-aged man glanced at her and said in surprise, "Isn't this what you suggested? Check the situation of the flame-crying dragon. I suspect that the disappearance of the nearby dragons is probably related to the man on the flame-crying dragon's back. The flame-crying dragon is one of the dragons closest to the bloodline of the dragon god. As citizens of this country who have been blessed by the dragon god, we have an obligation to investigate. If it is a conspiracy of those despicable people in that country, we can also make timely responses. It's rare that you would say something that fits the identity of a dragon god priestess. I'm very pleased, priestess." The middle-aged man sighed. Renia's pretty face showed distress. "Okay, let's go over there without delay." The man in the mirror, hidden in the reflection in the water, sat on Renia's shoulder with a smile in his eyes. Chapter 157 The great cause of killing gods will be realized in your hands. The patrol team of this country moved forward cautiously in the forest, and no one dared to make a sound. Be careful, we will soon reach the place where the flame-crying dragon fell. Tinier, you should let the night-hidden bat go over to check the situation first. The middle-aged man who led the team stretched out his hand to signal everyone to stop moving, and then spoke. The middle-aged woman named Tinier nodded and spoke a few words in a voice so small that it was almost inaudible. The big bats flying silently above the forest seemed to have heard some instructions and immediately turned around and flew forward. The night-hidden bats went to investigate, and the group stood there waiting silently, and no one spoke. It seemed that, because of the roar of the flame-crying dragon just now, all the creatures in the nearby area were scared away, and not even a bug could be found. The whole forest was silent, so quiet that it was scary. Holding a bowl of water that had spilled quite a bit due to the rush, Renier walked a little away from the team, walked behind a big tree, and whispered to the man in the mirror hiding in the reflection in the water. "Little mirror, are you from another place like Xue Jing? Fellow countryman?" The man in the mirror in the reflection stood on Renier's shoulder and said dissatisfiedly, "Don't call me little mirror. I'm more than 10 times older than you. In fact, you're taking advantage, even if you call me Grandpa Mirror." After a pause, it continued, "Compared to you, he and I are from the same hometown." Renier asked in confusion, "Then what exactly are you going to do when you meet him?" The man in the mirror touched his chin. "It would be too troublesome to explain it from beginning to end. Anyway, just take me to see him." Renier muttered, "Because you said Xue Jing's situation is very urgent now, and we must see him quickly. I proposed to Uncle Azuki to come here to investigate. I've risked getting close to the flame dragon. What's the matter with letting me know?" The person in the mirror crossed his arms and said calmly, "This is not a secret that cannot be told. You just need to listen to it when you see Xue Jing." At this time, the flying night bats flew back silently. Seeing this, Renier picked up the water bowl and walked towards the team. The night bats made a regular and strange call. After the middle-aged woman Tinier listened carefully for a while, she said in astonishment, "The flame dragon is dead. This meat is a bit difficult to deal with." Xue Jing frowned. In front of him was a bonfire. A few branches made a simple grill, which was placed above the bonfire. On the grill was a piece of fire dragon meat that had been deboned, bled, and smeared with seasonings. It's been roasted for about half an hour. Xue Jing held a small branch in his hand and poked the fire dragon meat. Since the roasting began half an hour ago, until now, this piece of fire dragon meat has not changed at all. It is a fire dragon, so it is hard to imagine that this meat can be cooked with fire. Let's think of other ways to eat it. Maybe this thing is just like the flame crab mentioned by the mandrill. In fact, there is no need to cook it, just eat it directly." Xue Jing touched his chin. He took the fire dragon meat off the grill, looked at the somewhat red and tender surface of the meat, hesitated for a moment, and put it to his mouth. When he was about to take a bite to try it, his eyes suddenly moved, and he turned his head to look at a forest 100 meters away. Now, his senses are already dozens of times sharper than those of ordinary people. Other people's eyes are directly staring at him. In Xue Jing's senses, it's like the gaze, a non-existent thing, is materialized, and it is scratching back and forth on his skin. It's very obvious. That's the flame-crying dragon, so miserable, it's dead. In the forest, the patrol team of this country hid behind the big tree, looking at the battlefield covered with magma and black soil in front of them, and their expressions were all horrified. "Who is that man? He seems to be eating the flame-crying dragon." A young team member with dark skin looked at Xue Jing, who was roasting dragon meat, and stammered, "Crazy, I must be dreaming. The son of the dragon god, the flame-crying dragon, was actually killed and even eaten." Someone covered his head and muttered to himself with his eyes blank, "Captain Azuki, what should we do now?" A female team member swallowed her saliva and asked in fear and anxiety. The middle-aged man Azuki looked solemn, took a deep breath, and was about to command everyone to evacuate in secret. Someone who could kill the powerful son of the dragon god alone was completely beyond his imagination. No matter what the other party's identity was, whether he was from the other country or a foreigner, it was definitely not something their patrol team could deal with. It was better to retreat here temporarily and go back to report to the witch. Swish, a straight branch cut through the air, and after piercing through a big tree, it embedded into the trunk in front of Azuki, 3 inches deep into the wood. He looked at the branch in front of him, which was only a dozen centimeters away from his head, and cold sweat broke out on the spot. If it hit his head, there would be no other result except sudden death. He took 2 steps back and fell to the ground. The brush with death made his legs weak. We have been discovered. What should we do? Seeing this scene, the patrol team looked at the boy who was roasting dragon meat and immediately panicked. Calm down. The other party didn't do it directly. It was just a warning. Isaac stood up from the ground and touched his chest with a lingering fear. His heart was beating wildly. I'll go talk to him. Before he finished speaking, Renia next to him suddenly said, I'll go, Uncle Isaac. I know him. When this was said, everyone was stunned. Xue Jing looked at the girl walking out of the forest and said with a look of realization, I thought it was another impolite local. It turns out to be you, Renia. The girl walked on the battlefield. The magma that had not yet completely extinguished caused the surrounding air to be turbid and hot. She sniffed, and her lungs were immediately irritated, and she began to cough violently. Ahem, Xue Jing. Renia walked up to Xue Jing, glanced at the corpse of the flame dragon next to her, and exclaimed, I didn't expect that you actually killed the flame dragon. Are all outsiders as powerful as you? Xue Jing took out simultaneous interpretation headphones from his backpack and put them on her, then laughed and said, we outsiders are like this. We want to taste everything we see to see if it tastes good. This dragon looks delicious, and I couldn't help it. Renia was about to ask him why he fought with the flame dragon, but when she heard this reason, her mouth twitched. Is that so? The son of the dragon god was killed for such a reason. It seems a bit unfair. Xue Jing raised his eyebrows. Why? I didn't offend your faith. Renia quickly waved her hands and shook her head. No, how could that be? As long as you are happy. Xue Jing smiled, glanced at the bowl in her hand, and asked curiously, what are you holding a bowl for? Renia then remembered the business and quickly handed the bowl to Xue Jing. Xue Jing reached out to take it and looked into the bowl. There was only half a bowl of ordinary water in it. While he was wondering, a little man appeared on his shoulder in the reflection in the water. At the same time, a prompt suddenly popped up on the panel. Divine substance detected. Absorbing divinity. Xue Jing's eyes fixed. The little man standing on his shoulder in the reflection slowly spoke. You are Xue Jing, right? Let me introduce myself. I'm the man in the mirror. According to what you humans call it, it is the god's relic, God 1108. I see, you were sent by the boss to inform me of this. Xue Jing suddenly realized. After a conversation with God 1108 man in the mirror, Xue Jing understood the current situation. God 005 Mirror World. The boss just talked to me about this thing not long ago. See the extra chapter for details. I didn't expect to encounter it now. Xue Jing frowned. The reflections merge, the mirror world and the junction merge, and unpredictable changes have occurred. No wonder things have been a little strange since he entered the junction, and many places are completely inconsistent with the information description given by Beiya. That's the thing. Now this junction has the properties of the mirror world. You can't get out by the original method. You must find the floor of the mirror world, that is, the core of the junction, and break it to leave here. The man in the mirror sat on his shoulder, shaking his feet, and spoke casually. I heard that you are the elite among the elites of the 6th agency. You have been here for a few days. Do you have any clues about the core of this junction? Xue Jing raised his eyebrows. Didn't the people of Beiya tell you? Hearing this, the man in the mirror had a bad premonition in his heart. What do you mean? Xue Jing smiled and said, it seems that you have been deceived, Xue Jing. Long before I entered the junction, Beiya had roughly found the core of this junction. Besides, I'm not an elite among the elites of the 6th agency. I'm just an extra staff member who has a cooperative relationship with them. The man in the mirror hurriedly said, what is the core? It's a core creature, a young pure-blooded dragon species. Xue Jing said. When the man in the mirror heard it, he immediately stomped his feet on Xue Jing's shoulders and said angrily, damn human, I've been deceived again. If I had known it would be like this, I would never agree to come in. Pure-blooded dragon species. Even if it's a juvenile, you can't defeat it at all. It's over. We will be trapped in this border area forever. I didn't expect that Wu Yaoqing, that little girl with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would actually lie to me. I will never believe a hair from you humans again. Seeing that it was about to cry, Xue Jing comforted it. I know you are anxious, but don't worry. Things are indeed a bit troublesome, but they are not unsolvable. The man in the mirror squatted down and hugged his knees with a look of despair. How to solve it? The only way to get out is to break the core, but the core is a pure-blooded dragon species. You don't understand how terrifying a pure-blooded dragon species is. Even if it's just a juvenile, it's a monster you can't imagine. There's no hope, we are finished. Seeing that it had become autistic, Xue Jing didn't say anything more, but just opened the panel and took a look. Divine essence absorbed, divine essence held. 851. Well, very good, providing more than 560 points of divinity. As expected, divine relics are still cool. Basically you don't have to do anything, just touch it, and you will get hundreds of points. It's not like dragon seeds, it's tiring to brush them, and the divinity provided is not too much. Fortunately, the amount is large, so it is quite considerable when accumulated. You must kill that pure-blooded dragon seed to get out of the border. It's really troublesome. Xue Jing's eyes showed thoughtfulness. If he had nothing to do, it wouldn't matter. He just needed to develop in this border area until he could kill pure-blooded dragon seeds, and he would be able to get out sooner or later. But the problem is that he has a game in a few days. Although he played U19 to win, got 519 unsharpened blade from Mitaka Suzuka, it was not a very important thing. But this was a rare thing that Wu Yaoqing asked him to do besides work. The rich boss was really good to him, and if possible, he still wanted to complete this task as much as possible. In this case, we must kill the pure-blooded dragon within a few days. Xue Jing crossed his arms and tapped his right elbow with his left index finger. We can't defeat them with just our brute strength. We still have to find a way with the snake-killing vanguard. He looked at Renia, who was sitting obediently beside him. At this time, the girl was holding a piece of fire dragon meat with seasoning in her hand. She looked hesitant and her face was wrinkled. She didn't know whether to eat it or not. Looking at her, Xue Jing suddenly thought of something. He pondered for a moment and said, Renia, you, the dragon god priestess, what do you do specifically? The girl was stunned for a moment and said in a low voice, a priestess is a profession that serves the gods. The dragon god's priestess of course serves the dragon god. Xue Jing stared at her for a while, smiled, and said, you look reluctant? Renia lowered her head so that no one could see her expression and said in a flat tone, how is it possible? Serving Lord Dragon God is the highest honor. I'm the only one in this generation who can receive this honor in this country. Xue Jing thought for a while and said, the situation is rather urgent now. I don't have much time left and I can't slowly understand your specific ideas. Therefore, I ask directly. I plan to kill your Lord Dragon God. Are you willing to lend a hand? Renia was shocked. Kill Lord Dragon God. Xue Jing nodded. Yes, I. Renia's face showed hesitation. Seeing her expression, Xue Jing had some idea in his heart. He smiled and said, don't rush to answer. He held up 2 fingers. 2 days. I will wait for you here in 2 days. Tell me your answer then. Renia calmed down, shook her head, and said, it's impossible. Lord Dragon God can't be killed. And, if I agree to you, what can I do to help you? Xue Jing tilted his head. Didn't you say that your duty is to serve the Dragon God? If it is to serve, I think there will be a chance to get close to the Dragon God, right? Renia was stunned. That's right. But, yes, that's fine. Xue Jing smiled and patted Renia's thin shoulder. The great cause of killing the gods may be realized in your hands. Xue Jing said softly. Chapter 158 The relationship between the upper and lower levels of the divine relics, using Dragon Thunder to fight against Dragon Thunder. After talking with Renia for a while and understanding some things, the girl said goodbye and left. Watching the girl's hesitant back disappear from his sight, Xue Jing sat down on the spot and put the water bowl in his hand on the flat rock next to him. Then he took the pewter knife, cut a piece of meat from the body of the flame-crying dragon, and skewered it on the knife. The shadow flame ignited, annihilating all the blood in the meat, and took a bite. It's so hard. Xue Jing bit the meat in his mouth hard, chewing for a long time, his cheeks a little painful, and finally bit the meat. It tastes weird too. For some reason, this dragon meat tastes sour and astringent like plants. Forget it, I won't eat it, it's a broken thing. He swung the pewter knife, shook it with strength, shook off all the stains on it, and put the knife back into the sheath. Then he took out a piece of compressed biscuit from his backpack and ate it. The person in the mirror and the reflection in the water was originally squatting down and hugging his legs, but when he saw Xue Jing eating so leisurely, he couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you look worried at all? We will be trapped in this border area forever." Xue Jing glanced at it, smiled, and said, "You don't seem to have much confidence in me." The person in the mirror was silent for a while, and then said, "It's not that I don't have confidence in you. The fact that you can hunt this high-risk dragon species alone is enough to prove that your strength is quite good. But pure-blooded dragon species are different. The degree of terror of that creature is different from all the dragon species you have encountered. That is a real dragon." The person in the mirror's tone was very solemn. Among all the creatures in the border area, except for some special individuals, it is the race closest to God. It raised its eyes from the reflection in the water and looked at Xue Jing. "You are very young. To have the strength to defeat high-risk dragon species at this age can be said to be extremely talented. I have been born for more than 200 years and have seen countless talented humans. There are very few people who can compete with you at the same age. I have only seen 40 or 50 people who are stronger than you." Xue Jing complained. "Isn't that a lot?" The man in the mirror glared at him. "Don't interrupt. I have lived for more than 200 years. In such a long time, I don't know how many great figures can be recorded in history books. There are fewer people who can compare with you, or even be stronger than you than those in history books." Xue Jing touched his chin. "I feel much better when you put it that way." The man in the mirror folded his hands and said, "But even for a genius like you, it is just a fantasy to want to kill a pure-blooded dragon species, even if it is only a juvenile pure-blooded dragon species. It is difficult for you to deal with the dragon thunder that all pure-blooded dragon species can control, and its powerful body, not to mention that its core organs also have unique abilities. If it is an ability that is abnormally suitable for combat, the danger level will rise several levels." Xue Jing smiled. "We have to give it a try." The man in the mirror tilted his head. "From your appearance, it seems that you are not blindly confident that your strength can defeat the pure-blooded dragon species. Do you have anything else to rely on?" Xue Jing said, "Of course I have, you will know when the time comes." As he said that, he changed the subject. "By the way, you can only stay in the water, which is very inconvenient." The man in the mirror, "As long as it can reflect the reflection of the mirror, I can enter it." Its eyes looked at the black bracelet on Xue Jing's wrist. It was the recording bracelet given to him by Dr. Shen. The surface material is very similar to the black mobile phone screen, very smooth, and can be used as a mirror, which can be regarded as a mirror. The figure of the man in the mirror disappeared from the reflection in the water, and the next moment, its voice came from Xue Jing's bracelet. "As long as the two mirrors can reflect each other, I can move between them at will. I will stay here from now on." Xue Jing stretched out his hand in front of him and looked at the black bracelet. The smooth black surface reflected his appearance. Because the bracelet was bent, the mirror was a convex mirror, which made Xue Jing look a little distorted. The little boy in the mirror was sitting on his shoulder, and because of the convex surface, his body shape was also a little distorted. "Although I don't know what you rely on, but just treat a dead ant as a living ant, and let me see what you can do." Xue Jing corrected. "It's better to try every possible means." The person in the mirror curled his lips. "Of course I know, I'm just being witty, can't you hear it? You're still a young man, but you're too rigid." Xue Jing raised his eyebrows. "It feels quite subtle to be said such words by someone of your age." The person in the mirror snorted. "I'm not like you humans. My emotions will not be controlled by the hormones secreted by the body. No matter how old I am, I will not get old, neither physically nor mentally." Hearing this, Xue Jing became a little curious. He opened his mouth and asked, "By the way, how do you, the relics of God, perceive yourselves? Do you regard yourselves as children of God?" Upon hearing this, the man in the mirror stretched out his hand, shook his index finger, and said, "No, the so-called relics of God are just a concept that you humans have arbitrarily imposed on me. In fact, I don't recognize it. After the death of God, the blood of God was scattered all over the world and resided on all things, thus giving birth to the relics of God. This is the most mainstream theory of mankind at present, but we relics of God have no relevant memories in this regard. For example, when I was born, I was almost the same as your human babies. I was ignorant and naive. It was only after observing you humans in the mirror for a long time that I gradually learned your language and formed some cognition. As for myself, I don't recognize that I'm something left behind by God. I just regard myself as a special life form that was born by chance," the man in the mirror said, and then changed the subject. "However, although I don't recognize that I have any relationship with God, you humans are right about one thing. We relics of God are indeed the same kind." Xue Jing asked curiously, "Oh, how do you say that?" The man in the mirror pondered for a while and said, "This is a vague instinctive sensation. We divine relics can sense each other, and there is a strange hierarchical relationship between ourselves and each other. The sequence ranking of the divine relics by you humans is largely based on this. For example, the mirror world, it belongs to the highest among us." Xue Jing asked puzzledly, "Is there any specific difference? Superior and inferior?" The man in the mirror replied, "Of course there is. Whenever our abilities conflict with each other, the inferior divine relics will be covered by the superior divine relics. For example, now, I clearly have the conceptual level ability to move in all mirrors. Theoretically speaking, the mirror world is a mirror that reflects the present world. I should be able to move freely between the mirror world and the present world. But in fact, I can't leave at all. That's because the mirror world is above me, and its abilities cover my abilities." The man in the mirror glanced at the glasses on Xue Jing's face. "The ability of your glasses is to reduce the sense of existence. I can vaguely sense that it is at a very low position among the divine relics. If there is a divine relic that is higher than it and has the function of amplifying the sense of existence on you, then the ability of these glasses will be covered and invalidated." Xue Jing nodded and sighed. "There is such a saying among divine relics. I have learned a lot." He took off, got 1280 ordinary glasses. In an instant, the suppressed strong sense of existence suddenly emanated from him almost like an explosion. The person in the mirror was caught off guard and was shaken to the point of dizziness. He was stunned for a long time, carefully looked at Xue Jing's appearance, nodded, and said thoughtfully, "So that's it. No wonder that little girl Wu Yaoqing was so anxious that she lied to me and tricked me into this border area to inform you. Now that I see your appearance, I finally understand. Humph, it turns out that she is just a human girl in adolescence. I overestimated her." The person in the mirror had a hint of teasing and mocking in his tone. Xue Jing understood what it meant. He smiled and said, "You must have misunderstood. The Wu Yaoqing I know is not a superficial woman whose judgment will be affected by lust. She thinks highly of me, but it should be based on other reasons." The person in the mirror stared at him for a while, smiled, and said without comment, "Really? Let's stop chatting here. What are you going to do next?" Xue Jing stood up, stretched, took out the dragon species distribution map from the backpack held by the shadow flame crow next to him, and spread it out. "Before dealing with the pure-blooded dragon, we need to do some preparations." His fingers brushed over the remaining red dots on the map. "First, cut off all its wings." One day later, roar. Amid the mournful dragon roar, a huge dragon covered in hard armor collapsed to the ground. The huge weight caused the earth to shake. Xue Jing squatted on the neck of the armored dragon and pulled out the Fu-Tu knife burning with black flames from the dragon's neck. Squeak killed a special creature with divinity. Divinity plus 232. Possessing divinity. 1324. Xue Jing glanced at the panel, wiped the sweat off his face, and nodded. "Done." The person in the mirror in the black bracelet was amazed. "You almost killed all the dragon species in the entire border area. Your strength is still above my expectations. Although it is still impossible to deal with pure-blooded dragon species, I admit that you are indeed the most talented among all the humans I have seen, second only to some monsters that are not in the normal range." Xue Jing smiled and said, the result is still within the range of normal people. It seems that I still have to work hard. He called Shadow Flame Crow over, took out the dragon species distribution map from his backpack and spread it out, and took out a pen, and drew a cross on one of the red dots on the map. Now, except for the 3 thick red dots in the middle area of the map, all the other red dots have been crossed out. Next, it's these 3 noble sons. Xue Jing pondered. He had communicated with Renier before, and learned a lot of information about the dragon species in this border area. Among them, the 3 dragons around the roaring waterfall are called the 3 noble sons. It is said that they are the 3 dragons whose bloodline is closest to that of the dragon god, and they are very powerful. According to Renier, then these 3 noble sons should be the guardian dragons born from the asexual reproduction of the pure-blooded dragon species. The man in the mirror said, the so-called pure-blooded dragon species are all fatherless and motherless, and are born from nature, so they are called true dragons. Although the guard dragons that gave birth to are not pure blood, they should not be underestimated. What you should be especially careful about is that the guard dragons can also control dragon thunder. Xue Jing nodded, indicating that he understood. Dragon thunder is the symbol of pure-blooded dragon species. As the favored children of heaven who are deeply loved by the sky, all dragon species are born with an anti-gravity biological force field. And dragon thunder is also the proof that dragon species are deeply loved by the sky. Not only does it have the destructive power of thunder itself, it even has the effect of affecting gravity. According to the case data provided to him by Bei Yap, someone was hit by a dragon thunder and covered his head. Although the person was wearing an insulating suit and was not killed by the thunder, the gravity on his body instantly increased dozens of times, and he was directly crushed into a pile of minced meat. Xue Jing opened the panel and his eyes stayed on the divine skill column. Then, he thought about it and clicked to upgrade. Plant contract. Upgraded to levels in a row. Plant contract LV4. 524/800. In this case, it should be enough. Xue Jing nodded. He had an idea and wanted to verify it. Let's go find this 3 nobles to play. Xue Jing put the map and pen into his backpack. Then he swung Futu to the side, shook off the dirt with a force, and sheathed a knife. Don't you want to take a break? Said the man in the mirror. No, time is running out. Xue Jing touched the 5 snake killing claws hidden in the small pocket of his tactical uniform. The dull sound of thunder echoed in the valley. This valley was close to the territory of one of the guard dragons. Xue Jing searched in the valley for a long time and stopped in front of a small tree with golden branches and leaves, more than 3 meters high. This is a dragon thunder plant. The person in the mirror in the bracelet said. After being hit by dragon thunder, most plants will die directly, but for some reason, a small number of plants will survive unexpectedly. Not only will they not die, but they will also adapt to dragon thunder and contain some of the power of dragon thunder in their bodies. I remember that this kind of plant is sold at a high price in your human world. But for the convenience of action, you don't even take the core organs of the dragon species you killed. I think you don't like it. Xue Jing didn't reply, but reached out and gently touched the dragon thunder tree in front of him. When he put his hand down, a small round deed seal had appeared at the place he touched. He opened the panel and took a look. The color of the name, plant contract, dimmed a lot. It seems that the cost of contracting this dragon thunder tree is quite high. Well, let's try it. Xue Jing's mind moved. The golden dragon thunder tree immediately began to grow wildly. After a while, it became a tree more than 10 meters high, which required 4 or 5 people to hug. The tree canopy covered an area of several meters, covering Xue Jing. The man in the mirror was stunned. There is also a secret technique to control plants. Which alien god's chosen one are you? Xue Jing smiled. The Lord of No Face and Thousand Faces. Didn't I tell you? The man in the mirror pondered. I haven't heard of it. Could it be the forgotten old god? It's not uncommon for the chosen one to have multiple secret techniques. But it's a bit beyond my cognition to have both the shadow of the dark domain and the plant of the life domain at the same time. Forget it. Let's talk about this later. I understand your idea. The man in the mirror nodded. Using dragon thunder plants that are resistant to dragon thunder. It's a good idea. Chapter 159. Life type dragon species. Dragon slaying power. Snake killing vanguard. Oh. That must be one of the three noble sons. Xue Jing poked his head out from behind a large black rock and looked at the large black dirt open space below the hillside. A dragon species with a body length of about 20 meters, no wings, and a bright red crown on its head, was lying on the ground, in a sleeping state, breathing steadily, with a very long breath between each inhalation and exhalation. Every time it exhaled, fine golden lightning would spray out of its two nostrils, making a faint sound of thunder. Its skin was covered with a layer of rough dragon scales that looked like wrinkled bark. It had a strange feeling of trees and plants becoming spirits, as if an old tree had turned into a giant dragon. Its body was slender at both ends, but its belly was quite fat, even swollen, and the overall appearance gave people the feeling of being extremely obese. The guard dragons born from asexual reproduction of pure-blooded dragons usually directly inherit their bloodline attributes, and rarely mutate. Based on the appearance of this guard dragon, it should be a life system, so the pure-blooded dragon is also likely to be a life system. Trouble, this is bad news. The man in the mirror in the black bracelet looked at the dragons at the bottom of the hillside and said with a frown, "What do you mean? Is the combat power of the life system very strong?" Xue Jing raised his eyebrows and asked. The man in the mirror shook his head. "It's not strong, it's troublesome. The field of life system covers many attributes: proliferation, infection, corruption, resuscitation. Almost each one has quite troublesome characteristics. Generally, dragon species of this life system have extremely strong vitality and strong regeneration ability. Simply put, the blood bar is extremely thick and the blood recovery speed is extremely fast. This kind of appearance looks very similar to Uki. It is 100% the type with extremely strong vitality. In the eyes of experienced border hunters, it is equivalent to having the words unkillable written on its face. The childish face of the man in the mirror was full of solemnity. Strong vitality means a high tolerance for error. Methods like slowly grinding it to death are absolutely not feasible. If you want to kill it, you either have special means to target its vitality, or you can only crush it with absolute strength. There is no other trick. And unfortunately, we are not even able to crush the pure-blooded dragon species at present. We are even the one being crushed. Xue Jing touched his chin and said thoughtfully, "It sounds like a desperate situation. No wonder the flame-crying dragon that was killed before had an abnormally strong vitality. It turned out that it inherited some of the life attributes of the pure-blooded dragon species. Even the flame-crying dragon was so difficult to kill, so wouldn't these direct bloodline guard dragons be even more outrageous?" The man in the mirror, "It doesn't sound desperate, it's really desperate." Xue Jing touched the snake killer claw that he kept close to his body. If he didn't have this thing, he would have to give up now. Find a place to hide first, and work out the strength to beat the pure-blooded dragon species first. But if that happens, who knows how long it will take. He has now discovered that conventional skills have an upper limit. After reaching LV10, they cannot be further improved without sublimation. If the sublimation conditions cannot be met in the border area, then no matter how long he works, his skills will not be improved. In this case, the only way to increase strength is to practice old martial arts. That would be really hopeless. Given the slowness of practicing old martial arts, who knows how long it will take to beat a pure-blooded dragon. Fortunately, Teacher 1 gave me this thing before entering the border area. Xue Jing couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Now, it depends on how powerful the snake-killing vanguard is in restraining the dragon species. Xue Jing looked at the tree dragon below. He wanted to test this tree dragon. "What are you going to do? Go straight up?" the man in the mirror asked with his hands folded across his chest. "I've said it before, if you don't have the absolute strength to kill a dragon of the life system in one go, you will be dragged into an endless war of attrition until you are exhausted to death. If you don't have a plan, it's best not to act on your own." Xue Jing stood up. Of course there is a plan. First, as soon as he finished speaking, the ground under his feet exploded, and he shot at the sleeping tree dragon below like a cannonball. Give it a greeting gift. It was almost noon, and the sun was scorching in the border area. There were countless rock walls in the valley, which blocked out large areas of shadows under the sunlight. The thick black airflow was drawn out from the shadows, and rushed towards Xue Jing in the air. The black flame burned, and a huge black skeleton was born from it. followed by tendons, flesh, blood, and armor. The nearly 20-meter tall complete shadow flame armor giant, like a giant god holding black flames, appeared in the world again. The giant god held it with both hands, and a huge blade long sword condensed in his hands, with the tip of the sword facing down. The 20-meter tall body, like a mountain, sat down fiercely on the sleeping tree dragon below with the force of Mount A. Sizzle. With the loud sizzle sound of a sharp blade piercing through flesh and blood, the huge black longsword accurately hit the tree dragon's neck, penetrated it, and pierced it directly through. The huge blade was completely immersed in the neck, and then pierced into the ground, nailing the tree dragon to the ground, and the shadow flame giant also sat on it. Roar. The sleeping tree dragon was awakened by the intense pain, and immediately realized what happened, and then let out a dragon roar that shook the earth. The whole valley shook in this roar, and the soil and debris flew, and the strong sound waves twisted the air into circles of ripples. Even the shadow flame giant's black armor produced a slight fluctuation in this roar, and it almost had the tendency to reverse into black flames. Boom. It was obviously a clear sky, but suddenly there was a rumbling sound of thunder in the sky. Xue Jing's eyes moved when he saw this. He immediately took out a golden seed from his pocket and threw it out. The seed rapidly multiplied and grew in the air, and more than a dozen thick golden rhizomes grew out of it, circling and condensing on the head of the shadow flame giant, forming a spiral, umbrella-like golden wooden canopy. At the moment the canopy was completed, crack. Amid the roar of thunder, thick golden lightning suddenly fell from the sky. The huge thunder struck the golden wooden canopy, breaking it into a small half, and the golden shavings and broken wood were immediately scattered over the surrounding area of dozens of meters. Using dragon thunder plants to resist dragon thunder can indeed work. The man in the mirror saw this scene and was immediately refreshed, although it is not 100% able to block it. Xue Jing sat in the cockpit, watching the golden lightning streams pouring down and falling on the shadow flame giant. The golden lightning streams raged all over his body, and wherever they passed, the armor of the shadow flame giant had some cracks, but they were quickly repaired by the black flames. Most of the dragon thunder was blocked, but a small part still leaked through. Xue Jing frowned. The destructive power itself is secondary. The problem is, he felt the sudden increase in weight on his body, as if he had suddenly carried several tons of weight. The thunder that affects gravity. Trouble. Roar. The tree dragon nailed to the ground began to struggle angrily, shaking violently, ignoring the long knife still stuck in its body, and the wound on its neck was torn and enlarged. The 20-meter long tree dragon's fat body with huge mass moved in a shocking way, and the whole valley shook. Seeing this, Xue Jing controlled the shadow flame giant and took advantage of the situation to turn and slash the long knife in his hand, and with the strength of the tree dragon's struggle, he directly cut off more than half of its neck. Then he threw away the long knife, grabbed the tree dragon's head with both hands, and pulled it hard. Crack, with the sound of blood and flesh breaking, that made people's teeth ache. The tree dragon's head was directly pulled off by him, and the skin and flesh on the neck were stretched long. The tree dragon's head was pulled out of the body, and its eyes quickly lost focus and stopped moving. Be careful, broken hands, broken feet, and broken heads are just flesh wounds for dragon species of the life system. Its weakness is only the core organ, but even the core organ has extraordinary regeneration ability. It must be completely destroyed to kill it. The man in the mirror reminded. As if to respond to the words of the man in the mirror, the tree dragon without a head was not affected at all, and its fat body pushed up. The shadow flame giant sitting on it was directly lifted up and thrown away. Xue Jing controlled the shadow flame giant to flip in the air and landed on his feet very nimbly. Crack, golden lightning fell from the sky. Xue Jing moved his fingers and controlled the roots of the dragon thunder tree to block it in the sky. Boom, the roots were broken and most of the dragon thunder was blocked, but there were still some thin streams of lightning falling on the shadow flame giant. His body suddenly became heavy and the shadow flame giant became more and more inflexible to control. Only after the raging lightning streams on his body disappeared did the gravity on his body return to normal. He looked at the fat tree dragon opposite. The wound on its neck was wriggling very quickly and countless cells proliferated and grew. In just a few seconds, it regenerated most of its head. The brain of the upper half of its head had not regenerated yet, and it opened its huge mouth full of fangs towards Xue Jing. A strong golden flash condensed in its mouth. Seeing this, Xue Jing subconsciously activated his twin instincts. An extremely strong sense of crisis swept through his body. He immediately followed his instinct, activated the speed of the twins, and jumped out of the cockpit of the shadow flame giant. The next moment, a thick golden thunder cannon shot out from the mouth of the fat tree dragon, heading towards the position where Xue Jing was originally. But the air vibrated, and the thunder cannon shattered everything along the way, vaporizing the shadow flame giant, piercing the valley, and the earth was plowed into a gully by the scattered aftermath. Xue Jing looked at this scene, and his pupils shrank. What the hell is this? Brother's atomic breath, he said in astonishment. If you are hit by this, you will definitely be evaporated on the spot, without any chance of survival. He looked at the fat tree dragon. No, it's not fat now. That move seemed to have consumed a lot of it. The tree dragon's originally bloated belly has now become thinner, as if it has emptied the inventory in its body. So it seems that the danger level of this guard dragon is about 5.5. I originally thought it was 5.3. The man in the mirror pinched his chin in the bracelet and commented, "You can see this too?" Xue Jing raised his eyebrows. He was still a little confused about the specific manifestations of the danger level, and didn't quite understand the specific manifestations of each level. The danger level is something that is difficult to measure. There are too many factors that need to be calculated. It is not simply that the larger the size and the greater the strength, the more dangerous it is. The man in the mirror snorted lightly. My eyes are the ruler, and I'm not wrong. I said 5.5, and it is 5.5. In addition, its core organs are most likely in its stomach. Roar. The tree dragon, which had completely regenerated, roared at Xue Jing, his eyes full of hatred and anger. Although you have the strength to fight it head on for a while now, if you drag it on, you will definitely be exhausted to death by it. Use any countermeasures quickly. The man in the mirror reminded. Xue Jing heard this and nodded. Crack. Dragon lightning struck from the sky, and Xue Jing, who had been using his twin instincts, dodged away from the spot in advance. Without the drag of the shadow flame giant's huge body, Xue Jing's own movement speed was extremely fast. At this time, under the blessing of the twin speeds, he ran and moved, and the whole person almost turned into a phantom. Golden lightning followed him, and struck one after another, and the charred earth was plowed into countless cracks, but it just couldn't touch him at all. While Xue Jing ran at a high speed to approach the tree dragon, he took out a silver white claw from his arms, held it in his palm with his backhand, and revealed a tip. Crack. After dodging another dragon lightning, Xue Jing took a deep breath, and exerted his strength. Spiral indentations appeared at the base of the thigh, rotating and extending to the soles of the feet, converging on the Yanquan acupoint. Bang! Xue Jing used the power of the whirlwind thunder to explode. A circle of deep pits appeared on the ground under his feet, and a circle of circular white airwaves exploded in front of him. The already extremely fast speed exploded again, and rushed towards the tree dragon's belly. When it was about to touch the tree dragon's belly, Xue Jing swung the snake killer in his hand. The silver white claws touched the dragon scales as rough as tree bark. Just like a hot knife cutting a piece of butter, there was no resistance at all. A huge wound was cut on the tree dragon's belly in an instant. Xue Jing's eyes widened slightly. With his eyesight, he naturally saw the details clearly. It was not the sharpness of the claws that cut the dragon scales. In fact, the tip of the claw did not touch the dragon scales at all. Instead, when it was about to touch the dragon scales, the tree dragon's flesh took the initiative to tear itself apart, and avoided the snake killer as much as possible. The tree dragon was completely frightened. An instinctive fear that it had never experienced since it was born, as if it had encountered a natural enemy, swept through its body. Even its biological father, the dragon god, had never given it this feeling. Trembling, panic, and even despair. Without the slightest hesitation, it immediately tried its best to activate the biological force field and escape from here. However, it was too late. Xue Jing, who was carrying the snake killer, was not hindered at all. Any part of the tree dragon's body tore itself apart when it was about to touch the snake killer. He penetrated the tree dragon's body without any hindrance. Black flames burned in his pupils. The dark tree dragon's body did not hinder his vision. Although everything in his field of vision turned black and white, he could still see it clearly. He looked up and saw a meatball with a diameter of about 1 meter, beating like a heart. Lightning flashed on its surface. Xue Jing immediately understood that this was the core organ of the tree dragon. He immediately stepped on the ground, touched the soft stomach wall, and ejected, leaping towards the core meatball of the tree dragon. Squeak. Without any surprise, the snake-killing sniper pierced into it. The silver-white claws emitted a dazzling brilliance, and the meatball began to swell wildly, as if it was inflated. Ah! The tree dragon let out a terrified wail, and its body froze in the air. After a few seconds, it fell to the ground with a bang. Chapter 160, The Invincible Heart, Susanoo Buddha, destroying 4 countries by himself. The huge body crashed to the ground, and the whole valley was shaking. A circle of dust spread out from the place where the tree dragon fell, stretching hundreds of meters away. The belly of the tree dragon that fell to the ground began to slowly expand, just like a balloon being inflated. The rough dragon scales like bark were stretched open, and cracks appeared everywhere, revealing the tight and thin skin under the scales from the cracks. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the tree dragon's belly suddenly exploded, and a large amount of golden lightning exploded from the breach, and scattered in all directions. The land, trees, mountain walls within a radius of hundreds of meters. All the places touched by the scattered thunder were shattered, and turned into a charred black color. Only 1 or 2 plants did not shatter after being hit, but were filled with lightning, ripples all over their bodies. The body gradually changed into a golden color, and turned into a dragon thunder plant. In the big hole in the tree dragon's belly, a figure wrapped in black flames and golden lightning slowly walked out. Xue Jing paused and walked slowly forward, using shadow flames to dissipate the dragon lightning on his body. He supported the gravity that had increased by more than 10 times, and stepped on the charred ground, leaving a deep footprint with each step. As the last golden lightning on his body was burned out by the black flames, he suddenly felt his whole body relax, and his body regained its lightness. Kill special creatures with divinity. Divinity plus 327. Currently possess divinity. 851. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you had this trick? The person in the mirror of the bracelet was stunned. Xue Jing spread out his palm and looked at the sharp claw of the snake-killing scout in his hand. This claw no longer shone with silver-white light as before, but showed a dull pale color, ordinary, like an ordinary beast claw, nothing special. Before using it, I didn't know this thing was so powerful. Xue Jing raised his eyebrows. Although I knew that the snake-killing scout could restrain dragon species, but I didn't expect the restraining effect to be so exaggerated. Because he had practiced hidden dragon style, he had been able to experience the restraint effect against natural enemies. But probably because his race was essentially human, and he had only practiced martial arts related to dragons, the restraint effect he received was not deep, and his experience was not real enough. However, this tree dragon was a pure dragon, completely a dragon from the inside out, allowing the killing power of the snake slayer to be fully exerted. The vitality that could almost be called immortal died on the spot after a claw of the snake slayer pierced into the core organ. The man in the mirror looked at the claw in Xue Jing's hand that had lost its silver-white brilliance. This thing looks like it can no longer be used. You don't only have this one, do you? If there is only one, I will definitely not use it on this guard dragon. Xue Jing smiled and took out another 4 silver-white claws from the pocket of his tactical uniform. The man in the mirror's eyes suddenly lit up, and he stood up from Xue Jing's shoulder, rubbing his hands excitedly, with an eager look. Good. If this is the case, even if it is a pure-blooded dragon species, maybe there is really a chance. This thing should be a conceptual level alien god power, right? Special attack against dragon species? Where did you get it from? The man in the mirror was knowledgeable, and guessed the characteristics of the snake-killing vanguard at a glance. Xue Jing touched his chin. Well, I picked it up on the road. The man in the mirror curled his lips and snorted. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. I'm not very curious. Anyway, it's good to have hope. So that's it. You want to use the hand of Renier, the dragon god priestess, to let her find a way to get close to the pure-blooded dragon species and use this claw to reduce its blood volume in advance, or see if you can just kill it directly. The man in the mirror said thoughtfully. This method is indeed feasible to a certain extent. It depends on how far that girl Renia can go. However, although there is hope of killing pure-blooded dragons at present, it is just hope. The restraining effect of this claw is very strong. It is impeccable in terms of quality, but the quantity is slightly insufficient. Xue Jing asked doubtfully, why? The man in the mirror looked at the body of the tree dragon. The power of the alien god contained in a claw, when it pierces the core organ of this god dragon, just happens to wipe out its vitality. It pointed to the sharp claw in Xue Jing's hand that had lost its silver white glow. The vitality of a pure-blooded dragon is more than just this. If you can pierce all the remaining 4 claws into its core organs, that should be enough to kill it. But this is just an ideal situation. The man in the mirror sat on Xue Jing's shoulder again, thinking, pure-blooded dragons are very capable in all aspects, and their speed and reaction are quite fast. It is difficult for you to get close to its core organs. It's good enough if you can hurt its body. In addition, you have to take the 2 guard dragons into consideration. If you want to kill them, you also need to use your claws. Otherwise, with their vitality, you will be dragged to death. Xue Jing thought for a while and said, then beat each one half to death first, and then stab them to death with your claws. In this way, you should only need to consume 1 claw to kill the 2 guard dragons, and you can save 1. The man in the mirror nodded. The remaining 3, although it is not enough, if used properly, it should be able to greatly reduce the vitality and combat effectiveness of the pure-blooded dragon. Then it will be up to you. Even if the pure-blooded dragon species has greatly weakened its combat power, it will still be a difficult challenge for you. Xue Jing smiled and said, I'll try my best. Perhaps it was the continuous victories along the way that cultivated an invincible mentality. Although he was facing an unprecedented and terrifying monster that was far superior to him, he was not afraid at all. It was as calm as going out to the supermarket instead of facing a pure-blooded dragon species without any fear at all. He didn't know whether this mentality was good or bad. Fear is a feeling that has both negative and positive effects. Excessive self-confidence also has both advantages and disadvantages. However, so far, I think the advantages should be greater than the disadvantages. At least he will not make any operational mistakes during the battle because of his inner vacillation. Only with an invincible heart can you swing an invincible fist. Xue Jing stared at his clenched fist. The heart of belief is your magic. Xue Jing wandered in the valley of the tree dragon territory, scanning the surroundings with his eyes, squatting down from time to time to open the cracks in the rocks, as if looking for something. What are you looking for? The man in the mirror asked. Xue Jing raised his hand and exerted force, using his strength to open a large rock, and said, Dragon Thunder Plant. I have to try my best to increase the combat power to the limit. As he said, Xue Jing's eyes moved and looked at a small forest in the distance. In the gaps between the trees and weeds, he vaguely saw a little gold. With a step of his feet, he disappeared from the spot. Not long after, he entered the small forest and soon found the source of the gold. A golden flower shaped like a lotus was blooming between the roots of a big tree. Xue Jing reached out and touched the corolla, and the plant contract was activated, and a seal suddenly appeared on the flower of the golden lotus. With a thought, the golden lotus that had completed the contract reversed its growth, retracted all its petals and rhizomes, and curled up into a golden seed. Xue Jing picked up the seed and put it in his pocket. He opened the panel and took a look. The skill name of plant contract dimmed a little. The more the better. I need as many dragon thunder plants as possible to deal with dragon thunder. Xue Jing thought about it, clicked the upgrade on plant contract, and spent 800 points of divinity. Plant contract LV5, 51/1200. Seeing the skill name light up again in a light gold color, Xue Jing nodded. Keep looking. 3 hours later, Xue Jing stood on the bank of a river, looking at the upper reaches of the river, where a huge dragon seed was lying on the ground, lowering its head and drinking water leisurely. The dragon scales were exactly the same as the fat tree dragons, and the slender and huge body was nearly 20 meters long. Unlike the tree dragon, this guard dragon had a lot of round corollas of various colors all over its body, which looked quite scary. Xue Jing took a deep breath and reached for the pocket on the chest of his tactical uniform. Then, he took out a handful of seeds. The seeds were big and small, the largest was as big as a walnut, and the smallest was about the size of a grain of rice. There were more than a dozen seeds in total. The common point was that all the seeds were golden in color. Well, let's try the effect. Xue Jing raised one foot and posed as if throwing a baseball. After a little accumulation of strength, he threw it towards the Corolla dragon. It has reached LV8, close to LV9 level, aiming, so the accuracy is needless to say. More than a dozen seeds covered the whole body of the Corolla dragon very cleverly. At the moment when the seeds hit the flower crown dragon, Xue Jing stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! Instantly, a scene that made people's scalps numb appeared. Countless thick golden roots, golden vines, golden flowers, golden thorns, golden leaves. Gurgle, gurgle densely packed golden plants instantly grew wildly all over the body of the flower crown dragon, squirming, wrapping its huge body in it, and tightly binding it. Hiss, so disgusting. The person in the mirror in the black bracelet couldn't help but tremble and covered his hands, rubbing the goosebumps on his arms twice. Xue Jing also felt that this scene was a bit disgusting, but it did not affect his actions. The black flames burned on his body, turning into a gorgeous full covering black armor, wrapping him up, with a little black flame dotted on the armor, making him look like a death knight from the underworld. Roar. The angry dragon roar came from the wriggling golden plant mass, and the whole mass shook violently. The flower crown dragon struggled to get out of it. But after the plant contract was upgraded to LV5, the strength of the controlled plants was greatly improved. At this moment, the huge mass formed by more than a dozen dragon thunder plant seeds had an incredible strength. The flower crown dragon was tied up tightly for a while and couldn't break free at all. The best way to wipe out its vitality is to attack its core organs. First confirm where its core organs are. The man in the mirror reminded. Xue Jing nodded, stepped on the ground, and jumped towards the flower crown dragon. He moved his fingers, and the golden plant mass automatically wriggled to open a single person passage for him, revealing a small part of the flower crown dragon's body. He clasped his hands together, and the black flame condensed in his hands, turning into a huge spiral black drill. Turn the golden scales. With his strength, Xue Jing's armored body began to rotate at high speed, and with the drill bits condensed in his hands as the tip, he kept rotating on the dragon scales of the flower crown dragon. There was a crackling sound, and the rough bark-like dragon scales were completely unable to withstand the extremely strong penetrating force, and were directly pierced. Xue Jing's whole body was like a drill, digging into the flesh and blood, and kept going deep into the body of the flower crown dragon. Roar. The intense pain made the flower crown dragon scream in pain. In anger, one of its red corollas exploded, making a puff sound, and countless light red gases flowed out of the exploded corolla. Zizzy, a sizzling sound came from the inside of the golden plant mass, like the sound of sulfuric acid corroding an object. The originally extremely solid golden plant mass suddenly began to emit smoke, and the entire mass gradually began to swell and loosen. Then, the corollas on the flower crown dragon's body began to explode continuously. With each explosion, the sizzling sound became more and more intense, and more smoke came out of the mass. Finally, the golden plant mass gradually decayed and turned black like a wet towel, and the originally strong restraints became soft, falling off the flower crown dragon piece by piece, and falling to the ground. Xue Jing, who had drilled into the flower crown dragon's body, noticed something was wrong. He didn't care to continue looking for the core organ. He immediately used the wind and thunder to burst his feet. The whole person catapulted and quickly returned from the dug hole, and left the flower crown dragon's body. The next moment he left, the flower crown dragon, which had been freed from its restraints, suddenly burst out with golden lightning all over its body. The strong lightning completely covered its body, and there were thunder and lightning. Roar. Amid the dragon's roar, the flower crown dragon cast its sights on the black bud not far away, and its vertical pupils revealed a look of anger. Seeing this, Xue Jing immediately raised his palm. A dozen golden seeds immediately came to his side, multiplying and growing countless plants. entwining with each other to form a huge golden plant sphere, wrapping him in it. The next moment, dozens of golden thunderbolts struck Xue Jing one after another. Boom 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 boom. The plant sphere kept breaking under the bombardment of dragon thunder, but because it was too thick, it was not penetrated. Seeing this, the person in the mirror was refreshed. Very good. The power of dragon thunder, which is the most difficult for pure-blooded dragon species to deal with, has been basically solved by you. The hope of defeating pure-blooded dragon species has greatly increased. Xue Jing did not reply, but put his hands together and controlled the plant sphere to multiply crazily. Countless plants combined with each other. The thick roots turned into bodies, vines turned into clothes, thorns entangled on the body surface, and petals dotted on the limbs and head. Soon, it formed a golden Buddha statue with a height of nearly 30 meters, 18 arms on the back, and a person standing up. Xue Jing was held in the palm of one of the arms. He focused his eyes and began to mobilize the shadow flame with all his strength. Countless shadow air currents were drawn away and turned into black flames, burning all over the Buddha's body, gradually turning into a very suitable huge black armor, covering it. I've wanted to play like this for a long time, Xue Jing said with interest. Susanoo set the Buddha. One person destroys the four countries. Chapter 161, a talent that exceeds the limits of the human species. All dragon species in the border area are slaughtered. A giant Buddha wearing black armor and with 18 arms on his back stood on the ground. Xue Jing himself was supported on his chest by a Buddha's hand. Huh? What are you doing? The man in the mirror in the bracelet widened his eyes. Xue Jing raised his eyebrows and asked, how is it, handsome or not? A little handsome, but have you ever thought about a question? The man in the mirror was a little speechless. At this time, a thick golden thunderbolt fell down and hit the armored giant Buddha. Boom. A part of the black armor was broken and golden electric currents ran all over the armor. More than 20 times the gravity was immediately applied to his body, and Xue Jing suddenly felt that it was quite difficult to control the giant Buddha. How does it feel? The man in the mirror pouted. Xue Jing nodded and said thoughtfully, so that's how it is. You can't use Susanoo to cover the Buddha, but the Buddha should cover Susanoo. The man in the mirror said speechlessly, no, can't you just not drive the Gundam? Just use the dragon thunder plant purely for defense. Xue Jing actually understood this, but he still felt a little regretful, but it always feels a bit wrong to fight such a huge monster without using the Gundam. Roar. Seeing that the dragon thunder seemed to have no effect, the flower-crowned dragon roared, and a group of red flower crowns on its shoulders burst open, and a large area of light red gas diffused from it and spread to the surroundings. Xue Jing was about to remove the shadow flame armor on the giant Buddha, but the man in the mirror looked at him. Wait a minute. This is the corruption breath. It is a special use of vitality. It will cause everything it touches to rot, and it specifically restrains carbon-based biological plants. Xue Jing heard it, and immediately used Shadow Flame to draw black air from the large shadow to fill the black armor on the giant Buddha. The reddish gas made only a slight hissing sound when it came into contact with the Shadow Flame armor. Although the armor was slightly corroded, it was not serious and the corrosion rate was extremely slow. Are you a life-type dragon nemesis? The man in the mirror was speechless. Why do I feel that every skill of yours can just restrain them? Xue Jing smiled and said, hold on tight, let's go. The armored giant Buddha took a step and ran at a speed that was completely inconsistent with his huge body, heading towards the flower-crowned dragon. Bang 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 bang. Every step on the ground would make the earth tremble. Gravel and dust flew, leaving a deep footprint. Soon, it had already arrived in front of the flower-crowned dragon. 18 huge Buddha hands stretched out, clenched into fists, and made a violent whistling sound, hitting the flower-crowned dragon. Allah, 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 Allah. The continuous beating of more than a dozen huge fists, the combination of a large number and a very fast speed, turned into a real sky full of fist shadows. Bang, 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 bang. Ah. The flower-crowned dragon wailed, and its body was covered with huge indented fist marks. The rough dragon scales like bark were broken and flying, and dragon blood kept overflowing. 2 eyeballs were beaten out of the eye sockets and disappeared. A mouthful of sharp teeth were broken into pieces, and the skin on the face was all rotten. The angry dragon roared, and the flower-crowned dragon adjusted its posture, waving its claws, until in succession, hitting the armored giant Buddha, trying to fight back. But more than a dozen arms were too cheating. Any counterattack was immediately covered by the fist shadows in the sky, before it touched the giant Buddha's body, and could not touch the giant Buddha at all. Bang, bang, bang. The beating continued. After trying several times, the flower-crowned dragon gave up the idea of counterattack, and wanted to retreat temporarily. As soon as the dragon force field was opened, it wanted to take off. Xue Jing saw this, and immediately had an idea. Several of the arms of the giant Buddha stopped beating, but proliferated and stretched, tied to the flower-crowned dragon like a rope, tied it tightly, and prevented it from flying away. Roar. The flower-crowned dragon was immediately furious, and its flesh suddenly swelled up, turning from a slender body into a fat and funny appearance. Seeing this, the man in the mirror immediately said, "Retreat." Xue Jing did not hesitate to control the giant Buddha to stop beating, let go of the flower-crowned dragon, and leaped back. At the moment the giant Buddha left, the flower-crowned dragon quickly swelled into a huge sphere. Countless golden electric currents began to spread on its body surface, and then with a loud bang, the whole body exploded. The golden lightning flashed and exploded, forming a lightning ball that covered the surrounding area of dozens of meters. The river was evaporated, the soil was collapsed, and everything touched by the lightning was shattered. The running current touched the giant Buddha a little, burning cracks in the shadow flame armor on his body, but Xue Jing immediately filled them with black flames. This is a self-detonation that turns the body into fuel for the dragon lightning. Its body should have burned out now, leaving only the core organs. The man in the mirror said quickly. The golden lightning ball continued to explode. Xue Jing controlled the giant Buddha to take a step forward and was immediately burned out by the golden current. The armor on his body had to retreat again and again. It will take some time for it to recover its body. This is a good opportunity. If we can cross this dragon lightning and capture its core organs, maybe we can kill it at no cost without using our claws. The words of the man in the mirror rang in his ears, and Xue Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. He thought about it, controlled one of the giant Buddha's arms, and extended it to get closer to the golden lightning ball. Hiss, but just as it touched the lightning ball, the arm immediately melted quickly, and was burned out by the strong dragon lightning. No, it's hard to get close. Even the roots of the dragon thunder plant can't bear it. In that case, Xue Jing's mind moved, and he pulled the black armor on the giant Buddha into black flames, which rotated and gathered all on his body, turning into armor. Then he disintegrated the giant Buddha, controlled all the dragon thunder plant seeds, and attached them to various parts of his body. Countless roots, thorns, vines, flowers, all wrapped around his body, forming a second layer of thick golden plant armor. This time, he didn't even leave an opening for his eyes and nose, but a truly full cover armor without any gaps. In this case, vision, hearing, smell. The senses of the body are almost completely blocked, and can only rely on the general impression in the mind and instinct to act. But Xue Jing didn't hesitate at all. Relying on a large breath of oxygen before the armor was closed, he used the wind and thunder to move his strength, and the spiral dents spread on his legs. Then, he stepped hard on the ground, shattering the earth. He shot towards the lightning ball like an arrow, rolling up circles of spiral white airwaves along the way. It was just a matter of a moment. Xue Jing entered from one side of the lightning ball, and in less than a second, he rushed out from the other side. He passed through, and pierced the lightning ball. When he came out, he was holding a big meatball more than one person tall in his hands. The meatball continued to beat like a heart, and granulations on its surface continued to wriggle and proliferate, constantly growing. As for Xue Jing himself, the golden armor of the plant wood was already tattered, with only a few remaining parts attached to his thighs and shoulders. The shadow flame armor on his body was also missing pieces here and there. The whole person was wrapped in golden electric currents, which kept running around on his body. Bang! He fell to the ground, but he couldn't stop his feet. He half knelt down. The ground trembled suddenly, and a large pit several meters deep was smashed out. The tens of times of gravity made his flesh and bones tremble constantly. Xue Jing gritted his teeth and drew countless black air currents from the surrounding shadows, turning them into black flames to fill the armor on his body and wipe out the remaining dragon lightning current on his body. The armor was broken and repaired, and after a long time, the golden current was finally completely worn out. His body suddenly became lighter, the tens of times of gravity dissipated, and the flesh and bone stopped trembling. Xue Jing breathed a sigh of relief. "Awesome, you dare to do this?" the man in the mirror exclaimed. "By the way, you are a martial artist. It's really strange. The martial artists I have seen are basically like you, who do what they think and act with full mobility. Okay, there is no time to lose. It only has core organs now and has no ability to resist. Hurry up and cut off the meat on its body first." Hearing the words of the man in the mirror, Xue Jing realized that the huge meatball he was holding in his hands had grown to a diameter of several meters. Because his arms had been in contact with the meatball, more than half of them had been swallowed by the proliferating flesh and blood. He took a deep breath, circulated his strength, and pulled his arms out of the flesh and blood. Then he clenched his hands, and a ball of black flames turned into a pitch black long knife in his hands. "Next, it's slaughter time," Xue Jing whispered. "Sure sure sure." He swung dozens of knives again, chopping the huge meatball in front of him into dozens of pieces. Xue Jing looked at the pieces of meat on the ground that kept squirming and gathering towards the center, wondering, how long will it take to chop it? The person in the mirror in the reflection of the bracelet sat on Xue Jing's shoulder and said leisurely, "Life-type dragon species are like this. Especially this kind of god dragon that is only below the pure-blooded dragon species. If there is no special means to deal with it, we can only grind it slowly." Xue Jing stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers. The black flames burned, covering the meat on the ground. The black flames that could annihilate matter were blocked by the vitality that kept emanating from the meat after touching it. Although the vitality of the meat was constantly being consumed until the black flames finally burned out, the vitality of the meat still showed no signs of bottoming out. "Don't waste your divine power. Cut slowly. There is still a god dragon to deal with," the man in the mirror said. Xue Jing could only scratch his head when he heard this. He took his black long knife and cut the core organs of the Corolla dragon into smaller pieces of meat. It was not until more than half an hour later that the core organs gathered and recovered more and more slowly as Xue Jing cut them until they completely stopped. Kill special creatures with divinity. Divinity plus 336. Currently possessed divinity. 387. Fitness experience value plus 1066. Health. The panel showed the harvest of divinity and a long list of experience value prompts. Xue Jing looked directly at the end. Aiming upgraded to LV9. 533 over 8000. Fighting upgraded to LV9. 798 over 8000. 2 more regular skills have been upgraded to LV9. Xue Jing was refreshed. His pupils suddenly contracted, and the focal length kept changing. Everything in his field of vision, which was already extremely clear, became even clearer, as if a layer of filter had been peeled off again. The bones all over his body trembled slightly, and the various structures inside his body changed subtly again. His body was already extremely perfect, and was evaluated by his masterly key as the most balanced and perfect template of the human species. At this time, he was changing in the direction of surpassing the limits of the human species. Xue Jing took a deep breath and urged his strength. A real dragon was born in his body, making a dragon roar and running around everywhere. Smoother than ever before. His body was as if it was lubricated, and the strength in his body was running smoothly, without even the slightest hindrance. The speed of running the power has increased by at least 1/3. Xue Jing closed his eyes and felt it for a while, then sighed. And he silently ran the power, and at the same time, activated golden scales and wind thunder. Fine and delicate dragon scale marks began to appear on the skin all over his body, and at the same time, spiral indentations extended from his right arm. Then, his pupils suddenly changed, turning into dark golden vertical pupils. He began to feel intense pain from the conflict of running the power, but Xue Jing looked happy. 3 kills in 1, it's done. One step closer to the secret of 5 kills in 1, the eye-opener. Xue Jing waved his hand and let the shadow flame crow holding the backpack fly over. Then he reached out and took out the dragon species distribution map from his backpack and took a pen to cross one of the 2 remaining red dots on it. The next one is the last one. He stretched out his finger and tapped the last red dot on the map. After thinking for a while, he said, "Come to think of it, I've almost killed all the dragon species in this border area. Why doesn't that pure-blooded dragon species react at all?" The man in the mirror sat on Xue Jing's shoulder, shaking his little feet. Pure-blooded dragon species are known as true dragons. They never regard dragon species other than pure-blooded as their own kind, even if they are born by themselves. However, the death of the guard dragon will still make it react a little. It's just that you move too fast. It's less than half a day now, and you've killed 2, and it's almost the 3rd. It's probably sleeping and hasn't reacted. Xue Jing raised his eyebrows. Is that so? In that case, let's make a quick decision and find the next one right away. The man in the mirror, don't you want to rest for a while and recover your divine power? It regarded Xue Jing's divine skills as the secret technique of the recipient, which required divine power to activate. It won't be too late to rest after we kill the last one. After Xue Jing memorized the route on the map, he stuffed the map back into his backpack and stretched his body. Let's go. 5 hours later, it was dark. A dragon roar filled with fear and despair resounded through the sky, and a giant dragon with wings on its back and scales like rough bark fell from the sky. Boom. The dragon fell to the ground like a meteor. The earth trembled, and a dust mushroom cloud exploded. Xue Jing panted lightly. His black tactical uniform was tattered, and he jumped off the back of the dragon with a somewhat dim snake-killing spearhead, claw in his hand. The last one. Done. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. It took 3 days. So far, all the dragon species in the border area have been slaughtered. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 162 Superhuman Speed, True Dragon Strength, Specialized Skills, Hidden Dragon Power. This one was a little thrilling to fight. The person in the mirror in the bracelet said, "I didn't expect it to be a life-type dragon species with specialized physical strength, and it's very cunning, without the arrogance of other dragon species. It didn't choose to fight you head-on, but after knowing that you can only rely on shadow flames to stay in the air and are not very flexible, it fought with you in the air the whole time." Xue Jing pulled his hands on his body, tore off the tattered black tactical uniform, revealing a sturdy upper body that was carefully carved by gods. "I originally wanted to save some and try to see if I could kill it without using claws like the last one, but I didn't expect that I had to use it in the end." He looked at the sharp claw in his hand, and the silver white light on it was a little dim. He really tried his best with this last guard dragon. The shadow flame has been completely exhausted and can no longer squeeze out a little bit. The name in the skill column has completely turned black and is slowly recovering. More than half of the dozen dragon thunder plant seeds contracted by plant contract were destroyed in the battle. He himself had been injured continuously in the close combat, but he used his mental power to stimulate the fire of life to recover from the injuries. Even though he fought so hard, he only consumed less than half of the life force of the guard dragon. He felt that he had reached his limit and had to use the sharp claws of the snake-killing spearhead to kill it with one blow. The man in the mirror folded his hands across his chest and said, "This is the best result under normal circumstances. The flower-crowned dragon can only be regarded as a pleasant surprise. You have done your best. 3.5 claws. The half you saved may be the last straw to defeat the pure-blooded dragon." Xue Jing moved his body, feeling the rare fatigue in his body, and said, "Next I have to rest for a day or two to recover and prepare for the next battle against the pure-blooded dragon." Today is the 4th day since he entered the border area. The rest time for the U19 knockout match is 7 days. He was still playing on the day he set out, so it was not counted. When he arrived at the entrance of the junction, he entered the next day, so the time he entered the junction coincided with the rest time for the match. In other words, if he wanted to get back before the match started, he had to kill the pure-blooded dragon species and break its core within the next 3 days, so that he could escape from this mirror world, polluted junction. Looking at the sky that had completely darkened, Xue Jing squatted down and opened the panel. Killed a special creature with divinity plus 359, possessing divinity 746. Fitness experience plus 1920, health experience plus 1088, running. The death battle with the last guard dragon was very difficult, so the experience points were quite rich. A large number of experience value prompts on the panel were all in the 4 digits, but Xue Jing raised his eyebrows. It feels a little less. This harvest is already quite good, but after such a long and difficult death battle, he always felt that it should be more than this. After thinking about it, Xue Jing had a vague understanding in his heart. It seems that the final victory was a trick. I won by using the snake's lair, not by my own strength. Did you reduce my experience because of this? Xue Jing shook his head. A ban. You are really strict. He scrolled to the end of the panel prompt. Running is upgraded to LV9. 290 over 8000. Hidden dragon power is upgraded to LV8. 364 over 11,000. Riding is upgraded to LV6. 657 over 3,000. 3 more skills have been upgraded. Even Xue Jing, who has been accustomed to a large number of skill level upgrades in the past few days in the border area, couldn't help but brighten his eyes. Although it was hard, it was really great to get the corresponding results after working hard. Running, one of the skills he activated the earliest, finally caught up with the other skills and reached LV9, only 1 step away from the limit of LV10. So far, he has 2 LV10 skills, fitness and charm. 4 level 9 skills, health, run, aim, fight, and attack LV8, which is about to be upgraded with about 2000 experience points. The hidden dragon power has also been upgraded by 1 level. Let's see what changes tomorrow. I'm too tired now, so I'll take a rest first. Xue Jing glanced at the giant dragon corpse next to him and didn't care about the surrounding environment and lay down on the ground. The level 9 healthcare made him completely free of insomnia. Even if he used the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed, he would fall asleep immediately after closing his eyes for a few seconds, breathing very long and steady. Even if the guard dragon died, its corpse contained an extraordinary dragon power, which made all wild creatures stay away in fear. There was not even a bug within a few kilometers, so there was no fear of being disturbed in sleep. The person in the mirror of the bracelet looked at Xue Jing, who was sleeping like a baby, and sighed. Good boy. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, on the quiet grassland plain, a figure rushed over with a swoosh at an incredibly fast speed. The wind pressure pushed the weeds along the way to both sides, forming a channel. A rabbit lying on the ground and chewing grass leaves cautiously before it could react was swept by the figure and directly swept into the air several meters high, flipped several times, and fell to the ground and fainted. Xue Jing rushed towards the place where he and Renia had agreed to meet, feeling the unprecedented lightness of his legs stepping on the ground with a look of joy in his eyes. The wind seemed to no longer be a resistance to intercept him, but a helper. While running, his body automatically adjusted his posture, followed the airflow he came into contact with, and instinctively reduced the air resistance to the limit. 190? No, it should be around 200. Xue Jing used the backward speed of the scenery in his field of vision as a reference to roughly estimate his current speed. It can be basically determined that it has reached the level of 200 kilometers. This is comparable to high-speed rail, and it can be called superhuman speed. In other words, the speed per second is about 50 to 60 meters. If I use all my strength, I should be able to increase it by about 1/5. Xue Jing thought to himself. The marginal effect of running speed is extremely serious due to air resistance. In the previous life, the top track and field athletes on Earth, once the speed of the 100-meter run entered the 10-second range, every 0.01 second increase was an extremely exaggerated improvement. Once it entered the 10-second range, even if their physical fitness was doubled on the spot, it was hard to say whether the performance could be improved by 1 second. Xue Jing's current speed is extremely incredible. This is not just due to physical fitness, but also involves the theory of mental interference with self-reality. The strong mental will silently operated when he had a strong idea of wanting to go faster, interfering with his self-reality, and coupled with the speed bonus of LV9 running, he reached his current running speed. Cool. With a refreshing shout, Xue Jing's figure quickly ran across the plain. Half an hour later, the charred earth was in a mess, with potholes everywhere, and covered with cooled black magma mud. After Xue Jing hurried to the agreed location, he braked suddenly, and slid forward for more than 10 meters. His toes scratched a long gully on the ground, and stirred up countless mud. It was still early, and Renia had not arrived yet. They didn't deal with the body. Xue Jing looked at the body of the flame-crying dragon he killed, which had not changed at all compared to 2 days ago. There are no other creatures in this border area that can threaten the dragon species. It is normal that they don't know how to deal with the corpses of high-level dragon species. In addition, Renia's country seems to believe in dragons, so they dare not offend for a while. The man in the mirror said. In fact, we can just give the blood, flesh, and core organs of these dragons to their so-called Daruka to eat. Dragon meat and dragon core are great supplements for the creatures in the border area. They can make them become stronger quickly, and even cause blood mutations, if they are lucky. Xue Jing smiled. I killed all the powerful dragons in this border area, and I didn't care about the corpses. Isn't it full of opportunities for the natives here? The man in the mirror nodded and said, indeed. It depends on whether they are brave enough to eat these opportunities. If not, when the residual power of these dragon corpses dissipates, wild creatures will go to devour them. A group of powerful monsters should be born. While chatting, Xue Jing jumped several meters, jumped onto the head of the flame-crying dragon's corpse, and sat down. First, he opened the panel, and took a look at the divine skill bar. After a whole night of recovery, the color of shadow flame has recovered a lot. Although it is still a little dim, it will be full in a short time. Then he closed his eyes, and looked inward at his current physical condition. Yesterday's death battle with the last guard dragon was too intense, which consumed a lot of vitality. It took a night to fully recover, and the fire of life was still a little sluggish. However, after LV9, the health will restore vitality much faster. At this rate, it should be able to recover to full condition before tomorrow. After confirming his own condition, Xue Jing calmed down and started the consciousness simulation for the first time in a long time. In the consciousness space, a pixel storm swept across, quickly condensing a huge wasteland. Xue Jing himself also appeared on the wasteland. He looked inward to check that the body data was exactly the same as in reality, and there was no mistake. Then he took a deep breath and began to operate the strength. In the sound of the dragon's roar, a vivid and almost real strength dragon was born in his body. At this time, Xue Jing's hidden dragon strength reached LV8. Combined with the talent beyond the human species, brought by the LV9 level of fighting, his control of strength is no longer the same as before. Well, let's give it a try. Xue Jing's mind moved, and the Jinli true dragon in his body suddenly changed. The original strength structure of hardness and softness, yin and yang harmony, began to change, and all the softness was extracted from the true dragon at a very fast speed. Not long after, the Jinli true dragon's eyes were dull, and his whole body was motionless. At this time, there was no trace of softness on his body, but a rigid true dragon composed purely of hardness. Compared with the previous difficult extraction process, the process of forming a rigid true dragon at this moment was quite smooth, and it hardly took Xue Jing too much effort. Very good. Xue Jing was refreshed. He had already achieved the most critical step of the Ruai Jinli of the Vajra Ruai hand, and condensed the pure hardness that really did not contain any softness. The next step was to crush it into powder, and then integrate it, and perform Ruai shaping that could be kneaded into any shape at will. Xue Jing thought about it, and relying on the confidence that he would not be really hurt in the consciousness simulation, he directly shook his strength without any scruples. Crackle, the hardness of the glass-like rigid dragon increased to the extreme. Under Xue Jing's vibration, it was directly shattered and turned into countless powdered forces. Puff puff puff, puff, countless blood holes immediately burst out all over Xue Jing's body, and crystal clear sticky blood burst out everywhere, even spraying dozens of meters away. Countless violent forces were running around in his body. In just a moment, 2/3 of the blood in his body was directly sprayed out, and the inside of his body was torn and tattered. He was seriously injured and dying. Xue Jing endured inhuman pain, but his expression was indifferent. He moved his mind, and countless small pixels condensed on him, filling his broken body and repairing his injuries. Can't control the shattered rigid force. Try again. He did not feel frustrated at all. He just summed up his experience and immediately started to test again. Crackle, puff puff puff, another violent outburst of strength. Xue Jing was covered in blood, but he just thought about it, recovered from the injury, and then continued. I don't know how many times he experienced the moment of death. Each time, Xue Jing tried to control the shattered Gangji's strength. Each time, he could make a little progress. The injuries on his body were smaller and smaller, from the beginning, when his body was almost completely exploded, to just a slight tear, and then to no wounds on the surface of his body. Countless opportunities for error, and his ruthless and tenacious will, allowed him to observe his own shortcomings in the most extreme way and the most comprehensive way, and the speed of progress was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. An hour later, crackle, the Gangji True Dragon was shattered, and countless powdered strengths were scattered and violent. The so-called strength itself is a thing of nothingness, just the kinetic energy generated by the movement of the flesh itself. At this moment, Xue Jing used a nearly perfect response method to control the inside of his body and offset the violent outburst of strength, just like a tamer patiently taming a wild beast, gradually calming it down. Under his control, the violent rigid force gradually became obedient and compliant. Until a certain moment, Xue Jing had a sudden inspiration, and all the powdered force was under his control. The powdered force gathered, began to combine and shape, and transformed into a real dragon again. And this real dragon was no longer motionless and dull, but extremely agile, with bright eyes, jumping up and down in Xue Jing's body, without any worries, extremely flexible, even more agile than the previous real dragon with both rigidity and flexibility. The pure rigid real dragon uttered a powerful dragon roar that made Xue Jing's body tremble, as if venting the joy of its new life. It's done. Xue Jing opened his eyes with joy. His mind moved, and countless small pixels suddenly rotated in front of him, condensing into the shape of a flame-crying dragon. As soon as it appeared, it immediately looked at Xue Jing, with angry pupils, and roared with a dragon roar. The roar that shook the void brought a strong airflow impact, causing Xue Jing's hair to blow back, forming a slicked back hair, but his expression did not change at all, and his body stood firmly in place like a javelin, without any wavering. The flame-crying dragon lowered its head and leaned forward, with its dragon head opening its big mouth, biting towards Xue Jing. Xue Jing clenched his right hand into a fist, placed it behind his right waist, and made a straight fist start. The extremely strong true dragon split into two. Following Xue Jing's thoughts, one entered the blood, and ignited thousands of sparks, and the other entered the muscles, rolling up wind, clouds, and thunder. The wind and thunder and the shaking starfire, the two most opposite killing moves in the hidden dragon style, merged together at this moment. Bang! The fist and the dragon head collided with each other, and the two stopped strangely, as if time had stopped. After a few seconds, Xue Jing retracted his fist. The dragon head of the flame-crying dragon suddenly began to shake at a high speed, and then the skin swelled everywhere, like boiling water. Boom. The dragon head exploded, blood and flesh flew everywhere. In reality, Xue Jing suddenly opened his eyes. You have a sudden realization in the consciousness simulation. Hidden Dragon Power Experience plus 2062. Specialization conditions have been met. Hidden Dragon Power is specialized into Hidden Dragon Ruai Power. Chapter 163. The Killing Move. Thunder Flame Boiling Cauldron. King Jiwu. The 7th Metropolitan Circle. Hidden Dragon Ruai Jin LV8. 2426/11000. Xue Jing blinked as he watched the changes in Hidden Dragon Jin. He had experienced the specialization phenomenon on the skill panel twice before. The first time was when he killed the cockroach monster in Ruzu Hotel. Yunjin was specialized into Hidden Dragon Jin. The second time was when he used God 508 Beikai Gantao. Visualization was specialized into Visualization Truth. Both of these specialized skills are more powerful than ordinary skills, and the experience points required to upgrade are also much higher than ordinary skills. And this time, the Hidden Dragon Jin, which is already a specialized skill, was specialized again. Xue Jing looked at the experience points required to upgrade the newly born Hidden Dragon Ruai Jin, which has not changed compared to before, and is still 11,000. It seems that specialized skills are the same as regular skills and divine skills, and the experience points required to upgrade are fixed. He thought to himself, well, let's try to change. Xue Jing took a deep breath and began to circulate his strength. This time, his body seemed to have undergone some wonderful changes, and the feeling of strength generation was completely different from before. The real dragon was born in his body, no longer the previous yin and yang harmony of hardness and softness, but as soon as it appeared, the strength of the body was pure hardness. He didn't need to extract the soft strength at all. Xue Jing was a little surprised. With a thought, he disintegrated the hard dragon in his body and started to circulate his strength again. The real dragon appeared again, and its body no longer had the hard feeling of the hard dragon just now, but was like cotton soaked in water, soft and loose. The new real dragon wandered freely in Xue Jing's body, but the movement was silent. Xue Jing couldn't even feel its existence. Wherever it went, it seemed to be flowed by water and blown by the breeze, with only a faint soft touch. This is a pure softness, a true dragon of softness composed entirely of softness. The hidden dragon's wishful strength. The strength generated is completely arbitrary. It can be hard when it wants, or soft when it wants. Xue Jing jumped off the head of the Yanti dragon, picked up a stone on the ground, and looked around. His superhuman vision allowed him to easily lock onto a deer on the plain several kilometers away. In other words, it was a creature from the borderland that looked like a deer. The true dragon of softness flowed silently to his right arm. Xue Jing took a throwing posture and threw the stone at the deer several kilometers away. The stone flew towards the deer at a very fast speed, but strangely there was no sound of wind. The stone hit the deer without the deer noticing it at all. A strange thing happened. As if ignoring the laws of physics, the stone stopped immediately when it hit the deer and landed lightly on the ground. The deer was like being hit by a speeding truck. It flew dozens of meters away and then landed gently, but it was not hurt at all. It was not until it landed that it suddenly realized that it seemed to have been knocked away. It immediately showed a frightened expression and turned to run away. Pure and extremely soft power will not cause any harm, Xue Jing whispered to himself. However, everything in the world follows the principle that things will turn into the opposite when they reach their extremes. Just like the concept of the Vajra Ruai hand, the extreme hardness will become soft, and the extreme hardness will become the extreme softness, and the reverse principle is the same. The extreme softness will become hard, and the extreme softness can also be transformed into the extreme hardness. It depends on how I develop it. He clenched his fists, his eyes showing excitement. I didn't expect to get such a wave of unexpected enhancements before the decisive battle with the pure-blooded dragon species. The Vajra Ruai hand relies on the special body that has been cultivated by its own school to instantly generate pure hardness in the body. And the Hidden Dragon Ruai power not only has the effect of the Vajra Ruai hand body, but is even better than it. It can generate not only pure hardness, but also pure softness. This is the real Ruai. Aban, you did a good job. You did a good job. Xue Jing took a deep breath, and with a burst of strength, he transformed into a real dragon of extreme hardness in the sound of dragon roar. Then he crushed it, and after shaping it as he wished, he simultaneously displayed the shaking starfire and the wind thunder. The boiling blood and the spirally compressed muscles appeared simultaneously. He looked at his right hand, which was clenched into a fist, and thought, the destructive power of pure strength itself is far superior to ordinary strength. Using pure strength to perform these two most destructive killing moves of the hidden dragon flow at the same time, the power is immeasurable. This move needs a new name. He thought about it, and pondered for a while. Well, the combination of shaking starfire and wind thunder, then. Let's call it the big killer move, Thunder Flame Boiling Cauldron. Shaking starfire is a defense-breaking skill that injects strength into the enemy's body, and wind thunder is a pure explosive skill. The combination of these two moves is to inject strength into the enemy's body and explode. Xue Jing thought of the crazy swelling of the skin surface of the Yan crying dragon's head in the consciousness space that was hit by this move, just like the effect of boiling water. Shaking starfire, wind thunder, one thunder and one fire, both are related to burning and boiling, and naming it thunder flame boiling cauldron is quite appropriate. Xue Jing turned around and punched the body of the flame crying dragon. When the fist touched the already tattered head of the flame crying dragon, there was no movement for a while. It was not until a few seconds later that large lumps began to gradually swell on its surface, and then more and more lumps, more and more lumps. Boom. The entire flame crying dragon's head exploded, and bones and flesh and blood covered an area of dozens of meters, forming a scene of blood and flesh hell. Are you free? The man in the mirror was somewhat speechless. Xue Jing smiled. I realized something new, and I couldn't help it. The surface of his body was covered with a layer of dragon-shaped energy, blocking all the flesh and blood from being splashed on him. You martial artists are too arbitrary. The man in the mirror shook his head. You always do whatever you think of. I see that you are usually like this. After a breakthrough, you can't help but destroy something to test it out. Xue Jing coughed dryly and said nothing. The man in the mirror continued. Actually, this is not good. Although this is just a small matter, everything starts from a small thing. Acting too arbitrarily will hurt you one day. I don't know how many martial artists have made big mistakes without thinking, in order to calm down their anger. That extreme martial king, back then was. At this point, the man in the mirror paused, as if realizing that he had said something he shouldn't have said, and immediately kept silent. Xue Jing asked in confusion. Huh? Extreme martial king? The man in the mirror said nonchalantly. Nothing. Everything still needs you to experience it yourself, before you can realize it. It's useless to say more now. You young people don't like to listen to these sermons, so I won't mention it anymore. Although Xue Jing was interested in the title of Extreme Martial King, which was obviously closely related to martial arts, he saw that the man in the mirror changed the subject so abruptly, knowing that this was probably something it didn't want to say or couldn't say, so he gave up asking. Come to think of it, it's quite impressive that you have been able to master the old martial arts to such a level at your age. The person in the mirror praised lightly. Even in the 7th metropolitan area, where martial arts are most developed, there shouldn't be many people who can compare with you at this age. Xue Jing asked curiously. Oh. I thought I was pretty good, but after hearing what you said, it seems that I'm not that outstanding in the 7th metropolitan area. The man in the mirror hummed. In terms of pure martial arts, it is. After all, the 7th metropolitan area is the king of extreme martial arts. Let me give you a simple example. You should also know that there are 7 major titles in your old martial arts world, right? Martial Saint, Master of Arms, Flying General, Conqueror, True Dragon, Heavenly Position, and 10th Stage. Currently, 5 of these 7 titles are in the 7th metropolitan area. Xue Jing was surprised when he heard this. So exaggerated. The man in the mirror chuckled. It's even more exaggerated than you thought. Of the remaining 2 titles, one is not very valuable, the 10th Stage. Top martial artists will only get this title once, and they will give it up after collecting stamps. That's why it's not in the 7th metropolitan area. In addition, the Far East also has 3 major titles, Sword Saint, Fighting God, and Sun Wheel. Currently, except for Sword Saint, which is still in the hands of the Far East people, Fighting God, and Sun Wheel have been won by martial artists from the 7th metropolitan circle across the sea. The man in the mirror paused, as if he remembered something, and added, also, Champion is also in the 7th metropolitan circle. Although this special title is not included in the 7 major titles, its gold content is higher than 10th Dan, and it can only be obtained before the age of 30. Some top martial artists who have achieved success late in life cannot get this title in their entire lives because they are over the age limit, and they deeply regret it. Now you know how developed the martial arts in the 7th metropolitan circle are. It is no exaggeration to say that your 5th metropolitan circle, multiplied by 10, is not enough for them to beat. Xue Jing collided his fists in front of his chest twice, and sighed. The world is really big, it seems that I'm far from qualified. The person in the mirror said casually, "Don't mind it too much. You are not a pure martial artist. Being blessed and ascending the ladder is your real path. If you add the identity of the chosen one, your current strength is undoubtedly the top figure among your peers. Actually, if you really ask me, you'd better not waste your time on martial arts. In a few years, martial arts will probably have no presence in you at all. It would be better to focus on the secret arts bestowed by God. By the way, how long have you been practicing martial arts? You should have started practicing since childhood. 10 years. Xue Jing thought about it and hesitated for a moment. Well, about 2.5 months now. As soon as these words came out, the person in the mirror fell silent. A breeze blew by, and the atmosphere on the scene was a little awkward. The silence lasted for a long time, and the person in the mirror twitched his mouth and said, "This is it so." There was another silence for a while. "Which school do you follow? Who is your master?" Xue Jing said casually, "Hidden Dragon School. My master is Li Qi." The man in the mirror pondered for a while and asked curiously, "Hidden Dragon School? Li Qi? I haven't heard of him. Is he some unknown hidden master?" Xue Jing said, "No way, he should be quite famous. He was called the Three Heroes of Jade City in the Inner Ring decades ago." The man in the mirror nodded and said, "Well, I understand. Just pretend that I didn't ask anything." 2.5 months, learning from a small sect it had never heard of. The man in the mirror looked at the corpse of the flame-crying dragon with its head exploded and scratched his head. Just based on this attack, 5 stages? Should be 6 stages, right? If it was cultivated by the top people of the top schools and the top resources, it would be normal. But he was born in a small sect and practiced old martial arts for 2.5 months to reach the 6th stage. If it was told that he was the reincarnation of the extreme martial king Bingji, it would believe it. Damn, I was fooled by this kid. After another silence, the person in the mirror spoke with difficulty. "Well, I think you should continue to practice the old martial arts. It's good to have more skills. You still have a lot of potential." Xue Jing smiled. "Haha, I know." Time passed slowly in the chat. At noon, Xue Jing was standing with his eyes closed in a posture that looked like a dragon, but not a dragon, practicing the hibernating dragon technique. Suddenly, he felt something, opened his eyes, and turned his head to look to the left. In the forest in the distance, there was a sneaky figure, walking and stopping to touch over. Seeing this, Xue Jing didn't care, but continued to stand. When the other party groped and came closer, it was already more than 10 minutes later. Xue Jing opened his eyes, looked at the other party, and asked in confusion, "Renia, what are you doing?" At this time, Renia was wearing a black robe and a hood, covering her whole body tightly, and her body was curled up. She looked around, and whispered in a low voice, "I came here secretly without telling anyone." Xue Jing tilted his head. "What is there to hide? Are you a virgin who is about to get married in the feudal era, but comes out to meet her lover secretly?" Renia tightened the hood on her head. "I don't know what you are talking about. I came here to discuss with you about killing the dragon god. Do you know the seriousness of it? If any news leaks out, I will be dead." Xue Jing smiled. "It seems that you have made up your mind." Renia was silent for a while, and whispered, "I have no choice. The priestess is the duty of serving the gods." She was destined to be the priestess of the dragon god before she was born. She was born unable to decide her own destiny, and could only bear it silently. But now, Renia looked at Xue Jing. This man is very strong, stronger than she has ever seen. Although there are still doubts about whether he can kill the dragon god, since he dared to bring it up, there must be a way, right? No matter how likely it is to kill the dragon god, Renia must consider whether this is her only chance in this life. Even if this is just a life-saving straw that is of no use at all, she must grab it. Serving the dragon god. What a joke. Her mother, her grandmother, were all swallowed by the monster that eats people at the slightest disagreement. Life and freedom, the two most important things for a person, if there is a chance to take them back. What other choice does she have? Xue Jing looked at her gradually firm eyes, smiled, stretched out his hand, and held Renia's hand together. "Don't worry, I will never let you down for abandoning your faith and making up your mind to kill the gods. Believe me," Xue Jing said softly. Chapter 164. From now on, I'm the king of this country. Who is in favor and who is against? Renia touched the simultaneous interpretation headset on her ear. Xue Jing did not take this thing back when he separated from her 2 days ago. She looked determined and asked, so what should we do specifically? Xue Jing released Renia's hand and said, Renia, you said before that you can get close to the dragon god, right? The girl nodded. That's right. My ancestor is said to have an unknown relationship with the dragon god. She signed an equal Deruka contract with the dragon god and became the first generation of the dragon god priestess. The first generation of priestess, according to legend, was the one who controlled the dragon god to create the world and created Nagdalu, which is the land under our feet. Renia placed her hands on her chest, crossed her fingers, and made a prayer gesture. Although the history recording the relationship between the first generation of priestess and Lord Dragon God has been lost, the contract between the priestess and the dragon god has been passed down. And according to the contract, each generation of dragon god priestess has one chance to summon Lord Dragon God through a sacrificial ceremony. If Lord Dragon God is satisfied with this generation of priestess, she will become her Deruka, but until now, except for the first generation of priestess, no other generation of priestess who are her descendants has ever done it. Renia's eyes darkened. The priestesses who do not meet the requirements of the dragon god will follow the terms of the contract and be taken back to the roaring waterfall by the dragon god, where they will serve him for the rest of their lives. But he has a very bad temper and often swallows the priestesses who serve him. My mother and grandmother have been buried in his stomach. Currently, in the roaring waterfall, only the previous generation of priestesses, my sister Dosha, is still alive. She should still be alive. Xue Jing pondered for a moment and said, is that so? Then when can you hold this sacrificial ceremony to summon the dragon god? Renia hesitated and said, is it urgent? Xue Jing nodded and said, it's urgent, preferably today or tomorrow. Renia pinched the corner of the black robe she was wearing and whispered, it's impossible today. The sacrificial ceremony requires the consent of the Elders Council, and then someone needs to be arranged to build the altar. The altar is very complicated, and I can't build it alone. Xue Jing said, what about tomorrow? Tomorrow is also uncertain. The efficiency of the Council of Elders is a bit poor, and I don't know whether they will approve my application. Renia shook her head. Hearing this, Xue Jing nodded and looked at the person in the mirror of the bracelet. Little mirror, what do you think? The man in the mirror, who looked like a handsome little boy, curled his lips and said, don't call me little mirror. I'm old enough to be your ancestor. After a pause, it said meaningfully, just do what you think. Xue Jing chuckled, turned his gaze to Renia, put his hand on her shoulder, and asked with a smile, Renia, speaking of which, I have been here for several days, but I haven't visited your country yet. As a foreigner, I'm very curious about your exotic culture. Take me around. By the way, help me introduce it. I want to meet the Elders Council of your country. Renia, For some reason, the smile on Xue Jing's face looked very sunny and warm, but it made her shudder inexplicably. This country, one of the only 2 countries in the land called Nagdalu, with a total population of no more than 10,000 and only 1 city. Nagdaru is the land of dragons. The absolute ruler here is a creature called dragon. This country has never been attacked by dragons because of the existence of the dragon god priestess who had signed a contract with the dragon god. Therefore, the people live and work in peace. But today, the peace that has lasted for several years was broken again. That country, the evil thieves from that country are attacking. A middle-aged soldier wearing leather armor shouted in panic on the sentry tower of the city wall of this country. Then, he immediately picked up the horn made of the big horn of some creature hanging on the rope next to him. Woo woo, the melodious and dull horn sounded throughout the city. The long syllables without any pause symbolized the highest alert, and everyone in the city involuntarily stopped their work. Then, some people saw that there were more than a dozen shadows in the sky, facing the sun, flying towards this country. Is that a dragon? There's someone on the dragon's back. Is it the witch? No, this generation of witches is useless. She hasn't tamed a single dragon. It's the other country, the despicable people of that country. They dared to offend the dragon god and capture and tame dragons. What should we do now? First notify the Council of Elders and the witch. Also, send someone to recall the patrol. There are only guards in the city now, and they can't stop these despicable people from the other country. Huh. That's this country? Xue Jing and Renia rode a giant lion transformed from shadow flames and came to a high hillside, looking down from above. Under the hillside, there was a not very large circular city surrounded by stone walls. It looked like the kind of medieval town commonly seen in otherworld animations. A river ran through the city in the middle, and the buildings inside the city were arranged in a staggered manner, lined up one after another, and looked quite beautiful. At this time, the area near the city gate was quite lively. On the city walls, at the city gates, and even in the nearby sky, there were people and various kinds of Daruka everywhere, engaged in a fierce melee. Flames, water, poisonous fog, lightning, all kinds of attacks were launched from various Daruka, crackling, and Xue Jing was stunned. Why, I came at the wrong time. Are you doing a military exercise? Renia covered her mouth and said uncomfortably, wait, don't talk to me first. She was not used to the speed and bumps of the shadow flame lion when running. She felt bad all over, dizzy, and almost vomited. After a long time, she patted her face, forced herself to suppress the nausea, took a few deep breaths, and barely recovered a little, looking at the city gate. Hey, what's wrong? Renia was confused. Xue Jing shrugged, you ask me. I was fine when I left this morning. Renia blinked, but soon reacted and frowned. It's people from that country. That country has invaded again. Xue Jing said casually, why, do you two countries have grievances? Renia nodded, yes. This country and that country were originally one country, founded by the dragon god priestess, and the name is Dorama. Xue Jing's eyes moved. Dorama means country in the language of the indigenous people of the border area. The country founded by the dragon god priestess is called country. That's right. If there is only one country in the world, there is no need for more names to distinguish it. It is reasonable to call it country directly. That country is a group of people in the original Dorama who do not recognize the dragon god creation theory. Renia was about to explain in detail, but Xue Jing immediately waved his hand. Let's not talk about these old things for now. I'm just asking casually. I'll listen to you again when I have the chance. Time is still quite tight now, and he doesn't want to waste time listening to the insignificant stories between the two countries. After he kills the pure-blooded dragons, if Bayard is interested in the indigenous culture of this border area, let them form an exploration team and come in to ask. Now it's important to do business. Xue Jing stood up from the head of the shadow flame lion, crossed his arms, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the dozen flying dragons above the gate of this country. I didn't expect there were still these fish that slipped through the net. That's right, the leader of the dragon catching group who gave me the map said that they make a living by catching dragons and selling them to the upper class of that country. Almost missed it, there are still a few wolves that haven't been pulled. Renia was stunned and was about to speak. But at this time, Xue Jing stepped on the foot, and the whole person sprinted towards the city gate at the bottom of the hillside like an arrow from a bow, with an incredible speed. No, we can't stop them. There are too many dragons from the other country. All my Daruka are dead. What should I do now? Damn it, if the priestess of our generation wasn't that useless. How could it be like this now? We shouldn't have allowed Lady Dosha to hold the sacrificial ceremony. If she was still alive, how could the despicable people from the other country dare to invade? Facing the attack of the other country, the people of this country, who were retreating step by step, were somewhat desperate. At this moment, boom. A figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed in the center of the battlefield with an explosion. The strong impact caused a circle of dust to spread out from it as the center, and the mud flew, burying and blocking the vision of the people and the Daruka around the battlefield, making it unclear. What happened? Something fell from the sky. Was a dragon shot down? In the dust, Xue Jing, wearing a black tactical suit, slowly stood up and looked at the dozen flying dragons in the air. Then first, let's collect these fish that had slipped through the net first. Xue Jing took a deep breath, and in the sound of the dragon's roar, the extremely strong dragon was born in his body. As soon as it appeared, it immediately shattered and turned into powder-like strength. After shaping as desired, it restored the true dragon form again. Then it split into two. One part rushed to the blood, igniting thousands of sparks, and the other part rushed to the muscles, rolling up the wind, clouds, and thunder. Xue Jing's figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already standing in the air and came to the nearest flying dragon. When the flying dragon and the soldiers of the other country riding on it did not react at all, Xue Jing punched out and hit the flying dragon's head. At the same time, he suddenly had an idea, and with the wish of hidden dragon Xue Jing, he added a little softness to this already formed punch. Puff! In the muffled sound, the flying dragon flew backwards without a sound, and the soldiers of the other country on its back were also thrown away. During the backward flight, the dragon's body began to swell like boiling water, with countless large lumps appearing. When it hit another dragon, its entire body exploded, spraying blood, flesh and bones all over the sky. The dragon that was hit also flew backward like the previous one. Its entire body swelled, and when it hit another dragon, its entire body exploded. This scene happened one after another. One dragon exploded and hit another, and soon, 10 dragons exploded and died one after another. Bang 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 bang. The continuous explosions, the blood mist, and broken flesh all over the sky put everyone on the battlefield into a downtime state. Everyone stared at the scene in the air in a daze, their eyes blank and motionless. It was not fear or shock, but complete incomprehension. Now, what happened in front of them was beyond their imagination. Why can someone jump so high? Why can someone punch a dragon away? Why did the dragon explode? Why, after a dragon hit another dragon, the other dragon also exploded? I don't understand it at all. I don't comprehend it at all. I don't know what it means. Xue Jing landed lightly on the ground, looked at the result of this punch, nodded, and was quite satisfied. This move is called Thunder and Flame Boiling Cauldron. Firewood is exhausted, and the fire is passed on. He looked at the few remaining flying dragons, and snapped his fingers. The black airflow wrapped around him, turning into black flames, forming an armored giant with only the upper body. The giant held a black giant bow, and posed as if he was bending the bow and arrows. Several black arrows appeared on the bowstring. Swish, 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 swish. The arrows flew out, accurately piercing the necks of the remaining flying dragons in the sky, killing them and falling to the ground. The giant then turned around and swung his giant fist back at the stunned soldiers of the other country and the Daruka on the ground. Boom. The giant fist swept, raising a huge wave of dust, sweeping away all the soldiers and Daruka in the range, and falling dozens of meters away. Boom 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 boom. The roars came one after another, and the people of this country all stood at the gate of the city, staring blankly at the scene of the giant god in front of them constantly crushing mortals. The soldiers of the other country began to run away crying, and they only hated that they had only 2 legs, and they tried their best to stay away from the terrifying black giant god. Not long after, everything settled down. The shadow flame giant turned into black flames and gradually dissipated, and Xue Jing himself slowly stepped out of the black flames. His figure was like the Lord of Death walking out of hell. Looking at the figure wrapped in black flames, like a god or a demon, the people of this country immediately came to their senses, knelt on the ground without hesitation, and respectfully prostrated their heads on the ground, including all the Daruka. All the creatures in front of Xue Jing knelt down. In the quiet atmosphere, the huge city gate slowly opened, making a loud creaking sound. A dozen figures whose clothes were obviously more luxurious than others walked out of the city. These dozen people were all men. The youngest one looked like a middle-aged man over 40 years old, and most of them were white-haired old people. Trembling, they walked in front of Xue Jing. The old man in the lead said carefully, "I'm the chief elder of the elders council of this country. May I ask who you are?" Xue Jing glanced at him and said nothing. At this time, the shadow flame lion on the hillside, carried Renier on its back, jumped a few times, and quickly came to Xue Jing's side and leaned down. Renier slipped off the shadow flame lion, hesitated for a few times with unsteady steps, touched her chest, slowed down for a while, suppressed the urge to vomit, and then slowly walked to Xue Jing's side, half a body behind him. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Xue Jing slowly said, "Rainier, next, you will help me translate. You tell them." His tone was flat. "From now on, I'm the king of this country. Who is in favor and who is against? Chapter 165 Planting Contract LV6. Good weather, perfect for slaying dragons. In the city of this country, there is a large open square. This square is circular, and countless blue stones that look extremely old and full of traces of time are placed on the edge. Different mysterious characters are engraved on each stone. In the center of the square is a high platform built of wood. Xue Jing is sitting on the high platform at this moment. Under him is an old wooden chair woven with branches and vines. Looking at the people of this country who are carrying various sacrificial items and laying them on the square below, Xue Jing yawned. The sudden invasion of the other country helped him a little, allowing him to show his personal force in front of the elders of this country without any other reasons. After that, things were very simple. After he asked Renier to translate that sentence, although there was silence for a while, no one dared to stand up and object. The people of the Elders Council immediately knelt down and expressed their submission, welcoming him, a foreigner, as the king of this country. Xue Jing had no intention of acting like an emperor, so he ordered a dragon god sacrifice ceremony to be held immediately to summon the pure-blooded dragons. In principle, this proposal must be voted on by the elders. When more than 2/3 of the elders agree, the ceremony will be held, and then the witch will be notified. The witch will first ask the first generation of witches to worship their ancestors, and after getting the first generation's consent, the date will be selected. It's very troublesome anyway. However, no matter how traditional or troublesome the rules are, under the absolute deterrence of force, nothing is uncompromising. Under Xue Jing's command of skipping the whole process, all the processes were omitted, and the altar was built directly on the same day. It is expected that all preparations will be completed by noon tomorrow, and the ceremony to summon the dragon god will be held. Xue Jing was not familiar with how to build the altar, so he couldn't help, so he had to sit on the throne and act as an overseer. But he opened the panel and took a look. Possessing divinity. 1271. After killing the dozen dragon species in the other country, although each one was very weak and could not provide much divinity, the accumulation of small amounts made a considerable harvest, with a total of more than 500 divinity. Adding the more than 700 he originally possessed, the number of divinity he now possessed has reached 4 digits. How much divinity have I gained since entering the border this time? Xue Jing recalled briefly. Upgrading the first level of Shadow Flame cost 1200 divinity. Upgrading the third level of Planting Contract cost a total of 1600 divinity. The two add up to 2800, plus the current 1200, minus the 500 provided by Man in the Mirror. This border has provided him with almost 3500 divinity points so far. Almost the harvest of 7 divine relics. Adding the regular skill experience points gained from the continuous battles with dragon species. This is a bit of a ticky off. Xue Jing pondered. The only thing left is the last pure-blooded dragon species. I wonder how much divinity it can provide, if it can be killed. Or, there is more than just divinity to be gained. Xue Jing was thinking, and Renier, who was standing next to him like a maid, whispered, "My lord king." Hearing this, Xue Jing came back to his senses, glanced at her, waved his hand, and said, "What Lord King? You can continue to call me Xue Jing, Renier." Renier curled her lips and said, "Your identity has been approved by the elders meeting, recognized, and written into the legal book. If I'm so disrespectful to you, I will be blamed by the elders meeting." Xue Jing touched his chin. "You are my personal translator, the only channel of communication. How dare they be disrespectful to you?" Renier did not understand the meaning of I at first, but when the simultaneous interpretation headset received this difficult to translate word, it quickly explained the specific meaning to her. "This is the self-proclaimed title of the emperor and ruler." Renier complained, "I see you've gotten into the state pretty quickly." After a pause, she continued, "Maybe it's a kind of inertia. Because I'm called the most useless witch in history, and I can't even tame a dragon, so they've always been bossing me around like this, and even now, they still look down on me." Xue Jing smiled and said softly, "Don't worry, after tomorrow, you'll no longer be the most useless witch in history, but the most legendary witch in history." Renier was silent for a while, her eyes were firm, and she whispered, "What do you need me to do?" Xue Jing reached out from the pocket of his tactical uniform and took out 4, no, it should be 3.5 snake-killing sharp claws. After thinking about it, he took back 2 of them and handed only the 2 intact ones to Renia. After the sacrificial ceremony successfully summons the dragon god, you find an opportunity to drive these 2 claws into its body. Renia reached out to take the 2 claws that inexplicably frightened her. She covered her madly beating heart and asked, "Where to drive?" The man in the mirror in Xue Jing's bracelet said, "Anywhere is fine, but the torso or head is best." Renia stroked the 2 beautiful claws that shone with silver white light with her fingers, wondering, "But, with my strength, it's impossible to hurt Lord Dragon God, right?" Xue Jing said, "Just stab it, don't think about anything else." Renia was silent for a while, and said with some disappointment, "Then, will I die? Attacking the dragon god at close range, no matter what the fate of the dragon god is after being attacked, her fate is obvious. Will she die?" Xue Jing did not answer immediately, but pondered for a moment and said seriously, "I can't guarantee you this, Renia. Your action is very dangerous. I won't lie to you about this. You may die, or you may not die. The probability of death is much greater than survival. I can only say that I will do my best to protect your safety if possible. What you are about to do is such a dangerous thing." Xue Jing reached out and touched her head and said gently, "If you are afraid, you can refuse this thing. You don't have to feel burdened. It's just human nature." Renia was stunned and a little absent-minded. A glimmer appeared in her eyes and she murmured, "Why don't you lie to me and say there is no danger? Why don't you threaten me and force me to do this?" Hearing this question, Xue Jing laughed dumbly. "I'm not so depraved as to deceive and coerce a little girl." He paused and said gently, "We are willing to cooperate on equal terms. Putting aside these, you are also my friend. I won't do such a thing to you." Renia's eyes lit up slightly. "What if I choose to refuse?" Xue Jing smiled and said, "Then I will go to kill the dragon god alone." Renia's eyes became brighter. "Without my help, it will be difficult for you, right?" Xue Jing nodded. "To be honest, yes. If you don't help me, the probability of me killing the dragon god will become very low, close to impossible." Renia's voice trembled a little. "Can't do it without me?" Xue Jing said solemnly, "It can't be done without you. Only you can help me. Only you can do it." Tears suddenly fell from the corners of the girl's eyes. "Only I can do it. How can I refuse when I hear such words?" For the first time in her life, the witch who was called the most useless in history was affirmed by others for her self-worth. "Were you acting just now? Are you lying to her?" Xue Jing strolled through the valley, looking for dragon thunder plants. The dozen or so dragon thunder seeds he had collected before had been almost destroyed in the fight with the 3rd guard dragon. This time, facing the pure-blooded dragon species, he had to collect more. Facing the question from the person in the mirror, Xue Jing smiled and said, "Why do you ask that? Does it look like acting to me?" The person in the mirror was silent for a while, shook his head and said, "It doesn't look like acting, but I feel that you have great acting skills. I'm just purely curious. Are you deliberately playing the emotional card to get her to volunteer?" Xue Jing thought for a while and said, "1/3 of it is intentional. I do think that, if I say this, it should touch her and make her volunteer to do this. But nothing I said is a lie. If she doesn't want to, I won't force her. This is a voluntary cooperation. I need to kill the dragon god, and so does she. On the premise that both of us need this result, I just pushed her gently." Xue Jing squatted down in front of a golden corolla, touched the petals lightly with his fingers, and engraved the seal on them. If it comes to this, Renia still chooses to refuse because of fear, then it means that her character is only this level. I won't trust such a person with a key claw. The man in the mirror sighed, "You are very mature, not like a child." Xue Jing put the golden seed in his pocket and smiled. "Is this a compliment?" The man in the mirror crossed his arms and did not reply. Instead, he glanced at the glasses Xue Jing was wearing and joked, "In fact, you have a simpler way to make her work for you wholeheartedly." Xue Jing naturally understood what it meant, but just shook his head and said, "If it is really necessary, I will not be stingy to use this face. The premise is that it is really necessary." The man in the mirror snorted and joked, "Am I talking to you about face? You are so narcissistic." For a whole day, Xue Jing collected dragon thunder plant seeds everywhere in the territories of various god dragons. The final harvest was about 25 or 6. It's not that I can't collect more, but the upper limit of the plant contract has been reached. In order to contract more seeds, he even used 1200 points of divinity to upgrade the plant contract to level 6, the same as Shadow Flame. Now, he has completely pulled his strength to the extreme that he can reach at present, and our ban really has no more. When he returned to this country, it was almost noon the next day. At this time, the altar had been built in the square. Various ritual vessels were placed around the square. The meat of many creatures and various local specialties that Xue Jing could not recognize were placed as offerings in various places in the square that had become an altar. Hundreds of people from this country wearing various sacrificial clothes were waiting in full battle array, waiting for the ceremony to begin. On the high platform in the middle of the altar, Renia had heavy makeup on her face, wore a witch's sacrificial robe, and wore a gorgeous ceremonial crown on her head. She knelt quietly with a hook-shaped ritual vessel in each hand. Xue Jing did not enter the city, but stood far away on the hillside, overlooking the sacrificial scene below. Time passed slowly until noon, when the sun was above the sky and the sacrificial ceremony officially began. The witch under the platform seemed to be saying something. After he finished speaking, all the sacrificial personnel started to move, and Renia also began to dance on the platform. As the ceremony progressed, it seemed that a mysterious invisible force gradually emanated from the altar. Boom. A thunderous explosion came, and Xue Jing looked at the center of the border area, the roaring waterfall. The huge golden lightning was constantly falling from the sky. Every time it fell, he could hear a thunder after a while. Swish, under Xue Jing's gaze, a huge shadow rushed into the sky from the roaring waterfall. Its speed was so fast that it didn't seem to be deeply felt because of the distance. However, the continuous whistling sonic booms from its body and the white airwaves spreading along its route all showed a fact. Xue Jing's pupils shrank slightly. Supersonic speed. At this speed, he probably couldn't stand it just standing on its back, not to mention being hit by it. Xue Jing looked carefully, and his strong eyesight clearly imprinted this monster flying at supersonic speed in his eyes. There is no doubt that it is a dragon. Xue Jing has seen a lot of dragons since entering the border area, but no dragon has ever given him such a strong feeling of dragon. Its whole body is filled with an absolute, terrifying and domineering aura that is above any creature and at the top of the food chain. It is a temperament that is taken for granted, as if it is destined to be above all creatures by birth, without any room for doubt, arrogant to the extreme, and taken for granted to the extreme. The dragon scales, like bark, do not have the roughness of the 3 god dragons, but are delicate, as if they were carefully crafted by gods, elegant and luxurious. Huge wings, a streamlined and slender body, a swaying slender dragon tail, and 2 sharp dragon horns on the top of the head that are bent upward. On the dragon horns, there are winding brown branches, and on the branches are beautiful flowers similar to cherry blossoms. That is a pure-blooded dragon, a real dragon. Xue Jing's eyes were filled with excitement, as if he had realized something. Be careful, act according to the plan, and don't be impulsive. The man in the mirror reminded. Don't worry. Xue Jing looked at the real dragon that cut through the air and pulled out a sonic boom cloud and said softly. He took a deep breath, touched the futon knife hanging on his waist, and looked up at the sky. In the cloudless sky, there was only one sun standing in the middle of the sky, shedding rays of sunshine. Nice weather, just right for slaying dragons. Chapter 166. Fight with all your strength and without reservation. It didn't take long for the dragon to fly at supersonic speed. It took less than 2 minutes to cross a distance of dozens of kilometers and arrive tens of thousands of meters above the altar of this country. Swoosh. The delayed sonic boom made all the residents of this country cover their ears. Boom. Above the sky, suddenly, the clear sky turned into dark clouds. The sky darkened, and golden lightning crackled and flashed in the dark clouds. On the altar, the ceremony was still going on. Renia continued to dance the sacred music on the high platform, and the witch chanted the words of prayer under the high platform. Xue Jing stood on the hillside in the distance with his hands folded on his chest, watching this scene and waiting silently. Gudang. In the center of the large dark clouds, a circular hole slowly opened. The huge real dragon, with a gorgeous and perfect figure, with an absolute hegemony, that looked down on the world, flapped its wings and slowly landed from it. All the citizens of this country, upon seeing the supreme and noble figure, no matter what they thought before, at this moment, all showed extremely fanatical faith and worship, kneeling down respectfully, prostrating themselves, reciting the prayers they had memorized, and welcoming this dragon god of creation. Renya saw the dragon god slowly descending and approaching her, and she couldn't help but take a deep breath and touch the two claws hidden in her clothes at her waist. Her heart was beating so fast that she suspected it would jump out of her mouth in the next second. She was nervous, her hands and feet were weak, and a huge pressure almost crushed her to the ground as the dragon god kept approaching. "I can't do it without you. Only you can do it. Only you can help me." Xue Jing's gentle but solemn words echoed in her mind. After Enya was stiff for a while, the pressure was miraculously relieved a lot. She knelt down to the descending dragon god with perfect and impeccable etiquette, showing the obedience of the witch to the god. The flapping of wings rolled up violent air currents, blowing the loose priestess's ritual clothes on her body. Her shoulder-length brown hair fluttered with the air currents, and the ceremonial crown on her head also swayed constantly. As the dragon god's feet lightly touched the ground, all creatures in this country knelt down. No one dared to make the slightest sound. The whole city was eerily silent. With his feet grasping the high platform on the altar, the dragon god's dark golden vertical pupils looked at the kneeling priestess on the high platform. The dragon head slowly leaned down and approached her. A low sound like the roar of an engine came from the dragon god's throat. Its long neck wrapped around the priestess on the ground, carefully looking around, and its eyes narrowed slightly. Then, the dragon god directly raised its front paws, grabbed the priestess in its hands, flapped its wings, soared into the sky, and pulled the sonic boom cloud all the way back to the roaring waterfall. This was a result that did not surprise anyone. Everyone showed an expression of as expected. The most useless priestess in history naturally could not be recognized by the dragon god. Her only fate was to be captured and taken back to the holy land of Roaring Waterfall, to serve the dragon god for life. The old witch under the altar sighed deeply, his face full of worry. "What should we do now? The priestess left no offspring. Will the bloodline of the dragon god priestess be cut off in this generation? If I had known earlier, even if she was still young, she should have." On the hillside, Xue Jing looked at the real dragon that soared into the sky and returned, and saw Enya in its claws very clearly. "Very good, let's follow it." Xue Jing narrowed his eyes slightly, the ground under his feet exploded, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and he kept rushing towards the direction of Roaring Waterfall. While galloping, he looked at the real dragon that was much faster than him and kept pulling away from him, and said it actually used the dragon force field to protect Renya and prevent her from being hurt by the supersonic wind pressure shockwave. This pure-blooded dragon is quite caring for her. The man in the mirror hummed. Pure-blooded dragons have always despised other creatures like ants. This scene is quite strange. I don't know what kind of story the first generation witch had with it, so that it is still willing to accommodate her offspring until now. The flying speed of the real dragon was far faster than Xue Jing's running speed, and it was out of his sight in a short while. Xue Jing was not in a hurry. He just kept adjusting his mind and body while moving at full speed, so as to face the upcoming war in the most perfect state. While chatting with the man in the mirror from time to time, he crossed dozens of kilometers and came to the center of this border area, the Roaring Waterfall. Boom boom boom. Xue Jing looked at the scene in front of him and was a little shocked. The silver dragon-like waterfall rushed down from the towering mountain top, making a deafening explosion sound, almost like thunder. It was an endless and violent water flow, a real Milky Way falling from the sky. At a glance, it was nearly 2,000 meters wide, and its height was so high that Xue Jing stood on the cliff and looked down. For a moment, he was blocked by the thick mist formed by the water droplets that exploded on the ground, and he couldn't see the bottom. But at least, it was above 3,000 meters. This border area is so small, and there is such a large scenic area. Xue Jing sat cross-legged on the cliff. The dragon seed is in the water curtain cave of this waterfall. Next, we just have to wait. I hope Renya can succeed, and I hope she can survive. The man in the mirror said, "You seem to have given her a dragon thunder plant seed, right?" Xue Jing nodded. "That is a tree seed. Once this real dragon is pricked by its claws, there will definitely be a big commotion. At that time, I will immediately control the seed to form a rhizome sphere, trap her inside, and try to keep her." The man in the mirror hummed. "Next, it depends on whether her life is strong enough. Wait, and have hope." In the center of the cliff of the roaring waterfall, in the huge water curtain cave, Renia was released from the claws of the real dragon. Because the real dragon was too tall, she fell directly from more than 10 meters in the air and watched herself hit the ground. Thinking that she was about to die before she could accomplish her mission, Renia found herself falling into a soft embrace in horror. Before she could calm down, she looked up and said in surprise, "Sister." The person who caught her and held her in her arms was her sister, the dragon god priestess of the previous generation, Dosha. "Renia, why are you here? Who asked you to hold the ceremony?" Dosha held Renia's face and asked with joy and anxiety. She looked very similar to Renia, with short hair and slightly dark and smooth skin. The difference was that her chest was much more developed than Renia's, quite large and full of maternal breath. It was also the top-equipped airbags that allowed Renia to land safely from the air. With her face pressed, Renia spoke in a muffled voice. "It's a long story," Dosha said softly, "then we'll talk later." After that, she pulled Renia and faced the dragon god. The two of them knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Lord Dragon God." The real dragon with dragon scales like tree bark looked at them twice, ignored them, turned and went deep into the cave, lying on the ground, half closed his vertical pupils, as if resting. Renia just wanted to get up, but was held down by her sister Dosha. The two of them knelt on the ground. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that Dosha realized that the dragon god had no reaction. She breathed a sigh of relief, pulled Renia to stand up, held her hand, and quietly retreated to the entrance of the water curtain cave. "Lord Dragon God has a bad temper. You must be very careful when you live here in the future," Dosha solemnly warned Renia. But then, Renia shook her head and whispered, "Sister, let me tell you what happened outside." Dosha was stunned for a moment, nodded, and began to listen carefully. Renia started from the beginning to the end, starting from how she failed to tame a dragon after inheriting the position of Miko and was regarded as the most useless Miko in history, and recounted what had happened recently. After listening, Dosha opened her mouth slightly and said in disbelief, "It turned out to be like this. Did that foreigner kill all the dragons, including the 3 nobles?" Renia nodded and affirmed, "He is very strong, very strong. This is also the reason why I held the sacrificial ceremony and came to the side of the dragon god. Sister, do you want freedom?" Looking at the determined light in her sister's eyes, Dosha was a little absent-minded. Not long after, the 2 sisters of the Miko stood at the entrance of the cave, looking at the dragon god looming in the depths of the cave. In their right hands, each of them held a beautiful silver white claw. "After we take this step, we can't turn back, Renia, we are doomed," Dosha said with a trembling voice. Her eyes were 3 parts fear, 3 parts excitement, and 4 parts worry for her sister. "It's okay, sister." Renia seemed very calm. She smiled softly at Dosha and said, "What's the difference between us and death now? Freedom and life. If we do nothing, we will have neither. If we fight, maybe we will have both." Dosha was silent for a while and said gently, "Renia, you have become stronger. Let's go and meet our destiny." The 2 of them took steps, carefully and silently walked into the cave, slowly approaching the dragon god who seemed to be dormant. Maybe the dragon god was really asleep and didn't notice them, or maybe it noticed it, but didn't care what the 2 little ants wanted to do, so it didn't have any intention of opening its eyes. The 2 sisters came to the side of the dragon god easily and clearly heard its steady breathing that sounded like thunder. The 2 sisters, one standing at the dragon god's armpit and the other standing beside his head, looked at each other, did not dare to speak, and just nodded quietly. Then, they raised the silver white claws in their hands and swung the sharp blades of rebellious faith at the gods they believed in. At the moment they raised their claws high, as a race loved by the heavens, the powerful instinct of the true dragon sent a warning to it, causing it to open its vertical pupils instantly. However, Perhaps because it was invincible since birth, and had never had anything that could threaten it, the true dragon had sensed the danger, but it was a beat slower in its reaction. Squeak! The two silver white claws directly pierced into its bark dragon scales, which were countless times harder than steel, like a hot knife piercing butter, without any resistance. Once it pierced into the flesh of the real dragon, its claws seemed to come alive, automatically and continuously digging deep into the flesh. Roar! The crazy and furious dragon roared throughout the world, and the entire water curtain cave began to shake violently. The eardrums of the two witch sisters were instantly pierced by the sound waves, and blood spurted out of their ears, and they fainted. Outside, Xue Jing, who was sitting on the cliff, immediately noticed the movement. He heard the rage and pain in the roar of the real dragon, and his spirits were lifted, realizing that Renia had succeeded. Without any hesitation, he immediately controlled the dragon thunder plant seeds carried by Renia, allowing it to extend dozens of thick golden rhizomes, wrapping Renia in it for protection. At the same time, he mobilized his strength, used the wind and thunder to drive his legs, and the whole person burst out, rolling up layers of air waves, and sprinted towards the roaring waterfall. Puff! The water exploded, and after Xue Jing entered the cave, the scene in front of him came into his eyes. The huge real dragon was lying on the ground, rolling madly on the ground like a fish on the shore, roaring in pain, and golden lightning burst out from its body, shattering everything around it. In front of it stood a sphere formed by golden rhizomes, which was a little tattered, because it was affected by the dragon lightning. In addition, there was a girl who looked very similar to Renia, who was unconscious on the ground. Except for the bleeding from both ears, she was lucky enough not to be affected by the dragon lightning. Xue Jing immediately activated the speed of twins, shot forward, grabbed the girl on the ground, and threw her to the golden wooden ball. The wooden ball formed by the rhizomes was controlled by him to open a hole, to accept the unconscious girl. Then Xue Jing's right arm ignited the shadow flame, turning into a pitch black armored giant hand, grabbed the golden wooden ball, and threw it out of the hole with force, throwing it out. Everything was ready. Xue Jing looked at the two irreparable wounds on the armpit and head of the rolling dragon, his eyes fixed. Well done, Renia, you have overcome your own destiny. Next, leave everything to me. Xue Jing dodged a golden lightning bolt, took a deep breath, reached out from the pocket of his tactical uniform, and took out a handful of golden seeds, and scattered them into the air. Countless golden roots, branches, thorns, vines, flowers, twisted and turned in the air, densely wrapped around him. In the shadows of the cave, the thick black air was extracted by him, rushed to his body, and turned into a blazing black flame. The highly concentrated spirit ignited the fire of life, and the silver of divinity stained his pupils. Then, let's start. Xue Jing whispered. Use all your strength, use all your wisdom, and use up all your bravery. This will be the first time in his life that he will truly fight with all his strength and without reservation. The great cause of slaughtering the real dragon will be realized in my hands. Chapter 167. A big Buddha fights the real dragon. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, extracting bones and digging out marrow. Ouch. The real dragon forcibly suppressed the extreme pain in its body, stopped rolling, and looked at the arrogant ant in front of it with its dark golden vertical pupils, which was sticking out its fangs at it. The golden thunder rolled all over its body, trying to annihilate the foreign objects that penetrated into its body, but the two foreign objects under its armpits and head seemed to grow inside its body, motionless, and even continued to penetrate into it. It had to use most of its own vitality and dragon thunder to stop the two foreign objects from penetrating deeper. The sharp and curved dragon horns were entangled with branches and dotted with cherry blossoms, like a crown on its head, and anger was revealed in the vertical pupils of the real dragon. Ouch. Even though it had fallen into an unprecedented weak state in its life, it was definitely not something that this kind of insect could provoke. The dragon thunder erupted, and hundreds of golden thunder and lightning shot out in all directions, and the roaring sound was endless. The spacious water curtain cave exploded directly, the cliff wall collapsed, and the entire roaring waterfall was in a strong vibration. From the outside, the entire cliff that formed the waterfall was collapsing inwards. Countless golden lightnings punched large holes in the cliff one after another. The waterfall flowed back into the water curtain cave from these large holes and soon flooded the place. Countless golden plants resisted the dragon thunder and protected Xue Jing. After the waterfall flooded the cave, Xue Jing stood in the water, his silver-white divine eyes watching this earth-shaking scene, and his mind was peaceful. He pulled out the Fu2 knife from his waist, and black flames ignited in the water and wrapped around the blade. For some reason, although he was in the fierce battlefield, he could feel that the breathing of the Fu2 knife became more and more obvious. This seemed to be some kind of omen, as if something was about to be born from the Fu2 knife. Xue Jing's eyes condensed, and the rigid real dragon that had condensed in advance in his body shattered and turned into two. Blood and muscles were beating at the same time. One was burning and boiling, the other was spiraling and compressing, merging into one. Thunder and fire gathered. Black sky blade thunder and fire boiling cauldron. Boom. It was obviously underwater where sound could hardly be transmitted, but at this moment, a thunderous explosion spread. It was not a sound in the physical sense, but a thunderous sound that resounded on the spiritual level. The pitch black thunder and flames swirled and entangled together, forming a huge pitch black thunder and fire tornado with a diameter of more than 5 meters, whistling forward in the water, enveloping all the water flow, forming an underwater vacuum channel, heading towards the real dragon. Stones, vegetation, everything that stood in front of this thunder and fire tornado was twisted into invisible dust at the moment of contact, and finally hit the real dragon's chest. The tip of the thunder and fire tornado was like a drill, rotating and cutting through the real dragon's body, and the dragon scales were broken and shattered piece by piece. The powerful lightning blade energy penetrated into the flesh and blood, and like a meat grinder, it dug a hole several meters deep in his chest. A large amount of dark golden blood was pumped out, soaking the nearby water. The real dragon roared in anger, and golden thunder flowed on its body surface, annihilating the lightning blade energy of the tornado. The wings flapped vigorously, sweeping away the surrounding water, forming a huge vacuum zone. After Xue Jing swung a knife, he was about to chase, but was blown away by the wings, and the whole person flew backwards out of the roaring waterfall. When he came to the outside world, a black thin plate appeared under Xue Jing's feet. He used the force to kick and stopped his tendency to fly backwards. He was about to return to the battlefield. At this time, he suddenly felt a warning and instinctively turned his eyes to his arm. There was a little bit of inconspicuous dark golden blood. Before he could react, the dark golden blood suddenly seemed to come alive, forming a small blood dragon and biting his arm. Instantly, the vitality in his body was sucked away by the blood dragon at a terrifying speed. In less than a blink of an eye, the blood dragon expanded from the size of a thumb to the size of a human baby. Xue Jing's reaction was already very fast. The moment he saw the blood, he had already exerted his strength to shake the blood dragon off. Even so, in that instant, his vitality was also drained by at least 1%. What a cunning dragon species. The control of its own attributes is also very good. It actually injected its own vitality into the flowing blood at the moment of injury to activate it. The person in the mirror was surprised. Xue Jing swung the knife to cut the blood dragon into pieces. His eyes narrowed slightly. Very smart, but not smart enough. If this trick was used at a critical moment, I might have fallen. The same trick can't be used on me twice. The black airflow ignited black flames, covering him, and turned into a gorgeous shadow flame armor. Swish, in the collapsed roaring waterfall, the real dragon soared into the sky. Although it was suffering from the power of the snake-killing vanguard at this time, it was extremely weak, and could not exert the terrifying speed of the previous supersonic level, but it was still very fast, and should not be underestimated. High in the sky, in the center of the entire border, the real dragon roared, and shook the world. Roar. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, covering the sun, and thunder roared, like the rage of the gods. Xue Jing looked directly at the real dragon in the sky, and with a move of his fingers, nearly 30 dragon thunder seeds gathered around him again. The roots turned into the body, the vines turned into clothes, the thorns were wrapped around the body, and the petals were dotted on the limbs and head. The golden giant Buddha appeared in the world again. What was different from before was that after the plant contract reached LV6, the power was stronger and more seeds were used, so the body became larger, reaching 50 meters high, and the arms behind the back increased from 18 to 36. but he himself did not stand on the palm of the giant Buddha this time, but sank down, dived into the shadows, and hid. As a real dragon, Xue Jing, the little bug, disappeared without a care. He thought that Xue Jing had been sucked dry by his activating dragon blood. He looked down with his dark golden pupils and saw the golden giant Buddha. At this time, the compassionate giant Buddha stretched out his 36 hands behind him and gave him the international friendly gesture, the middle finger. This gesture seemed to have the ability to communicate beyond culture and language. The real dragon understood the meaning instantly. He was furious because of the pain and immediately rushed towards the giant Buddha with golden thunder all over his body. Xue Jing, who was lurking in the shadows, had a thought, and the shadow flames wrapped around the giant Buddha, forming a huge black Gatling gun, which he held in his hands, with 5 barrels facing the diving real dragon. Amitabha, Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, 6 pure armor piercing bullets, 3,600 turns in one breath, great compassion and great mercy to save the world. Tatter 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 tatter, the barrel rotated rapidly, and a terrifying metal storm of more than 100 rounds per second burst towards the real dragon. Bang 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 bang, the bullets activated by the shadow flames burst into black flames in addition to the kinetic energy of the bullets themselves at the moment they hit the real dragon, forming a second level of annihilation damage. The real dragon was covered by a hail of bullets in the true sense, and black flames continued to burst out from its body. The physical strength of the snake-killing scouts was greatly weakened and could not withstand the terrifying firepower. The dragon scales and flesh on the upper body were constantly torn apart, revealing the golden dragon skeleton. Raw. However, the real dragon did not have the slightest intention of retreating and avoiding, but only roared and kept approaching the giant Buddha. Compared with the pain it was enduring at this time, the damage to the outside of its body was simply not painful, but only made it more angry. HMM. The golden giant Buddha let out a loud and echoing sound like Ultraman, and then waved the Gatling gun in his hand, turning it into a pitch black giant knife. Clang, the giant Buddha held the giant sword horizontally with both hands, blocking the claw of the real dragon that swooped down. The strong impact caused 1/3 of its 50-meter tall body to penetrate directly into the ground, making a bang. While blocking, the 36 giant hands behind it instantly stretched out, raised high, and clenched into fists, and each fist extended a middle finger. Then, it began to beat the real dragon in front of it repeatedly with its middle finger. Bang 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 bang. The person in the mirror couldn't help but complain, "What a low-class Buddha." Xue Jing lurked in the shadows, his face unchanged. The smaller the force area, the greater the pressure, and the fingers are more powerful than fists. In the endless humiliation and beating of the middle finger, the surface of the real dragon kept breaking, but the powerful vitality kept repairing itself. It didn't care about the injuries on its body at all, but just swung its front claws with force regardless of anything. Sure, the powerful force broke the giant Buddha's attack, while creating a wave of air. More than a dozen arms were broken and shattered under this blow. The real dragon took advantage of the situation and grabbed the giant Buddha's head with its 2 front paws, opened its mouth, and gathered golden lightning. But the air vibrated, and the golden thunderlight cannon directly penetrated the giant Buddha's head and evaporated it. The remaining force continued to shoot forward for dozens of kilometers before gradually dissipating. The giant Buddha lost its head and its body stopped moving, as if it was dead. Seeing this, the real dragon looked up at the sky and roared in victory. Then, it flapped its wings and was about to take off, looking for a place to slowly eliminate the 2 foreign objects in its body, and when it had time, it would destroy the gathering place of humans who didn't know whether to live or die. But at the moment it took off, the giant Buddha who had lost its head suddenly stretched out the remaining dozen arms, grabbed its feet that were rising in the air, and smashed it hard to the ground. Bang! The strong force plus the huge mass of the real dragon directly smashed the ground into a mushroom cloud of mud, and the entire intersection seemed to shake twice. Even though the real dragon was strong, it was stunned for a long time. At this time, the whole body of the Buddha fell directly towards the real dragon on the ground, and at the same time, it kept changing, turning into various golden plants, tightly wrapping the real dragon's body, and tying it up tightly. It looked like a coffin. At the same time, from all the shadows around, Pieces of black hair were drawn out, rushing towards the bound real dragon, turning into black flames, and drilling into it along the several entrances opened on the golden plant coffin. This move is called boiling a turtle in a jar. Xue Jing's body stretched out his upper body from the shadows, and raised his finger upwards. The black flames immediately began to burn wildly, annihilating the real dragon's body, as if it was locked in a pressure cooker and boiled. A dull and painful dragon roar could be heard faintly from the inside of the pressure cooker. Xue Jing did not hold back, and controlled the shadow flame to pour in, as if it was free. This was the first time he had used shadow flame so extravagantly and without reservation, like a water pump, pumping out as much as he could. The name, Shadow Flame, on the panel gradually dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After more than 10 minutes, Xue Jing stared at the blue bar of Shadow Flame, leaving about 1/5 as a backup, and stopped burning the Shadow Flame on the real dragon. The golden wooden coffin cracked in the middle, and opened to the left and right, revealing the real dragon inside. At this time, the flesh and blood on its body had been completely annihilated, leaving only a golden dragon skeleton. Xue Jing jumped onto it, inspected it, and frowned. Huh? No core organs? The man in the mirror thought for a moment and said, no, it has the ability to transfer core organs, and now it should be hidden in a bone. Wouldn't that be very troublesome? Xue Jing raised the rabbit knife, picked a bone at random and chopped it, but there was only a clang, and the blade was directly bounced away, unable to hurt anything. His silver white pupils turned into vertical pupils, and he scanned the real dragon skeleton with his eyes, but there were no lines or dots on it. Seeing that granulation began to crawl and proliferate on the skeleton, Xue Jing asked, what should we do now? The man in the mirror pondered for a moment and said, we can only use our claws. Xue Jing nodded, and from the pocket of his tactical uniform, he first took out the claw that only had half of the power of killing snakes. Then, he jumped to the cervical vertebra of the real dragon, held the claw with his backhand, and stabbed the spine hard. Facing the bones of the real dragon, even the snake-killing scout felt resistance this time, and Xue Jing used great strength to pierce it. Then, he took a deep breath, held his claws, and ran along the spine of the real dragon towards its waist. The snake-killing scout tore the bones all the way, cutting a gap in the entire spine. Xue Jing inserted his hand into the gap, and forced it to both sides, separating the entire spine, revealing the dark golden bone marrow inside. A plant-like fragrance emanated from it, and there was no fishy smell at all. Xue Jing was wearing the Shadow Flame armor, and was not afraid of dirt. He immediately drilled in, and began to dig the marrow. The creepy sound of sticky flesh and blood kept ringing, creaking, until the entire spine was dug out. The jelly-like marrow blocks were scattered all over the ground, and Xue Jing did not find the core organ. He had to drill out from it, choose another bone, and continue to extract the bone and dig the marrow with the snake-killing scout. The granulation on the skeleton was wriggling and proliferating. After a while, it had formed nerves and muscles that were enough to control the body. The real dragon was finally able to move. It felt the pain in its bone marrow, roared angrily, and golden thunder rolled all over its body. At this time, after Xue Jing exhausted half of the power of the snake killer, he finally found a soft meatball in the 4-foot arm bone of the real dragon. His eyes lit up, and without any hesitation, he immediately took out the last complete snake killer claw, and stabbed it with his backhand. At the same time, the golden thunder also hit him, instantly shattering his shadow flame armor. Xue Jing instinctively turned his body to the left, and the golden thunder continued to come, splitting half of his body into pieces. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been killed instantly. Xue Jing was blown away by the thunder, and the real dragon also felt that another foreign object had entered its body. And this time, it was not the flesh, but the more critical core organ. In the earth-shaking painful roar, with the real dragon as the center, the golden lightning burst out, shattering everything around, and the roaring waterfall completely became history. Its originally endless vitality was now being annihilated by the continuous madness. Xue Jing was blown 1,000 meters away, smashing a deep pit on the ground. The surface of only half of his body was filled with golden electricity. He ignited the fire of life with his mental power, and the granulation at the wound kept wriggling, repairing his damaged body. Looking at the real dragon, that continued to burst out a large amount of lightning. Like a second sun, Xue Jing endured the dozens of times gravity on his body and said with difficulty, "Success." The man in the mirror nodded, a little excited. "Success. Perfect. All the claws were not wasted. Next, it depends on whether you can use up the last bit of vitality of this pure-blooded dragon." Xue Jing took a deep breath. The fire of life burned fiercely, and the only half of his body was regenerated at super speed in a few seconds, and the repair was completed. He stood up, stretched his body, shook his new left hand, and whispered, "Come on, round 2. Chapter 168, Xue Jing is reborn. The secret of Heavenly Sword. Sakura full moon kills the real dragon. The golden lightning that illuminated the entire junction lasted for more than half an hour. After more than half an hour, the lightning dissipated, and Xue Jing's eyes reflected the appearance of the real dragon at this time. Compared with the previous body, it was smaller, and its skinny and shriveled body was far less plump and beautiful than before. The cherry blossoms on the dragon horns on its head were also slightly yellow and withered, as if they would decay and die at any time. The original arrogant and domineering aura that was above all living beings and transcended the food chain had disappeared without a trace, and there was not even room for anger in the dark golden vertical pupils, only visible fatigue. However, when it looked down and noticed Xue Jing, who was folding his hands and taking his time, the vertical pupils immediately ignited endless hatred. Then, it turned around and flew away. Xue Jing was stunned. Hey, it still wants to run? This junction is so small, where can it run? Chase. The person in the mirror said immediately. Xue Jing nodded, stepped on the ground, and the whole person was ejected. He stepped on the black thin plate formed by the shadow flame in the air, and his speed was extremely fast, constantly approaching the real dragon. At this time, the real dragon was extremely weak, and its flying speed was nearly 10 times slower than the supersonic speed at the beginning. Xue Jing kept getting closer to it. You have to be careful. It's not running away because it thinks it can't beat you, but it's afraid that you still have claws on your body. The man in the mirror reminded. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Its current combat power is at least at the level of the 3 guard dragons. You must not take it lightly. Xue Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. Don't worry, I understand. He touched the futon knife on his waist, looked at the real dragon in front of him, which was still hundreds of meters away from him, stepped on the black thin plate under his feet, and directly activated the twin speed. Swish. As if a rocket booster was suddenly pretended at the tail, the whole person immediately approached the real dragon. Hey, where are you running to, beast? With a shout, Xue Jing turned twice in the air, drew his sword, and slashed at the back of the real dragon. Squeak. The blade entered the body, only feeling a slight resistance, and then smoothly cut through the bark-like scales, penetrating into the flesh and blood, leaving a deep wound. At this point, the real dragon, who had experienced the hellish pain of the snake-killing vanguard, naturally did not take the pain of this wound seriously. But once again being offended by this little bug, its inner hatred and animal violence immediately overwhelmed its reason. No longer caring whether the other party had that kind of foreign object, it immediately stopped, turned around, stretched out its claws, and slapped Xue Jing, like slapping a mosquito. Xue Jing stepped on the thin board, kicked in the air, dodged the slap. Futa sheathed his sword and stared at the real dragon's claws with his divine silver white eyes, then gathered strength again and drew his sword, instantly slashing dozens of sword lights. Squeak, 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 squeak. The flesh and blood on the claws of the real dragon were all gouged off like a butcher cutting an ox, leaving only the dark golden claw bones. Xue Jing once again kicked back from the air, and the whole person fell down. With a flash of knife light, he appeared below the real dragon, and a huge knife wound was also torn on the real dragon's body, from its left shoulder to its right waist. Dark golden blood gushed out, and the real dragon roared angrily, with golden lightning flashing all over its body. But the dragon thunder just appeared on its body, and then it was silenced in an instant. In order to deal with the snake-killing scout that had pierced into its core organs just now, it had basically used up its dragon thunder. Helplessly, it could only use its claws, fangs and long tail to chase the slippery Xue Jing like an anti-aircraft gun hitting a mosquito. Even though the real dragon has been weakened to the extreme, its gestures still have great attack power and speed. The race loved by the heavens has good basic physical ability. However, Xue Jing is small in size and small in target. He also has strong 5 senses and reaction ability, as well as the observation ability of visualization true, to imprint everything in all directions in his mind. He is extremely flexible. Not only can he always perfectly avoid the attack of the real dragon, but he also often finds opportunities to counterattack in the gaps between the real dragon's attacks, leaving one knife wound after another on its body. The two continued to fight in close combat, attacking each other head-on. On the ground, in a tattered golden plant ball, Renier opened her eyes and blinked in confusion. The eardrums were broken, and the eardrums were broken. There were scratches and fractures all over her body, but she seemed to survive. Her eyes gradually became clear. Renier injured the pain in her body, groaned, climbed up, and looked around. Soon, she saw her sister Dosha lying quietly beside her. Renier raised her right hand with all her strength and placed it on Dosha's plump fruit. After feeling her still beating heart, she breathed a sigh of relief and smiled happily. "Sister, we survived." She gently pushed Dosha's body, trying to wake her up. Because her eardrum was broken by the dragon's roar, her hearing had decreased a lot at this time, and she couldn't even hear her own voice clearly, so her voice was amplified a lot. Dosha was soon awakened from her coma by her. Seeing that the other was still alive, the two sisters hugged each other tightly in excitement and cried with joy. After a while, the two people with hearing loss talked loudly to each other, communicated with each other by gestures, broke open the golden plant ball, and walked to the outside world. Roar. A dragon roar that shook the border came from the sky. Even the two sisters who were almost deaf could hear it clearly and couldn't help but look up and look to the sky. They saw a man holding a long sword, fighting with the extremely terrifying Lord Dragon God in the sky. This was a scene that they could not understand at all, and it was completely beyond their cognition. A mere human was actually fighting with Lord Dragon God on equal terms. Even the Dragon God was constantly being cut by the blade, but the human was always flexible and avoided all attacks and was not hit at all. He suppressed Lord Dragon God. Dosha covered her mouth with both hands and said in disbelief. Renier was inexplicably a little proud and couldn't help but say complacently, "Awesome, I said he was very strong." Dosha, what did you say? She didn't hear the words clearly because of her ruptured eardrum. Renier shouted into her ear, "Sister, let's go back first. Now all we can do is wait." Hearing this, Dosha nodded, put her hands on her full chest, and made a prayer gesture towards the man in the dragon fighting to the death in the sky, hoping that the dragon slaying warrior would return safely and victorious. After looking at Xue Jing with hope for the last time, the two sisters supported each other and limped towards the direction of this country. Time passed slowly, and before they knew it, nearly 5 hours had passed. The sky was gradually getting dark, and a full moon gradually emerged above the night sky. During these 5 hours, Xue Jing continued to fight the real dragon to the death. One man and one dragon gradually moved to other places from above the roaring waterfall. Xue Jing didn't pay attention at first, but soon found that the real dragon was actually guiding the route of his battle. After fighting, they arrived at the territory of the 3 guard dragons before. But obviously, it did not wait for the expected helpers, but was just wasting its efforts. All the dragon species in the border area had been killed by Xue Jing in advance. The real dragon also understood that this was a planned, arranged, organized, and premeditated criminal action against it. He suddenly fell into madness, hatred soared, and began to devote himself to the fight with Xue Jing. In the extremely high-intensity battle, Xue Jing always maintained a state of high mental tension. After a long time, it was inevitable that he would make mistakes and was hit by the real dragon several times. His physical strength was completely incomparable to that of the dragon species. Once hit, he would be seriously injured and on the verge of death. But fortunately, he had the means to activate the fire of life. With the super speed regeneration of the body, as long as he was not killed instantly, it would not be a problem. But the vitality consumed was real. Compared with the real dragon that had been continuously hurt for 5 hours, he was closer to the state of exhaustion. Roar. Amid the roar, several layers of knife light passed by, cutting a deep wound in the shape of a well on the neck of the real dragon, digging out a large piece of flesh and blood. Xue Jing took a breath and avoided the latter's tail sweep counterattack, thinking, trouble. Just like the real dragon cannot use dragon thunder, his shadow flame is now almost exhausted, and the original nearly 30 plant seeds also evaporated in the previous dragon thunder explosion. Therefore, the only thing he can rely on is martial arts. But now, his exhausted vitality and his physical strength that gradually cannot keep up with the long-term high-intensity battle have gradually put him in a dilemma. The man in the mirror also saw this. He clenched his two small hands tightly together and said nervously, "Hold on, Xue Jing. It's almost there. Now it's time to test your perseverance. It's almost gone. Whoever can't hold on first will lose," the man in the mirror said, looking at the cherry blossoms wrapped around the dragon horns on the head of the real dragon. Unlike the real dragon itself, which was gradually getting weaker and weaker, the dragon horn cherry was originally a little yellow and withered, but now it is gradually recovering. Something is wrong. The man in the mirror showed a solemn look. "Xue Jing, be careful. This pure blood, from the beginning to now, it has not used the power of its core organ even once. Although it is very likely that it cannot use it because of the claw, we have to be on guard." Xue Jing heard this, his eyes moved, and he also looked at the only thing wrong with the real dragon, the dragon horn cherry. He immediately took a few steps, stepped on the thin board, approached its head, and swung his knife to cut the dragon horn. The real dragon, who had not dodged his attack from the beginning to the end, this time quickly lowered his head and dodged his slash. Seeing that he had been exposed, the real dragon did not pretend anymore. He roared and used the core ability that had barely recovered. The cherry blossoms on the dragon horn began to multiply rapidly, one by one, constantly emerging, breaking away from the dragon horn, and floating in the air. In the blink of an eye, Xue Jing was surrounded by an endless sea of flowers. In the dark night sky, under the full moon, endless petals submerged him in it. The area was so huge that he had no room to hide. "Xue Jing," the man in the mirror shouted. After each petal touched Xue Jing, it immediately began to absorb the remaining vitality from his body, along with his flesh and blood. Endless petals covered him, and in less than a second, he was sucked into a skeleton. Even his skin was crushed and absorbed, and the marrow in his bones was sucked out, leaving only a brittle and soft skeleton without any essence. "It's over. All efforts have failed." The man in the mirror of the bracelet covered his head in despair. Tears welled up in its eyes. It looked at the boy who was only a skeleton left and said sadly, "Xue Jing." This extremely confident boy, who did not waver, even when he knew he was going to face a pure-blooded dragon, arranged the dragon slaying plan step by step. It seemed that everything was under his control from beginning to end. He would stop here, facing a powerful pure-blooded dragon. This seemed to be a reasonable result, but the man in the mirror found it difficult to accept. The ecstatic dragon roar resounded through the world, and an unprecedented sense of pleasure flooded the real dragon's body. It had never thought that just crushing a bug would give it such a huge sense of joy and accomplishment. Under the full moon, countless petals were scattered around it. Although it was already exhausted at the moment, as long as it was given time, it would gradually recover with its vitality. By then, it would kill all the little bugs in the world. Xue Jing had always been curious about what death felt like. He had the capital to be curious. And now, he finally realized what he wanted. It was like falling into an endless dark abyss, with no end in sight and no feeling. It was no big deal, he thought. The so-called death was just a special state of life. At least for him, it was true. With just a thought, he immediately stopped in the endless abyss. Then, an inexplicably strong pulling force pulled him towards the direction of the light. The person in the mirror was in despair and sadness, but suddenly saw that Xue Jing's skeleton was constantly growing flesh and blood. In just a blink of an eye, he regained his handsome appearance as a young man. The unexpected situation made it sluggish and unable to think. Xue Jing opened his eyes again and experienced his first rebirth. In the panel, the name of Twins changed from light gold to dull black, and there was an additional line of prompts. Cooling time. 59 days 23 hours 59 minutes 51 seconds. His whole body is in perfect condition, and the fire of life in his body is burning fiercely, even more than in his heyday. The experience of death and rebirth turned into an inexplicable feeling that lingered in his heart, as if it was there and not there. Under the night sky, the full moon and cherry blossoms coexisted, beautiful beyond words. Xue Jing's eyes were melancholy, and the silver-white color of the divinity gradually stained his pupils. The shadow flame burned on his body, turning into a black flame coat, covering his naked body. The futon knife in his hand trembled automatically, as if it was very excited, and the breathing coming from it became more and more rapid. Xue Jing reached out and gently stroked the blade, and a trace of sadness appeared in his indifferent silver eyes. "Goodbye, Futu, you will always be with me." The futon knife rang slightly in response, as if it was happy, as if it was reluctant to leave. Xue Jing slowly raised his head, looked at the real dragon whose dragon roar had stopped abruptly, and looked into its eyes. A hint of fear of the unknown was revealed in the pair of dark golden vertical pupils. Why? The real dragon retreated, facing an enemy that could not be killed and was difficult to understand. It was still afraid after all. However, its body froze and could not move. An invisible but real pressure enveloped it, making it dare not move at all. It was as if the god of heaven casually decided to let it die here on a whim. The will of heaven is like a knife and cannot be violated. If the sky wants you to die, you can only wait to die on the spot. As if the scene was edited, Xue Jing suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared again, already behind the real dragon. On the path between the two positions of disappearance and appearance, a flash of knife light suddenly appeared and lasted for a long time. Xue Jing turned his back to the real dragon, and the futon knife in his hand turned into dust and drifted away with the wind. With floating petals and a huge full moon as the background, Xue Jing whispered, "The secret of heavenly sword, full moon of Sakura." As soon as the words fell, countless tiny wounds burst out from the frozen dragon's body, and sword energy burst out from each wound, continuously harvesting the little vitality left in its body. In the end, the dragon only let out a last shrill wail, and its entire tattered body fell to the earth. Even if it is a favored child of heaven who is deeply loved by the sky, when it dies, only the mother like earth will accept it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 169 Explosive Harvest, New Divine Skills, Dragon Cherry Seeds. Watching the futon knife dissipate with the wind, without even leaving the handle, Xue Jing gently closed his eyes, his body freely falling in the air, falling to the ground. At the moment of rebirth, Xue Jing instantly understood the meaning of the futon knife. It wanted to die for its own sake, to transform the tangible and perishable knife body into the intangible and immortal knife intent. Xue Jing understood its meaning and respected its wishes, transforming its tangible body into a secret of his heavenly knife, the full moon of cherry blossoms. The word futu originally meant the setting of the bright moon, but it ultimately defied the fate implied in its name and turned into an eternal and immortal secret in Xue Jing's hand, a full moon that would never set. This was the first secret level martial arts killer move that Xue Jing had learned. He did not expect that he would get the secret of the heavenly knife before the pointing point of the hidden dragon flow. You are not dead. Until now, the man in the mirror stood up from Xue Jing's shoulder in excitement. What's going on? You almost scared me to death. Xue Jing smiled, opened his eyes, and said casually, I forgot to tell you that I have a third god-given ability, resurrection armor. The man in the mirror. Why the hell you should have told me earlier. It swears. What's the matter with the alien god who gave you the gift? Why can it give you so many completely unrelated secrets? It pampers you too much. Xue Jing, God's chosen son, that's it. The man in the mirror shook his head. I don't understand. Then it couldn't help laughing. But, that's great. I knew you wouldn't stop here. This way, I can also leave this border area and get real freedom after I get out. We all have a bright future. Xue Jing laughed. Really? Congratulations. killing the monster that was originally impossible to defeat with his own hands. He was also full of joy at this moment. Xue Jing was also happy that the man in the mirror, a divine relic that provided him with a lot of information and helped him a lot, could get what he wanted. At this time, the sky of the entire border area suddenly became like a mirror, with dense cracks and a crackling sound. Huh? What is this? Xue Jing asked in confusion. The man in the mirror smiled and said, "You killed the pure-blooded dragon species, which is the core creature, and you also shattered the flaw that the mirror world attached to the core. This is the phenomenon when the reflection fusion is released. If it were a pure mirror world, the entire world would be shattered at this time, but in the case of the junction, it would only strip away the specificity of the mirror world itself." As soon as the voice fell, the sky, like a broken mirror, completely shattered, scattering countless points of light. But the junction itself did not change at all. It was just that Xue Jing had a vague feeling that some kind of restraint that was originally wrapped around him was gradually dissipating. From now on, this junction is dead, and there will be no more sudden changes. It will remain the same, allowing the creatures in the junction to develop on their own. Boom. The corpse of the pure-blooded dragon species fell to the ground, and the huge mass smashed a dust mushroom cloud. Xue Jing followed in free fall. When he was about to land, he used the remaining shadow flames of the blue bar to activate several thin plates, cushioned the impact and landed steadily. After taking a deep breath, Xue Jing opened the panel expectantly. The first thing that caught his eye was undoubtedly the divine harvest. Kill special creatures with divinity. Divinity plus 2568. 2005. Exclamation mark. Xue Jing clenched his fists hard and suppressed the excitement in his heart. This number, even for him who had already obtained a lot of divinity in the border area, couldn't help but feel that it was very huge. But he knew that this was just an appetizer. Fitness EXP plus 3039. Already reached the upper limit. You overcame a huge gap in strength and successfully killed a young pure-blooded dragon. The sense of accomplishment made you extremely happy. Healthy XP plus 4060. Running EXP plus 2930. Aiming EXP plus 3306. Fighting EXP plus 3658. Hidden Dragon Ruijin EXP plus 4681. Visualization True EXP plus 3511. You revived from a life or death duel, observed the magnificent view of the full moon of cherry blossoms, and gained enlightenment under the martyrdom of the Futu knife. Military Strike EXP plus 6633. Swimming EXP plus 1566. Acting EXP plus 1357. Health increased to LV10. 278 / Visualization True increased to LV7, 1499/9000. Military Strike increased to LV9, 4888/8000. Swimming upgraded to LV6, 499/3000. Acting upgraded to LV6, 912/3000. Sublimation conditions for Weapon Strike detected, insufficient. Conditions: sublimation failed. Sublimation conditions: first. Second, level reaches LV10. Third, required divinity 1000. A long list of prompts, a large amount of experience points gained, and skill level upgrades. And finally the sublimation conditions for Weapon Strike are triggered. Just like fitness and charm, there is still a condition that is completely a question mark, and I don't know how to achieve it. Xue Jing didn't bother to experience the specific situation of the strength enhancement, and immediately turned the panel to the bottom, looking at the divinity skill column. Below Twins, Shadow Flame, Plant Contract, a brand new skill suddenly appeared. Dragon Horn, not activated. Divine Skill, required divinity 2639/500 for activation. Conditions have been met. Do you want to activate? Yes/no HMM. Dragon Horn? Xue Jing was slightly puzzled. This name felt strange, completely different from the names of Twins, Shadow Flame, and Plant Contract that directly displayed abilities. It was impossible to intuitively imagine what kind of abilities it possessed at the first glance, although it was very clear that it was related to dragon. This was also what Xue Jing expected. Divine skills and the source of their acquisition were indeed related. Killing a pure-blooded dragon species gave you dragon horn. But it doesn't matter, just activate it first. Xue Jing clicked yes. Activation successful. Dragon horn LV1. Divine power acquired for upgrade. 2139/100. Effect. Can transform into a real dragon horn. Divine incarnation. Unlocked. Unlocking conditions. Divine power 2139/2000. Level reaches LV10. Another simple introduction that was consistent in the same vein. It was impossible to understand what its function was. After thinking about it, Xue Jing activated it directly. Crackle, crackle in an instant, the sound of electricity came from his forehead, and then, fine silver currents gradually emerged, gathering more and more. With a crackling sound, 2 dragon horns like solidified silver lightning appeared on Xue Jing's head. The 2 lightning dragon horns were in a Z shape, with extremely sharp tips. The surface kept fluctuating, flashing with tiny silver currents, and looked extremely beautiful. Xue Jing seemed to have realized something in his heart, and he stretched out his hand to a half-man-high stone on the ground next to him. Zizzy, with the sound of electricity, silver lightning shot out from his hand and hit the stone. The lightning did not disappear, but like a chain, it wrapped around the stone, and the other end was held in Xue Jing's hand. Xue Jing raised his hand upwards, and after a slight resistance, the big stone was directly lifted up in the air by him with the lightning chain. This is... The man in the mirror widened his eyes. How do you still have abilities? No, this is new. Have you obtained another secret technique bestowed by God? Xue Jing smiled. It seems so. He retracted the silver lightning in his hand, and the stone immediately fell back to the ground. So that's how it is. After using the dragon horn, you can use this silver lightning that affects gravity. Xue Jing understood in his heart. He didn't use the materialized lightning to lift the stone just now. Instead, he used lightning to turn the gravity of the stone into zero, making it float up. Isn't this dragon lightning? Thunder that affects gravity, a symbol of pure-blooded dragons being favored by heaven. Dragon lightning. Xue Jing stretched out his hand and pointed, and a silver lightning shot out from his fingertips and hit the big stone. Boom. The stone was directly blown apart and turned into countless pieces. Well, the power alone is not bad, especially the attack speed is very fast. Xue Jing nodded. Then what's next? Xue Jing's eyes showed expectation, and he calmed down slightly. The 2 lightning dragon horns on his head made crackling sounds. The next moment, silver lightning surrounded him, as if a silver-white feather belt was wrapped around him, flickering and waving with the wind. The whole person looked like an inexplicable fairy, like a god descending from heaven. Under the influence of the silver dragon thunder, the gravity that had bound him since birth slowly decreased until it disappeared, and he was completely free of it. So, Xue Jing flew up. Flying skills. Finally got it. Xue Jing slowly rose to a height of more than 10 meters, his heart full of surprise. Flying, getting rid of the shackles of gravity, one of the ultimate dreams of mankind, was realized by him at this moment. He did not use any alien implants, but relied entirely on himself. This is something that cannot be achieved by simply practicing the old martial arts to any degree. Although he had indirectly gained the ability to move in the air by relying on the shadow flame before, it is nothing compared to real flying. This is the ultimate symbol of freedom, the dream of mankind. In the air, Xue Jing was familiar with the influence of the dragon thunder on his own gravity, and learned how to adjust it to allow himself to move forward, backward, left, and right. At first, he was still unfamiliar, and it was quite difficult to control it, but with his current learning ability, after only a dozen minutes, he was able to skillfully control the direction, and fly freely in the sky. It's great, but the speed is a bit slow. Xue Jing was moving slowly at a speed of about 4 or 5 meters per second at an altitude of tens of meters. This was his highest speed at the moment. He opened the panel, switched to the divine skill column, clicked on Dragon Horn, and chose to upgrade. Dragon Horn LV2, Dragon Horn LV3, Dragon Horn LV4, divinity required for upgrade. 1239/800. He upgraded it to LV4 in one go, spending 900 points of divinity. The silver thunder feathers wrapped around Xue Jing suddenly crackled, the lightning became stronger, and the original slow flying speed of the whole person suddenly accelerated. It became close to 30 meters per second. Although it was not as fast as his running speed on the ground, it was also quite fast. The speed exceeded 100 kilometers per hour. Let's do this for now. There's no rush to continue upgrading. Keep some divinity for backup. Xue Jing satisfied his desire to fly and play, and his body slowly descended from the air. When his feet landed on the ground, he turned the silver-white lightning dragon horn on his head into electric current and dispersed it. He actually gave you another divine secret technique in a completely different field. Who exactly is your alien god? The person in the mirror was shocked. Could it be that, as I thought, he is the old master who returned from the great silence? Xue Jing was about to speak when his eyes suddenly moved, and he looked at the real dragon corpse next to him. At this time, the whole tattered real dragon corpse, with fine knife wounds all over its body, was collapsing towards the center at a slow but visible speed. Xue Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. What's the situation? The man in the mirror said leisurely, don't worry, it's dead. Pure-blooded dragons are fatherless and motherless, born from nature, and they will return to nature after death. Its flesh and blood will turn into nutrients to nourish the land. This area will be very fertile for dozens or even hundreds of years to come, and you will have a good harvest of anything you plant. In addition, it will leave something behind. Xue Jing asked, what? The man in the mirror, eggs. It should be the survival instinct that remains after death. The last dragon egg will be laid on its corpse, which roughly inherits its own genes. However, pure-blooded dragons are only those born from nature. The dragon eggs it lays, no matter how close they are to themselves, are only specious, and because they are only the ashes after death, they are even inferior to the bloodline of the god dragons. This dragon egg is your trophy. What do you want to do with it? Xue Jing thought for a moment, and smiled. Give it to Renia. Thanks to her this time. The person in the mirror nodded, somewhat relieved. You are quite kind. If this dragon egg is auctioned, it should be able to sell for around 50 million Yuksha coins. Xue Jing. He scratched his head. Can I regret it? The person in the mirror said unhappily. Don't be so petty. Once you say it, you can't take it back. Xue Jing smiled. Just kidding. It's just 50 million. He stretched and planned to find a place to sleep. Although after using the twin resurrection, the state was directly maximumed out on the spot, and there was no sense of fatigue. But the memory of the previous several hours of fierce battle was still there, and following the inertia of memory, he still felt that it would be better to take a break. The last knife swung, Sakura full moon, also consumed a lot of mental power. After all, it was an ultimate move. Wait a minute, look at its head. The person in the mirror suddenly spoke, pointing to the dragon horn on the real dragon's body. There were twisting black branches wrapped around it, but the cherry blossoms that were originally blooming on the branches had all withered and decayed. Xue Jing saw this and suddenly said, oh, I almost forgot this. This is a real trophy. As he said this, Xue Jing reached out and touched the black branch on the dragon's horn. When his fingers touched it, a deed seal was immediately imprinted on the branch. Xue Jing opened the panel and saw that the LV6 plant contract should be in a state of nearly full blue bar because the previous seeds were all destroyed. But as soon as the branch on the dragon's horn was contracted, the name of the plant contract immediately became dim and the blue bar was directly consumed by more than half. The stronger the plant, the greater the consumption. Xue Jing's eyes lit up, and he pulled the branch off the dragon's head and threw it to the ground. Then he snapped his fingers, and the branch immediately took root in place, squirming and growing. In a short while, it became a black towering tree tens of meters high. Countless silver white cherry blossoms bloomed on the branches, which was beautiful. A petal fell slowly at a speed of 5 centimeters per second, and was caught in Xue Jing's palm. Let's call you Dragon Sakura, Xue Jing whispered. After saying that, he felt something was wrong. Hidden dragon style, dragon horn, dragon Sakura. Damn, it makes me look like a dragon cancer patient. Most of my martial arts skills are related to dragons. Chapter 170, The Power of Dragon Cherry, Magic Training, Very Good Skills, Makes my magnetic field rotate. Resolved. The mirror world reflection fusion has been resolved. Isn't it said that the core of the boundary must be broken? Outside the roaring waterfall, several staff members wearing heat-insulating protective clothing standing in front of the instrument exclaimed, "Isn't the core of the roaring waterfall a pure-blooded dragon? Is the previous speculation wrong? It shouldn't be. Generally, the core of the boundary should be the strongest creature inside. Pure-blooded dragons should be fine. Could it be a rule-type core? Anyway, it's good to break it. Hurry up and inform Dr. Shen. Could it be that the boy named Xue Jing really killed the pure-blooded dragon? Haha, what, are you kidding? How is it possible? He is only 17 years old." In the tent, Dr. Shen and the members of the Void Blade team who received the news all breathed a sigh of relief. Xue Jing actually succeeded. As expected, he is valued by Miss Wu. How did you find such a talent? Dr. Shen relaxed his spirit that had been tense for 6 days and smiled. At his current age, he actually dealt with a pure-blooded dragon species alone. No matter what method he used, this record is ranked among the best in the world. It's a pity that such a genius is just a non-staff member of Beiya. Xu Ren crossed his arms and said, "There's no way." He himself has no intention of officially joining the agency. Ordinary people are eager to get in and eat the Emperor's food, but he doesn't care at all. If I hadn't used the divine relic as an inducement, he wouldn't even want to be a non-staff member. Dr. Shen pondered and said, "The higher-ups should offer more favorable conditions this time. Let's try again. I think it will be a loss to the country if this person doesn't join the agency." Xue Ren, I can only say that I tried my best, but there is little hope. He is not a person who can be bound. Dr. Shen nodded. "That's it. You contact Miss Wu. I'll arrange someone to go to the border to pick up Xue Jing and handle the follow-up matters." Several thick black roots twisted, entangled, and tied up a vomit beast like catching a chicken. 2 of the pointed roots were inserted directly into the neck of the vomit beast, and a sucking sound of gulp gulp could be heard faintly. The vomit beast let out a shrill scream, and its body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a minute, it was sucked dry, and became skin and bones, and died on the spot. Xue Jing snapped his fingers, and retracted the black roots of the dragon cherry. Dragon cherry really has the ability to absorb vitality. But the speed of absorption is a bit different from when the pure-blooded dragon species used it, he said. Compared with the speed of the pure-blooded dragon species blooming petals all over the sky and sucking him dry in an instant, when he used the dragon cherry, it took a mere vomit beast half a minute to suck, which was a bit inefficient. It's simple. The pure-blooded dragon species is powerful because of its own core ability. The person in the mirror sat on Xue Jing's shoulder, shaking his feet in a good mood. This dragon cherry is just a carrier for it to exert its core ability. In simple terms, its core ability is a magnifying glass, which infinitely magnifies the dragon cherry's own ability to absorb vitality, resulting in such an effect. Xue Jing nodded. I see. Although it was a bit regretful that the dragon cherry was not as abnormal as he imagined, it didn't matter. With the increase of the level of the skill plant contract, the strength of the contracted plant will also increase accordingly. In the future, as the level of the plant contract continues to increase, the speed of dragon cherry absorbing vitality will also increase. The most important thing is that, even if the characteristic of absorbing vitality is excluded, the strength of the dragon cherry itself has already made him quite satisfied, far surpassing the dragon thunder plant and oxygen absorbing tree that were previously contracted. Moreover, the dragon cherry has another ability that is very powerful to him. Xue Jing stretched out his right hand and let the dragon cherry split a small black tentacle and stick it to his arm. Gudang gudang. Xue Jing closed his eyes and entered the inner vision. The life fire in his body seemed to be added with firewood at this time and suddenly burned more vigorously. This is Long Ying's other ability, feeding back. He can feed back the life force he absorbs to himself. He hasn't tried to feed back to other people yet. If that works, he will have a different ability as a nurse. From now on, I will never look at my health bar when I fight. Your blood is my blood, and my blood is still my blood. With a thought, Long Ying curled up and grew backwards, turning into a black seed the size of a walnut. Xue Jing took it in his hand, touched it twice with care, and put it back into the pocket of his tactical uniform. He brought 3 extra tactical uniforms in, and the first few were damaged. This was the last one. After Long Ying fed back a wave of life force. He now felt energetic and couldn't sleep. After thinking about it, he simply got ready and started practicing the shaking armor kung fu to train his spleen and muscles. In the past few days, since he came to the border, because he didn't bring the dragon thunder powder in, and he was always chasing the dragon species, he basically didn't practice. Now that everything has been settled, and he has some free time, he plans to make up for the lessons he missed in the past few days. It just so happens that he also has something he wants to try. At this moment, fitness has reached the upper limit, and skills that increase physical ability such as fighting and health have also been greatly improved. His physical strength is now incomparable to before. The original practice of the shaking armor gong to train the internal organs was quite difficult and hurtful to the body. Now there is basically no pressure in the first practice. He practiced it 3 times in a row on the spot before he felt the same feeling as before, that his body was overwhelmed. In the past, at this time, he had to take Dragon Thunder powder through an atomizer inhaler, borrowing its Dragon Thunder power to temper his internal organs and the medicinal power of other medicinal materials in it to heal his injuries. But now, Xue Jing's mind moved, and after the crackling sound of electricity, 2 beautiful silver-white lightning dragon horns grew on his head. Then, the silver dragon thunder emerged from his body, entered his body, and began to crackle and perform electrotherapy on the spleen. At the same time, he used his mental power to stimulate the fire of life and continued to heal the electrotherapy damage to his spleen. In this way, he did not take Long Lei-san, but he got a far better bodybuilding effect than Long Lei-san. In the spleen, all kinds of imperceptible turbid impurities were constantly electrolyzed and discharged, becoming more and more crystal clear. You practice martial arts scientifically, right? I practice martial arts with magic. Half an hour later, Xue Jing opened his eyes, clenched his palms, and suddenly felt that his body was getting stronger and stronger. The spleen and the flesh are combined. Training the spleen is training the flesh. A strong spleen makes the flesh strong. After just one practice, he could clearly feel his progress, and the efficiency was many times better than before. And it was free of charge and medicine. It's a pity that the fitness limit has been reached, and I can't gain experience for the time being. Otherwise, I can at least earn 700 or 800 experience points by practicing this time. Xue Jing looked at the health experience points plus 560, Kanglang Ruijin experience points plus 523 on the panel prompts and thought with some regret. However, although fitness stopped increasing his experience points, his physical fitness from martial arts training was not included in the panel, and he could still continue to get stronger. Dragon Thunder is really good. I wonder if this move can affect the human magnetic field and directly use electromagnetic force to push the body to exercise. I need to study it carefully. Who hasn't had a crazy dream? Xue Jing thought. Very good skill. It makes my magnetic field rotate. Chapter 171. The new god ascends the throne. The 1,000 gods and the witches leave the border and return to the world. The next day. This was the 7th day since Xue Jing entered the border area. Early in the morning, Xue Jing woke up from his sleep, and the sky was already bright. He had fallen asleep with the sky as a blanket and the ground as a mat. As soon as he woke up, he stood up from the ground with a somersault, shook off all the morning dew on his body, and restored his body to dryness and comfort. Turning his head, he saw that the body of the real dragon that was originally lying beside him had disappeared at this moment, and there was only an egg that was slightly larger than a basketball in its place. The shell of the egg was like black bark, just like the dragon scales of a real dragon. Xue Jing stretched out his left hand and took the egg in his hand. Compared to its appearance, the egg was much heavier than he thought. It should be about 20 kilograms, which was quite heavy for an egg the size of a basketball. He waved to the side, letting the shadow flame crow fly to him with the backpack, and put the egg into the backpack. Are we leaving the border now? The exit should be where you came in. The man in the mirror rubbed his eyes and yawned. Xue Jing shook his head. No hurry, I still have to give this egg to Renia and take care of some other things. Lightning dragon horns appeared above his head, and silver white thunder feathers wrapped around him, flashing non-stop. Xue Jing's whole body floated up soared into the sky, and reached a height of hundreds of meters, and then flew quickly towards the direction of this country. The shadow flamed crow flapped its wings, and tried to follow him. High in the sky, the endless scenery was all in sight, and the vision was so broad that it made Xue Jing feel relaxed and comfortable. It has not been long since he got the ability to fly, and he still has enough freshness and satisfaction in being able to fly, and he is quite happy. 10 minutes later, Xue Jing, who was already close to this country, suddenly saw a few people fighting a vomit beast in a meadow below. If that were all, it wouldn't have caught Xue Jing's attention, but those people were wearing tactical uniforms that he was very familiar with, the same style as the one he was wearing. Oh. The reflection fusion was lifted, and the white crow sent someone in. Xue Jing saw this, and immediately dived down to the ground. Boom. Before the people who were fighting with the vomit beast could react, a figure fell to the ground as fast as a meteor, hitting the vomit beast in front of them, raising a cloud of dust. Everyone be careful, retreat. Everyone was frightened by this sudden scene, and they retreated away, and took a vigilant stance. When the smoke and dust cleared, everyone looked over, and opened their mouths wide in shock. The vomit beast had turned into a flat meat pie, and blood and flesh were sprayed all over the ground in a fan shape. It couldn't be deader, and on the meat pie, there was a young man standing. He had 2 lightning horns on his head, and a silver white thunder feather belt wrapped around his body. His medium-length black hair danced in the wind under the electromagnetic force of the lightning. His impeccable appearance made him look nothing like a human being, but more like a god in human form. The leader of the group was a short-haired girl with a pretty face and clear eyes. When she saw the tactical uniform on Xue Jing, she immediately said, "It's one of us." Hearing this, the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief and let down their guard. The appearance of the person in front of them was too shocking. They didn't have the confidence to be an enemy of such a person. Fortunately, he was one of them. Could he be? Everyone was surprised. The leading girl took a few steps forward, walked in front of Xue Jing, stood up straight, raised her right hand, made a very standard military salute, and said respectfully, "Master Jing, I'm a member of the 1534th team of the White Crow Task Force, codenamed Lotus Leaf, and the leader of this temporary action team. Please give me your instructions." Xue Jing smiled when he heard it. "You are from the White Crow. Did Dr. Shen let you in? Did he have any instructions?" Lotus Leaf nodded and said seriously. Drive Shen said that the core of the border area has been broken, and the rules within will no longer change. The safety has been greatly improved. He ordered us to come in, to support and pick you up, and by the way, try to establish an outpost here to facilitate subsequent exploration. Xue Jing touched his chin. "Oh, I see." He glanced at the several White Crow members in front of him. When everyone was caught in his sight, they would instinctively stand up straight and become very nervous. All of them are minors. That's right, this is the entry condition of the border. So, I won't be able to enter here for a while. It seems that this time I leave is a farewell forever. After thinking for a while, Xue Jing said, "Well, look over there." He pointed to the city of this country in the distance, which can be seen from this distance. That's the city of the human natives in the border area. I have a good relationship with the natives here, so I'll build an outpost there, which will make it easier to communicate with the natives. Then that's it. I have something to go first. You follow behind. After saying that, without waiting for Lion Yi to answer, the thunder feather belt on Xue Jing's body flashed, and his body floated again, soaring into the sky, and flew towards this country. After he left, the White Crows slowly relaxed their tense bodies and breathed a sigh of relief. That's Xue Jing, Master Jing. He's actually the same age as us. It's hard to imagine. Drive Shen said that he killed a pure-blooded dragon. I haven't seen a pure-blooded dragon. How strong is it? It is said that it takes at least 3 White Crow squadrons to deal with this monster after making all kinds of preparations. It's still in its infancy. Hiss. So, he alone is equivalent to 3 White Crow squadrons? So terrifying. At this time, in this country, in the square of the Dragon God altar, the Judgment Assembly was taking place. The witch sisters, Renia and Dosha, were tied up and kneeling on a high platform made of piled wood, which was covered with flammable kerosene. The old witch was wearing sacrificial robes, holding a torch, standing next to the wooden platform, his face pale. Around the altar stood dozens of clergy wearing sacrificial robes, including more than a dozen elders of the Council of Elders, and the square was full of citizens of this country, sinners who have abandoned their faith. Renia, Dosha, you are the priestesses of the Dragon God, but you betrayed the Dragon God. Do you know how serious your sin is? The witch scolded loudly. His heart was full of panic. In the early morning of today, he was woken up by a servant in his sleep. He was still confused at first, but he was frightened awake by a piece of news. Renia and Dosha actually came back from the roaring waterfall. There has never been such a thing in the past. Once taken away by the Dragon God, you can only stay in the roaring waterfall for the rest of your life until you die. After careful questioning, he was almost scared to death on the spot. These two sisters actually joined forces with the foreigner who invaded this country and tried to kill the Dragon God. No wonder the roar of the Dragon God was so loud yesterday and lasted for so long. It seems that he was very angry, but fortunately, it became quiet at night. No matter how powerful that despicable foreigner was, he could never be the opponent of the Dragon God. I think he has been swallowed by the Dragon God. Now, the only thing to solve is how to face the wrath of the Dragon God. As priestesses, Renia and Dosha have committed acts of rebellion, and this country is probably also to blame. Now, they can only take the initiative to sacrifice these two people to the Dragon God to show that this is just their own decision and has nothing to do with this country, and pray that the Dragon God will calm down. Want to live freely. What's wrong with this idea? Where is the sin? Renia was tied to the high platform and was about to be burned to death, but there was no fear on her face, only determination and anger. After she used the snake-killing spear to pierce the body of the Dragon God, she completed a transformation from body to mind, and her mind and will were no longer the same as before. The elders and witches who used to be so majestic and frightened her were now smaller than ever in her eyes. Renia. Dosha turned her head and looked at her sister in a daze, with relief and loss in her eyes. Stubborn. The witch stared, took a few steps forward, and the torch approached the wooden platform covered with kerosene. At this moment, swoosh, a whistling sound of the air being torn apart came, and above the sky, a figure wrapped in lightning, like a god, fell like a meteor. The figure fell quickly, and when it was about to touch the ground, the whole body stopped very abruptly, and the 2 feet touched the ground lightly, completely violating physics, an operation that was enough for Newton to open the coffin lid. This scene instantly made everyone present fall into a stagnation. Xue Jing stretched out his hand without any fluctuations in his expression, and extinguished the torch in the stunned old witch's hand. Sizzle. Amid the sizzling sound of the flame extinguishing, Xue Jing said lightly, "Why, Mr. Wazoo, are you going to light candles for the cake with this fire? What do you want to celebrate?" The old witch who didn't wear a simultaneous interpretation headset couldn't understand at all. He just trembled and stammered, King, how is it possible? Question mark? He is not dead. Question mark? What about the Dragon God? Could it be? Impossible. Xue Jing ignored him, raised his foot, jumped onto the high platform, and came in front of the witch sisters. Xue Jing. When Renia saw him, she was so excited that a layer of mist appeared in her eyes and her voice was choked. "You survived. That's great." Then, a possibility emerged in her mind that she still found hard to believe until now. If you were alive, then the Dragon God. Xue Jing took out his knife, waved his hand, and cut the ropes on the 2 people. Then he took out the simultaneous interpretation headphones, put them in Renia's ears, and used his fingers to tuck the messy hair on her forehead behind her ears. Then he nodded and smiled. "Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. Renia, with your help, I killed the Dragon God. Be proud, you are the most legendary witch of all time." Hearing this, Renia jumped up excitedly and hugged Xue Jing, hanging on him, howling, "That's great. That's great. That's great. That's great. Sister. The Dragon God is dead. We survived. We are free." Dosha felt dizzy when she heard this, and she could hardly believe it. She had not met Xue Jing before, and her temperament was much more reserved. She just suppressed her excitement and whispered, King, can I hug you?" Xue Jing was slightly stunned, but then nodded and smiled gently, "Sure. Although she didn't have headphones and didn't understand what Xue Jing said, when she saw him nod, Dosha immediately stepped forward and hugged Xue Jing with her sister, buried her head in his arms, and cried loudly. Far more turbulent than the Baron Renier, the amazing softness made Xue Jing raise his eyebrows. He patted the sisters on the back and let them cry and vent their emotions. What happened next was quite simple. After Xue Jing knew what the Elders Council and the witch wanted to do to the witch sisters, he killed them all with a thunderbolt on the spot. After showing the thunder power that was originally only possessed by the dragon god, and knowing that the dragon god was killed by him, he immediately changed from the king of this country to the new god of this country's faith. Under his order, the armed forces of this country, the patrol and the guard immediately expressed their attitude and firmly supported the witch sisters as the unquestionable supreme leaders of this country. In fact, the dragon god witch was originally the person with the highest status in this country in theory, but the real power was in the hands of the Elders Council. Now she just took back the power she should have. Of course, now she is no longer called the Dragon God Witch, but became the Thousand God Witch under Xue Jing's casual words. The Thousand Gods here refer to the alien gods invented by Xue Jing, the king of no appearance and thousand appearances. Afterwards, the people of Beiya also came to this country. Under the leadership of Xue Jing, they communicated with the witch sisters and successfully made this country agree to help Beiya build an outpost nearby. In the future, Beiya will also carry out some cooperation with this country that is beneficial to both parties. Xue Jing also asked Lan Yi, who would be stationed here for a long time in the future, to protect and take care of the sisters. After everything was settled, it was already night. Xue Jing calculated that there was still time after the sisters' request, so he agreed to rest in the city for the last night. The next morning, at the gate of this country, well, that's it. I'll leave first. I'm very happy to meet you, Renier, Dosha. Xue Jing stretched out his hands, placed them on the shoulders of the two sisters, and said softly. In addition, he snapped his fingers, letting the shadow flame crow fly over with the backpack, and took out the basketball-sized dragon egg from it. This is the egg left behind by the dragon god after his death. It is said that it will hatch a dragon very close to the dragon god. Renier, Dosha, you are the most legendary witches of all generations, and you must have a Daruka that matches you. This egg is for you. The two sisters looked at each other, and Renier reached out to take the dragon egg. She didn't pay much attention to the dragon egg, but said with some disappointment, Xue Jing, will you come again in the future? Will we meet again? Xue Jing thought for a while and said, I guess I won't come again. I'm a foreigner, and this land has restrictions on me. As for meeting, maybe it's possible, as long as you want. Just as people in the present world can enter the border area, people in the border area can also go to the present world. Renier blinked and said happily, that's good. I will definitely find you. Xue Jing laughed. Then I'll look forward to it. Dosha held her hands together and placed them in front of the plump fruit, with a glimmer in her eyes. Her face flushed, as if she wanted to say something, but she couldn't say it, just looking at Xue Jing silently. Well, goodbye. Xue Jing avoided Dosha's affectionate eyes, smiled. Dragon horns appeared on his forehead, lightning wrapped around his body, and the whole person soared into the sky and headed towards the exit of the border area. The witch sisters stood there for a long time, until the figure on the horizon could no longer be seen. Sister, Renier whispered. Dosha came back to her senses after hearing this, and her expression was a little dazed. He's gone. Renier reminded. Dosha murmured, I know. Renier sighed. Sister, if that's the case, when he stayed last night, you should have. Dosha pursed her lips and shook her head, saying, he is not from the same world as us. Her beautiful face showed loss and inferiority. I'm not qualified. Renier sighed again. Chapter 172, Beiya's non-staff special consultant returns to Fengcheng and makes a shocking appearance. In the sky, Xue Jing took out a tablet from the backpack held by Shadow Flame Crow next to him and opened it. A map appeared on it, with a red dot on it, which was the exit location of the junction marked by the lotus leaf of the White Crow. After flying for about half an hour according to the location indicated on the map, Xue Jing successfully arrived at the exit. This is a small mound that looks nothing special, with a flag on it, which is a mark made by the White Crow. Xue Jing fell from the sky onto the mound and then stepped forward. Layers of ripples emerged in the void, and the next moment, the scene in front of him changed. From the junction with birds singing and flowers fragrant and a pleasant temperature, it turned into a world full of black and grey, and the temperature was so high that it distorted the air. I'm out, I'm out. As soon as he appeared, a staff member wearing heat-insulating protective clothing immediately found him. Master Jing. Thank you for your hard work, Master Jing. Several staff members present immediately greeted him respectfully. Xue Jing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, well, you guys have worked hard too. A staff member next to him immediately handed him a gas mask, and Xue Jing thanked him and put it on. Then he dusted off the black dust on his body and walked towards the big tent in the center of the camp. Master Jing, welcome back. Everyone who saw him along the way would greet Xue Jing with a good attitude. During the trip to the border, his name became Master Jing. There is already a pleasant thick barrier between us. Xue Jing lifted the tarpaulin of the tent and entered it. The cool air-conditioned wind blew in, forming a sharp contrast with the extreme heat outside, making him feel cold all over. Xue Jing. Little brother Xue. As soon as he entered the door, zipped up the tarpaulin, and took off the gas mask, the members of the Void Blade team and Dr. Shen Dashan in the tent came to greet him. You are too strong. That's a pure-blooded dragon. You killed a pure-blooded dragon. How did you do it? Tell us quickly. The mandrill came up quickly, put his arm around Xue Jing's shoulder, and winked. It's a long story. Let's talk about it slowly on the way back to Fengcheng. Xue Jing smiled and said. He turned his head, took off the black bracelet hanging on his arm, and handed it to Dr. Shen. Doctor, this is a record bracelet used to record all his actions in the border area. Dr. Shen carefully reached out to take it, as if he was not holding a bracelet, but a precious antique that had just been unearthed, and would break at the touch. It stores the entire process of fighting and killing a pure-blooded dragon. Excuse me. As soon as he got the bracelet, Dr. Shen ran to an instrument in the tent impatiently. The man in the mirror, who had been staying in the bracelet, entered the mirror through the reflection of the bracelet in the small mirror on the table at the moment when Dr. Shen ran across the table. It pretended to be relieved and said, it's so stuffy, the space in the bracelet is too small, it's more comfortable to stay in the mirror. Xue Jing raised his eyebrows and said, why didn't you say so earlier? I can borrow a mirror from Renia. The man in the mirror waved his hand and said, it's so tense in the border area, how can I have time to consider living conditions, and it's not convenient for me to follow you at any time if I stay in the mirror. Xue Jing nodded, that's right. Xu Ren said from the side, Xue Jing, you really worked hard this time. Although the reflection and fusion of the mirror world is a sudden accident like a natural disaster, the upper level of the agency will still give you some compensation. In addition, you killed the pure-blooded dragon this time and directly broke the core of the border area. You have made great contributions. The combined reward should not disappoint you. Hearing this, Xue Jing's eyes suddenly lit up. There is no need for any other rewards, Li. You know me well. I don't have any other hobbies. I just like divine relics. Xu Ren nodded and smiled. Don't worry, the agency also knows what you want. It must be a divine relic. Xue Jing touched his chin. Well, I suggest that you let me go directly to the place where you store divine relics. Don't worry, I won't take them. I just want to touch them. My childhood dream was to touch all the divine relics. Now I want to fulfill my childhood dream. Xu Ren said helplessly. There is no place in the agency that specializes in storing a lot of divine relics as you think. Because the storage conditions of each divine relic are different, they are basically stored in many places. Xue Jing folded his hands on his chest. Then take me over for a tour, and I will touch them one by one. Xu Ren's expression froze, and the corners of his mouth moved. You like the divine relics too much. Unfortunately, this is impossible. Although the divine relics in the agency belong to the agency, they all have their own uses. They are usually managed by different important people. If you want to use them, you need to apply for complicated procedures. You can't just get access to them when you arrive. Xue Jing said disappointedly. This is too troublesome. Xu Ren, any organization that has reached a certain scale is like this. The bloated and complex structure requires equally complex rules and regulations, otherwise it will gradually get out of control. Xue Jing waved his hand. I understand. After the few people chatted in the tent for a while, Xue Jing left the tent and went to the temporary shower room specially built in the camp to take a shower. He changed his White Crow tactical uniform into his own casual clothes. He returned to the tent again with a fresh look and asked, when are we going back to Fengcheng? Today is the day of the game, and he has to rush back to Fengcheng district to play a game. Xue Ren did not reply. She put her hand behind her ear and responded with a yes from time to time. It seemed that she was on the phone. After a while, she put down the phone and looked at Xue Jing with a strange expression. Xue Jing, you've been promoted. Xue Jing, huh? Xue Ren, you are now an on-staff special consultant of the White Crow Task Force under the Special Service Department of the 6th Agency. Xue Jing asked in confusion, what was I before? I was an on-staff member of my 838th team before. Xue Ren pondered for a moment and explained, this is a special title newly created for you by the higher-ups. In terms of level, it is equivalent to the squadron leader of our White Crow. Xue Jing smiled and asked curiously, one level higher than you? Xue Ren shook his head, 2 levels higher. A squadron is composed of more than 5 teams. The team leader is a deputy squadron leader, and the one above is the squadron leader. She looked a little strange. From now on, we have to call you Commander. Xue Jing sighed. Don't be so formal. Outsiders will call you Commander in the future. Just call me Superior in front of me, and just be the same as before in private. Xue Ren. The corner of the mouth of the mandrill next to him twitched. You are really not shy at all. Xue Jing smiled and said, just kidding. This special consultant should not force any position on me. Xue Ren shook his head. Don't worry, everything is the same as before, and it is still up to you to decide whether to accept the commission of the White Crow. It's just that you are at a higher level and have higher authority now, and you can command the White Crow members below the squadron leader to a certain extent, such as me. Xue Jing nodded. Is that so? Then he asked in confusion, I just completed a task, and you promoted me to this level. It's too easy for you White Crows to upgrade. After this, Xue Ren and the mandrill were silent. You really don't understand the value of the pure-blooded dragon species you killed. The mandrill scratched his head and said helplessly, this is a monster that can only be dealt with by at least 3 White Crow squadrons working together, and you solved it by yourself. No matter what specific method you used, this record is shocking. The commander of our White Crow is probably trying every possible way to keep you. He even used the unconventional method of directly creating a new position. Xue Jing smiled and said, okay, let's talk about business. When are we going back to Fengcheng? The mandrill shrugged and said, you are the superior now, you decide. Xue Jing nodded, then let's set off immediately. After that, he walked to the table, took the mirror on it, and asked the person in the mirror lying in the mirror, little mirror, what about you? The person in the mirror waved lazily. Wu Yaoqing promised to give me freedom. I want to live a lazy life for a while. Don't worry about me. I will go to play with you when I have time later. Xue Jing smiled and nodded, then goodbye. After saying hello and goodbye to everyone in the camp, Xue Jing and the 3 members of the Void Blade team boarded the Dragon Core plane they had come on and sped off towards Fengcheng. The harvest from this trip to the border was huge, the most since he had obtained the panel. A total of 6,000 divine harvests, countless regular skill experience points, a new divine skill Dragon Horn, an ultimate killer move Sakura Full Moon, and Dragon Sakura Seeds. It was more than just a pot of water to describe it. Compared to when he came, his strength had increased several times. On the plane, Xue Jing looked at the scenery outside the porthole for a while, and picked up his phone after a long absence. Before entering the border, he put his phone on the plane. As soon as he opened the interface, countless message reminders and missed calls popped up. From his parents, sister, friends, master, and senior brothers and sisters. Xue Jing replied to them one by one. So, you're coming back today. When will you arrive? I'll pick you up Sister Zuwan's lively and cheerful voice came from the phone. Yeah. Xue Jing nodded and then looked at the time. It's 11 o'clock now. According to the previous flight from Fengcheng to Roaring Waterfall, it takes more than 4 hours, and it is estimated that it will be around 3 o'clock in the afternoon before it can return to Fengcheng. The game starts at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After thinking for a while, Xue Jing said, I should go directly to the game. If you want to see me, come to the stadium. Zhuan said distressedly. It seems that, because you have an appearance, the tickets were sold out a few days ago. It's okay, I'll let Sister Wei take you in. Just sit in the player viewing area like last time. The organizer won't say anything. Xue Jing said. Zhuan said happily, that's fine. Xue Jing put his hands on his knees, tapping his fingers and casually saying, by the way, how is Feng Wan? Is she still alive? Zhuan said dissatisfiedly, why are you talking, as if her life is in danger? How could anything happen to her when I'm here? I'm worried about her because you're here. Xue Jing complained. This cat-loving maniac, I don't know what kind of hell torture the cat has suffered in these 7 days. Zhuan snorted lightly. If the cat is uncomfortable, it will run away on its own initiative. She must like me to kiss it. It's on my thigh now, and I can touch it at will. Come on, little Feng Wan, meow for your dad to hear. On the other end of the phone, Zhuan put the phone next to the cat's ear on his thigh. Then there was a faint helpless meow. How is it? Zhuan said proudly. Xue Jing sighed and said helplessly, don't use such a misleading name, my stupid sister. He knew that his sister would call herself mother in front of the cat. Isn't this a mess? What if others hear it? Zhuan muttered. What does it matter? It's just a pet name for a pet. Right, Xiao Fengwen, you must like your mother's kiss the most. Muamua. As he spoke, the sound of cat slapping came from the phone again. Xue Jing could feel the cat's despair through the phone. Xue Jing said meaningfully, I suggest you don't do this kind of thing often, otherwise it may be embarrassing in the future. Zhuan asked in confusion, what? By the way, Jing, I have something to tell you. I heard from my mentor a few days ago that there are traces of other alien religions in Fengcheng. Which alien religion? It seems to be Lion Saint religion. Xue Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh. More than 4 hours later. Fengcheng Gymnasium. On the ring in the middle of the field, 2 players were fighting fiercely until one of them was knocked out of the ring like a broken sack, and a tsunami of cheers rang out at the scene. The audience seats were packed with more than 20,000 people. Any movement made by any of them could shake the earth. Jihuoyu. The highly anticipated Jihuoyu. He once again deservedly won this match. The commentator Hao Yangan exclaimed throughout the venue. Okay, let's take a break and wait for the next match to start. During the intermission, several middle-aged men in suits and leather shoes were pacing back and forth at the door of the backstage lounge, with anxious expressions on their faces. Why hasn't he arrived yet? It's his turn. Ask Xue Jing's agent again. When will he arrive? I've already asked. He said he's on the way and will be here soon. What do you mean by soon? What time is soon? Now the match is about to start. The middle-aged man was very anxious. The sudden surge in attention in the middle of this elimination match attracted a large number of spectators, all thanks to Xue Jing. At least half of the audience came to watch the game just for him. Many people even bought expensive scalper tickets to get in. If Xue Jing didn't appear, God knows how many angry letters of complaint would drown him. At this time, outside Fengcheng, a plane landed on the grass, the cabin door opened, and Xue Jing walked out. Let's stop here. It's a bit too ostentatious to take a plane in. It will make it difficult for the organizer, Xue Jing said to the virtual blade in the mandrill who came out to see him off. He smiled. It's quite fun to go to the border this time. If you have a commission later, you can come to me again. Of course, you know the reward. The virtual blade said speechlessly. Divine relics, right. You divine relic fanatic. Xue Jing laughed. You understand me. Then that's it. Goodbye. Watching the plane fly away, Xue Jing picked up his mobile phone and checked the time 16:13. It's much later than expected. My competition should start soon. I have to find a way to get there. Xue Jing pondered for a moment, looking at a 3-meter high tree next to him. After thinking for a while, he walked to the tree, stretched out his hand, and used his strength, swung out 2 sword ki, cut the top and bottom of the tree, and cut out a cylindrical section of wood in the middle. It's a bit shocking to fly directly in the air with 2 dragon horns. Let's do it this way, Xue Jing said to himself. He stretched out his hands and raised the log above his head. Then he took a deep breath, used his strength, roughly estimated, and threw it towards the direction of Fengcheng Stadium. Swish! The log tore through the air and rushed straight into the sky. Xue Jing followed closely behind. Using the speed of twin life, the soil under his feet exploded, and the whole person disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he had stepped on the flying log. I've wanted to cost Tao Bei for a long time. Then let's invite Du Mingluan. The passionate voice of the commentator sounded, and under the spotlight, a short, handsome, and stern boy walked out of the player channel. The rising star from the famous Zuangio Club was the most watched talent in our outer ring last year. He is the favorite to advance to this knockout round. Let's take a look at his data. Attack 9, Speed 8, Defense 9, Skills 10, Heart 9, Intelligence 8. Horrible, simply terrifying, almost a perfect hexagon. The commentator kept introducing until there was nothing more to say, and he said hesitantly, Then the next one is the most anticipated in this knockout round. Let's invite Xue Jing. As soon as the voice fell, the whole audience rang with extremely terrifying cheers, almost overturning the entire gymnasium, and lasted for a long time. However, under the spotlight, no one appeared at the entrance of the player channel. Soon, everyone noticed the abnormality. The cheers gradually stopped, and doubtful discussions began to rise and fall. What's going on? Where's Xue Jing? Where's my husband? Why hasn't my husband come out yet? At this moment, a sharp whistle suddenly came from the sky. In the contestant viewing area, the strong teenagers noticed something, turned their heads to look at the sky, and then their eyes were filled with shock. In the shocked eyes of everyone, a log suddenly fell from the sky with a whoosh. Boom. There was a loud bang from the ring. The huge log was inserted diagonally into the center of the ring, exploding bricks and stones on the ground. In the smoke and dust, a figure was standing on the log. Xue Jing slowly walked down from the log, dusted off the dust on his body, raised his eyebrows and said, Am I late? Sorry. Chapter 173, Secret vs. Secret, the invincible Xue Jing, the Sakura Manu, that shocked the audience. As Xue Jing appeared, the entire stadium, more than 20,000 people fell into silence for several seconds. Then, there was a tsunami of uproar and discussion. Xue Jing, my husband is finally here. Does he have to delay his appearance like this? Is he sick and will die if he doesn't show off? Everyone is waiting anxiously. But to be honest, it's really cool. Pretend well. Pretend well. Hey, there is Tao Bei in the stadium. I'm not kidding. Why is he so handsome? Husband. The ups and downs of the noise did not affect the two people on the ring. Du Mingluan, who is only 1.6 meters tall and looks like a junior high school student, looked at Xue Jing, and a hint of dissatisfaction appeared on his handsome face. He slowly said, Xue Jing, you should know that your opponent today is me, right? Why are you late? Xue Jing groaned. He really didn't know who his opponent was today. He flew to the border directly after playing the last game a few days ago and didn't care about the subsequent victory or defeat. After thinking for a while, Xue Jing smiled and said, I had something to deal with in the past few days, and I just came back. Hearing this, Du Mingluan's face eased a lot. He was about to reply, but Xue Jing asked with a puzzled look, by the way, who are you? Du Mingluan's face, which had just eased, immediately darkened. This person never took him seriously. Damn, he was really looked down upon. What a shame. At this time, a staff member in the commentary booth came to the side of the three commentators, lowered his head, and whispered a few words in the ear of Hao Yangan in the middle. After the staff trotted away, Hao Yangan's voice rang out in the gymnasium. Ahem. I just received a message from the backstage that contestant Xue Jing was delayed due to some personal matters beyond his control, so in order to catch up with the game, he had to use this method to enter the venue. Please forgive me, audience friends. Hearing this, Xue Wan, who was sitting in the contestant viewing area and admiring his brother's heroic appearance, was stunned for a moment, with a strange look on his face. This organizer is too flattering. Just now, he was anxious outside the door of the contestant lounge, and as soon as Jing arrived, he took the initiative to make up for him. After getting the explanation from the commentator, the noise in the audience gradually subsided a lot. Several staff members trotted onto the ring to take away the log stuck in the ring to avoid affecting the game. 1, 2, up. Several people put their hands on the log, shouted slogans, and worked together to pull the log up. However, they used so much force that their faces turned red, but the log was almost motionless. The log of this size was quite heavy, and it was inserted into the ground at an angle. It was impossible for the staff who had only practiced martial arts to pull it out. Seeing this, Xue Jing said, "Excuse me, let me do it." As he said that, he walked forward and put his hand on the log. With a burst of strength, his fingers instantly broke the hard bark surface, and all 5 fingers were pierced into it. Then he raised his arm. With a crackling sound, the log was pulled out by Xue Jing with one hand and raised above his head. His expression did not change at all, and he looked as relaxed as if he was holding a small dumbbell, which formed a strong contrast with the size of the log. "Where should we put it?" Xue Jing asked. The staff blinked, shocked, and after hearing the question, he stammered, Put it under the ring, and leave the rest to us." Xue Jing smiled and nodded, and used strength with one hand, and under the hidden dragon Ruai, it turned into pure soft strength, and threw the log in his hand under the ring. The log traced a trajectory in the air, and fell to the ground silently, making almost no sound. If there was not a circle of visible airwaves slowly spreading from under the log, blowing away the surrounding dust, people would almost think that the log was made of foam. This move made all the knowledgeable people present brighten their eyes. Soft power. He used soft power. What pure soft power. This move is at least comparable to the skills of a master who has been studying this for more than 20 years. Is this really the U19 competition in the outer ring? He is only 17 years old, and he has already demonstrated extraordinary strength and sword energy. He is so experienced in the use of soft power. I don't believe that he has been practicing martial arts since his mother's womb. It's not so outrageous to have been practicing martial arts since his mother's womb. Seeing this, several staff members breathed a sigh of relief, bowed to Xue Jing repeatedly to thank him, and then quickly left the ring. At this time, the commentary sounded, "Well, although it's a little late, let's welcome contestant Xue Jing." As soon as the voice fell, the audience gave a thunderous applause and cheers, which was obviously several times stronger than when Du Mingluan appeared on the stage. The spotlights hit Xue Jing one after another. The photographer sitting on the elevated platform once again began to circle Xue Jing with a full range, no dead angle surround shot. This seemed to have become a routine, a special treatment exclusively for Xue Jing, which other contestants did not have. Seeing this, the audience laughed. Sensible. Such a sensible photographer. I must give him a chicken leg. After get off work, the photographer looked at the lunchbox with no rice in it, and all chicken legs, with a confused look on his face. Xue Jing sighed and smiled helplessly at the camera that circled around him again. This scene was played on the big screen in the gymnasium, causing countless audiences to cheer. For contestant Xue Jing, who has defeated his opponent in 2 consecutive games with his unquestionable absolute strength, his true strength remains a bottomless mystery. Then, let's take a look at the hexagonal data chart of contestant Xue Jing. Well, attack 10, speed 10, defense, skill 10, heart, intelligence. Since he was defeated in every game, it is difficult to observe more of his data, but in the last game, contestant Xue Jing showed extremely fast speed, so this time there is an additional data of speed 10, which is also a full score. Terrible, really terrible. Contestant Xue Jing, how much strength does he have that he has not yet shown? Could it be that it is really like what everyone says? Your data is 10 because it is exactly 10, and my data is 10 because the highest is only 10? Then let's not waste any more time. Let's witness the next game together. On the ring, the referee walked between the 2 people present, waved his hand, and then quickly retreated from the ring. The game officially began, but Xue Jing and Du Mingluan did not take any action for a while. In the contestant viewing area, Xue Wan smiled and said, "How do you think the outcome will be?" Yan Muhu, who was sitting next to her, crossed his arms and showed off his strong muscles like steel. She curled her lips and said, "There is no suspense at all. If Xue Jing can lose, I will eat the whole ring." Xue Wan chuckled and said happily, "Xiao Yin, if I were Jing, I would definitely lose after hearing what you said." Yan Muhu, Cao Qingjian, who was sitting not far from them, said, "Not necessarily." Xue Wan turned to look at him and asked curiously, "Oh, what do you think?" She really didn't know how her brother lost. Could it be that the dwarf on the ring had some secret tricks? Cao Chengjian narrowed his eyes slightly. Du Mingluan is not a stepping stone. Although I don't think much of that dwarf, but he is a genius in our Night King school. Even the old Night King who once won the title of Heavenly Position has praised him. He received the highest salary of the Outer Ring youth player last year, 80 million Yuxia coins. There is no water in it. Zhu Wan's beautiful face showed a hint of ridicule. Your behavior of belittling in front of others and praising behind their backs makes it hard for people not to think about it. Hearing this, Cao Chengjian's mouth twitched, and he immediately closed his mouth, not daring to say more. Zhu Wan smiled and knew that this man was a bit homophobic, so he stopped teasing and just told him to shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? There is no uncertainty. My Xue Jing will definitely win. There will be no surprises. Zhu Wan snorted lightly. Xue Jing, who didn't know that his sister was setting a flag for him, looked at the short Du Mingluan in front of him and asked curiously, "What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to attack?" Du Mingluan said slowly, "Xue Jing, you are very strong. You should be the strongest among my peers I have ever faced. It is even possible that I will never meet an opponent of the same age as strong as you in the future. I cherish this opportunity very much. Defeating you will be one of the proudest achievements of my life." Xue Jing smiled. "You are very confident." Du Mingluan nodded. "I must be confident. You are very strong. Terrifyingly strong. Therefore, if I had even the slightest self-doubt today, I would not dare to step onto this stage." Xue Jing hummed and smiled. "Pure self-hypnosis is unreliable. You can maintain this confidence. There must be some reality-based support. Use it. I'll give you one chance to attack. Only once." Du Mingluan took a deep breath and mobilized all his strength. "Once, that's enough." The next moment, Xue Jing suddenly found that the sky had darkened. This was not an illusion. At least in his field of vision, through the hollow ceiling of the gymnasium, the entire sky outside had been stained by the night and turned into a dark black. "This is..." Xue Jing's eyes moved. The audience looked up at the sky with confusion. "What's going on? It's dark? Isn't it only 4 o'clock in the afternoon? What's going on? Is there a typhoon?" Cao Chengjian stood up suddenly and said in disbelief, "How is it possible?" Yanyu, who next to him, was also full of disbelief. "Ultimate level?" Zhu Wan asked hurriedly. "What does it mean?" "When performing, the spiritual consciousness radiates all around, pulling everyone around into its spiritual realm. This is the expressiveness of the ultimate level killer move. This Du Mingluan has actually mastered the ultimate level killer move." Yanyu, who turned his head and looked at Cao Chengjian. The latter said innocently, "I'm not here." Yanyu, who frowned and said, "It's a bit bad. Maybe Brother Zhu will really capsize in the gutter." Zhu Wan crossed his arms, holding up his plump fruit, and snorted with disbelief. "Impossible. A Jing will not lose." Xue Jing, who was constantly being bullied by his sister, looked at Du Mingluan, who was unfolding his profound realm in front of him, and narrowed his eyes. "So that's it. This is what you rely on." Du Mingluan shook his head and said lightly, "Xue Jing, your strength is undoubtedly above mine, but today, I will defeat you. Submit." In front of this amazing move, he made a strange starting gesture, like a bat, like a goshawk, flew up, and was temporarily lingering in the air. Then, fine ripples began to ripple in the void around him. The secret of the Night King Flow Night Cicada. The next moment, the endless sound of cicadas rang out in the gymnasium. Chijijijijiji. Looking at the figure that tore through the air and dived down, Xue Jing sighed softly. "It seems that no one has stipulated that only you can use the secret technique, right?" His pupils were instantly stained with the silver white of divinity. Above the sky, in the originally dark night, a huge full moon suddenly appeared. Silver white cherry blossom petals fell slowly under the reflection of the full moon. In an instant, the endless cicadas stopped. Du Mingluan, who swooped down from the sky, stiffened his body, and the majestic power that was concentrated on one point suddenly dispersed. He showed an incredible look on his face. It seemed that he was shrouded in the murderous intent of the sky, and a terrifying will that made him unable to have any intention of disobeying descended on him. That was God's will. Xue Jing's divine silver eyes revealed indifference and contempt, and his right hand was like a hand knife. Swish, just a light slash. It crossed with Du Mingluan, who was swooping down. The silver white blade light suddenly appeared. with the poetic silver cherry blossoms and the full moon as the background. Xue Jing turned his back to Du Mingluan and slowly put away his hand knife. The next moment, countless small wounds broke out all over Du Mingluan's body, densely packed, as if he had been tortured by slow slicing. Silver white blade energy continued to burst out from each wound, constantly carrying his blood away from his body. It was not until Xue Jing lightly snapped his fingers that the silver white blade energy all over his body suddenly stopped, turning into silver light spots and dissipating, like materialized moonlight. Xue Jing reached out and brushed off the silver cherry blossom petals on his body, and in silence, he turned and walked towards the contestant channel. Du Mingluan was lying on the ground covered in blood, but he was not unconscious. He looked at Xue Jing, who passed by him without even glancing at him, and asked absent-mindedly, "What is this move called?" Xue Jing paused and said, "Sakura Full Moon." After that, he walked into the player channel. A few seconds later, the commentator's shocked shouts rang out throughout the venue. The winner has been decided. Instant kill. Another instant kill. Contestant Xue Jing, facing contestant Du Mingluan's Night King style secret art, Night Cicada, chose to fight back with the same secret art. I didn't expect that in a U19 elimination match, we would be lucky enough to witness the battle between two young geniuses who have entered the realm of secret art. And in the end, it was contestant Xue Jing who won the final victory and won the ticket to the finals. Invincible. Only invincible can describe contestant Xue Jing's amazing performance in this elimination match. After the silence in the audience, there was a roar that shook the stadium. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. What is that? Secret? I can actually see someone using a secret move in a U19 match. And it's a dream match between secrets. Xue Jing, where does he come from? I haven't heard much about the Hidden Dragon School. Why has this level of terrifying genius never been heard of before? He is too well hidden. What was that move just now? It was too beautiful. It's not a hidden dragon at all. Famous scene. This is definitely another famous scene. My husband used a knife to cut out a silver cherry full moon and instantly killed his opponent. This scene is too poetic. In the contestant viewing area, Xue Wan shook Yunmuhu's thick arm and was very excited. What do you think? I said aging can't lose. Yunmuhu stared at the ring in a daze, and he hasn't come back to his senses yet. The other young contestants sitting in the viewing area had the same reaction. Compared with the layman who only knew a little, they understood the value of the secret level killer moves. And now, they not only saw two geniuses who could use the secrets, they also saw one of them crush the other without any suspense. Cao Qingjian, who was standing beside them, unconsciously said something that made all the contestants present luck bitter. Is it really meaningful for us to continue practicing martial arts? Chapter 174, Xue Jing, the innate pretentious saint, and Xue Wan, who has no sisterly dignity. Amid the cheers and noises that lasted for a long time like a tsunami, Xue Jing walked back to the backstage contestant lounge. Pa 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 pa. As soon as he entered the door, he was greeted by the applause of his agent Jiang Siwei. Her hands were red from clapping, and her pretty face with delicate makeup had an lingering blush of excitement. She said excitedly, "Great, Xue Jing, you are really great. You are a natural martial arts superstar." Superstar. Xue Jing saw that she was about to pounce on him, so he waved his hand to calm her down. "That's just the beginning, Sister Wendy. I said I don't want to be a star." Jiang Siwei shook her head. "I know you don't have that intention, and I won't persuade you anymore, but you really can't hide it. You are a person who is born to attract other people's attention. You don't have to do anything deliberately, you will naturally get attention. Even if you don't intend to be a star, you will become a celebrity superstar who can't hide, no matter where you go." Xue Jing smiled and didn't comment. "Really?" Jiang Siwei counted on her fingers and said, "Look, you have only participated in 3 games so far, but which one didn't attract full attention? Let's not talk about the first 2 games. What did you do in the last game?" The protagonist level shocking appearance who came late from the sky, killed the opponent in seconds with the ultimate move, and left the famous scene of the silver cherry full moon. The most terrifying thing is that you didn't do it on purpose. This is natural, as if God is particularly fond of you and deliberately arranged it to let you pretend to be big. Xue Jing. According to the popular saying now, it's the innate pretentious body. Jiang Xue thought seriously, there is no need to deliberately arrange any publicity for you or create any kind of personality. You can naturally become the center of attention on your own. Xue Jing said speechlessly, what the hell, you're exaggerating, these are just coincidences. Jiang Xue crossed her arms and said affirmatively, once or twice it may be a coincidence, but from the third time on it won't be a coincidence. Xue Jing's mouth twitched, as long as you are happy. After chatting with her for a while, Xue Jing asked casually, by the way, Sister Wendy, I just heard from the commentator that I advanced to the finals? Jiang Xue nodded, yes. The U19 competition system starts with the qualifiers, and then after the knockout rounds, you can advance to the finals. The time of the knockout rounds in each region is different, because a certain amount of time must be reserved for the contestants who have just finished the knockout rounds to rest, so the time of the finals is not fixed. Our Maple City competition area is held in the middle period, and there should be half a month before the elimination rounds of other regions are over. After all the elimination rounds are over, there will be another half a month of rest time. So the finals will probably be held in a month. Xue Jing thought and nodded. 1 month should be enough. His ultimate goal in participating in this competition is to win the God 519 unsharpened blade from the Far East Managa Suzuka. This knife with the concept of neverwhere has the characteristic of choosing the master. When its owner completely admits in his heart that he has lost to another person, the ownership will be transferred to the winner. As for whether he can beat Aga Suzuka now, Xue Jing thinks he can. Using all his divine skills and going all out, he should not be able to lose to his peers. This is recognized by the man in the mirror, who has lived for more than 200 years. But the problem is that this is not something that can be solved simply by defeating the opponent. The transfer condition of unsharpened blade is the owner admits in his heart that he has lost. And Otoji Suzuka is a martial arts fanatic, advocating the old martial arts that pursue the true human limit with pure natural flesh. Then it is basically certain that only by defeating him in the pure field of old martial arts without using any other means can he be truly convinced and obtain the unsharpened blade. And if he can only use his own martial arts strength, it is really hard to say whether he can beat Otoji Suzuka now. A year ago, this person was certified as having a strength of at least professional 5th dan. At his current age, his strength is in a period of rapid explosive growth. After a year, it is possible that he has reached the 6th dan, or even the 7th dan. The factors to be considered in the determination of the dan are very complicated and need to be tested in actual combat. Xue Jing's current martial arts strength is evaluated as 6th dan by the man in the mirror. Of course, because he practices the hexagonal martial arts of Kanglangyo and has cheating skills such as Kanglang Ruijin and visualization true, the actual combat power he can exert is far beyond the ordinary 6th dan. With such combat power, plus the various double blessings of twins, he is already very powerful at this age, but it is still not safe enough to face Otoji Suzuka. Because there is still a saying about this person, sword holding 9 times. The Far Eastern people are inseparable from swords and knives. Holding a sword is holding a knife. Otoji Suzuka holding a knife is more than 9 times stronger than barehanded. 1 month should be enough for me to improve my strength by 1 level. Xue Jing said to himself. The next game is about to begin. Xue Jing put on ordinary glasses, walked out of the lounge, and came to the contestant viewing area next to the ring. His arrival made the young contestants present look at him dimly, but no one spoke. The atmosphere at the scene was silent and solidified. Xue Jing didn't care. He walked to Xue Won and sat down, saying casually, Sister, where's Yin? Xue Won only then noticed that her brother was coming over. She pouted with some dissatisfaction. I haven't seen your dear sister for so long, and you're asking about other women as soon as you meet. Xue Jing paused and said speechlessly, are you a sensitive girlfriend who is insecure in a long distance relationship? Don't do this, it's creepy. Xue Won giggled. She was wearing a black Japanese JK outfit today. Under the pleated skirt were her slender and plump bare feet and a pair of black loafers on her feet. She looked like a beautiful JK girl who came out of a comic book. I don't know if it was because she was blessed by the flower god, but she still exuded a deep floral fragrance. Xue Jing was called backstage by the staff. She will play in the next game. As she said that, Xu Wan stretched out her arms to hug Xue Jing's neck, kissed him on the cheek, and made a smack. "Ah Jing, you looked quite handsome just now. I feel very proud. Here is a reward." Xue Jing's mouth moved, and he reached out to wipe the crystal on his face with disdain. Seeing this, Xu Wan was immediately dissatisfied and said, "Hey, what are you doing?" Xue Jing glanced at her. "Is it okay for me to dislike it?" Xu Wan patted his shoulder and said angrily, "You dislike the saliva of a beautiful girl? I don't dislike the beautiful girl, I dislike you." Xue Jing sighed. At this time, the voice of the commentator came from the field. "The short halftime break is over, so next, let us invite." After Yinmu, who came on the court. After a fierce battle, he suffered some injuries, but successfully won the victory and got one of the 4 tickets to the finals. The Vajra Ruai hand killer move he used, horizontal Ruai, gave Xue Jing some new insights into the use of Ruai-jin, and he gained a lot. Afterwards, a few people stayed to watch the last game. By the time it was over, it was almost 6 in the afternoon and the sky was getting dark. The Fengcheng elimination round was completely over. Xue Jing, Xu Wan, Jiang Siwei, and Yinmu who walked out of the gymnasium and came to the parking lot. Xue Jing said, "Sister Yin, shall I take you back to the hotel first?" Yinmu, who crossed her arms across her chest, propped up her knotted muscles, shook her head, and said in a very contrasting clear girlish voice, "No, I've already booked the ticket, and will be back to Rangcheng soon." Xue Jing nodded. "Is that so?" Xu Wan next to him was a little reluctant and said, "Xue Yin, you are leaving now, don't you stay for a few more days? There are still many places in Fengcheng that I haven't taken you to." Yinmu, who scratched his head, "No, time is running out. Brother Xu has left me behind too much. If I don't seize the time and work hard, I'm afraid I won't even see his back in the future." Xue Jing smiled and said softly, "You are exaggerating. My situation is special, don't use me as a benchmark." Yinmu, who said seriously, "But you are right in front of me." Hearing this, Xue Jing paused, nodded, and smiled. "That's true." Yinmu, who turned around and walked out of the parking lot. He raised his hand with his back to Xue Jing and said, "The road is long. See you in the finals." After she left, Jiang Siwei said, "Xue Jing, Wan, where are you going next?" Xue Jing thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to Fengde to get the cat first, and then go back to the hotel." "Feng Wan is in your dormitory, right?" He looked at Xu Wan. The latter nodded. "Well, let's go." The car started and slowly drove out of the parking lot. What Xue Jing didn't notice was that not far from the parking lot, on a camphor tree on the side of the road, under the cover of dense branches and leaves, there were 2 tall figures with black scarves on their heads and hunched bodies. "This person is the Xue Jing that the little snakes said. The woman who got the holy object lives with him, which means that you can find the holy object by following him." One of them spoke in a low voice, like a beast. "Balalu, do it." He looked at the other one. "Wait a minute, Bazibu." Balalu narrowed his beast-like pupils. "This is the city center. It's too conspicuous. It doesn't matter to the official government, but if it attracts the attention of the madmen of the secret martial arts society, it will be troublesome. Don't do it for now. This man is going back to Qingcheng. He will take a boat. We will wait for him at the dock." The car slowly stopped at the gate of Fengcheng University. Because Xue Jing had a fight with the woman named Akin from the Flower God Society here, the ground was damaged and messed up. After a few days, although it has been basically repaired, there are traces of new cement everywhere. The car door opened. Xu Wan raised her buttocks and jumped out of the car. Her pleated skirt lifted up, and the safety pants she was wearing could be vaguely seen inside. "I'll go and bring Feng Wan over." "Wait a minute." Xue Jing stayed in the car and chatted with Jiang Siwei. 10 minutes later, he saw Xu Wan holding a cat and walking out of the school gate. From a distance, as soon as the cat saw Xue Jing, it immediately jumped out of Xu Wan's arms and ran towards Xue Jing at a very fast speed. Then it sprinted and jumped into the car through the open window, stepped on Xue Jing's thigh, and the cat's face showed a very anthropomorphic dissatisfaction, and it meowed, as if complaining about something. Zhuan followed behind, opened the door, and got in the car, sighed, and said, "Hey, Xiao Fengwen is really heartless. I love you so much, but you forget about me when you see your biological father." Xue Jing smiled and scratched the cat's chin. "You said I'm your biological father. What do you say?" The cat bit his finger angrily. Jiang Siwei glanced at the cat through the rearview mirror and exclaimed, "What's wrong with your family's genes? Not only are the people good looking, but even the cats are so good looking." Zhuan touched his chin. "Sister Wei is really good at talking. She is worthy of being a workplace elite." Xue Jing pulled his finger out of the cat's mouth and smiled. "Let's go back to the hotel." When they returned to Yunlu Hotel, it was completely dark. After saying goodbye to Jiang Siwei, Xue Jing and Zhuan entered the hotel room. Because there was always a cleaning staff cleaning, although the room had not been occupied for a while, it was very clean. Zhuan jumped on the sofa as soon as he entered the door and clapped his hands at the cat in Xue Jing's arms. "Come here, Xiao Fengwen." The cat pouted, turned around, and buried its head in Xue Jing's arms. Zhuan's eyes widened slightly. "You ungrateful little cat." Xue Jing put the cat on the ground and said casually, "I will go back to Qingcheng tomorrow, sister." "Ah, why are you in such a hurry?" Zhuan was a little disappointed. "Please stay with me for a few more days. I finally got to see you once, but you were always busy and didn't spend much time with me," she muttered. Xue Jing took out a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip, and said, "Isn't it New Year's Day holiday in a few days? You can go back to Qingcheng then. Your parents also said they will go home on New Year's Day." Zhuan stood up, walked to Xue Jing, hugged his arm, and said coquettishly, "Then you will accompany me until New Year's Day, and then we will go back together, okay?" Xue Jing was indifferent, and said lightly, "But you are the elder sister. Please keep some dignity for yourself." Zhuan immediately squatted down, found the cutest angle, opened her innocent big eyes, looked up at Xue Jing, clenched her hands into cat paws, and placed them on both sides of her cheeks, slightly tilted her head, and said cutely, then she said in a very choked voice, "Okay Xue Jing." He sighed, "Forget it, I'm afraid of you." Zhuan immediately showed a bright smile of success. "By the way, I'm not here these few days. What changes have there been in the alienation rate in your body?" Xue Jing asked. "Speaking of this, it's a bit strange." Zhuan pondered for a moment. "Before, about a month, after I became the recipient, the alienation rate increased to more than 10%. But since you touched the stigma and extracted the contents, the alienation rate has dropped to less than 1%. But now it's only been 8 or 9 days, and the alienation rate has risen to 10%. I don't know what the reason is." Xue Jing heard this, thought about it, and said, "The alienation rate needs to be actively suppressed by yourself. You should have found a way to solve the alienation, so you relaxed your mind and neglected the resistance to the erosion of the spirit by the divine power, so the alienation rate increased very quickly." Zhuan suddenly said, "Oh, now that you mention it, it seems to be the case." As she said that, she took off her JK jacket, unbuttoned a few buttons under the lining, lifted the hem of her clothes, revealing her slender and sexy waist, and on her beautiful upright belly button, there was a ruby-like stigma navel nail. "Come on, I'll suck it for you." Xue Jing. "Don't use such a weird way of saying it," he said speechlessly. Zhuan smiled and said nothing. Xue Jing reached out and gently touched the holy mark on her belly button. Divine substance detected, absorbing divinity. The divinity began to increase, and Zhuan felt the temperature of her brother's fingers. Her face flushed slightly. This feeling of something that is restraining me being taken away. It's a bit comfortable." Xue Jing glared at her. "Don't make such a weird sound." "What does it matter?" Zhuan pouted. Xue Jing was too lazy to pay attention to her and didn't say anything. After a while, divinity absorption completed. Divinity held. 1566, a total increase of more than 300. Although he had just made a lot of money in the border area, Xue Jing was still a little surprised to see this number. Because this is a sustainable harvest of divinity. Xue Jing looked at his sister with less disgust and more gentleness. It was as if an old farmer saw a well-developed leek. Zhuan felt a little creepy when being stared at, and quickly lowered the hem of her clothes, buttoned up her clothes, covered her chest with her hands and said warily, "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm your biological sister. Even if I'm pretty and have a hot body, you can't have any ideas about me." Xue Jing. There is one more update. I'm writing it now. Don't wait. Read it tomorrow when you wake up. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.